Radio check, radio check. Hello, hello, hello. I believe we are up and running at the moment. Hopefully. Back to Frontier decided to just drop patch 1.11 out of nowhere. It is insanity and I love them for it. But it does kind of mess with my week badly, so we'll have to try and make it worth our time here today. I also released a video just as this stream starts, basically just going over the patch notes. We're basically going to do something very similar here, so don't worry about it. But we're going to take a look mainly at customization elements. I hope that I'm online here. But yeah, let us see if we can get this started. I'm just quickly going to do a couple of things here before we start, so give me a second. And once we've got that sorted, we are going to mess around with the new settings that we can do. Let us see what we can actually do here. Hope everyone has had a good day. Mine has been decent. I'm just gonna spam a couple of people in, then we'll get going. I see a lot of you have actually been chatting a little bit already. Some of you have been way quicker than others. Thank you very much. But yeah, just give me like a minute. And then we shall be going full force here. Okay, I think I got everything I wanted to fixed. Hope everything's doing good. Alex on his lunch break, appreciate that. Nice to see. Finally don't have to get mods to change the calendar. Yeah, it's gonna be good. Nice to see you, David. Good evening, Bobby Dar. Nice to see you. Hello, Sid. At least we can enjoy the game for last time. I honestly think this is gonna be the last time we'll enjoy the game though. Because with the editor they've added, while it is somewhat limited here, we can do a lot of fun stuff. Hello, Jordan. How you doing? I'm doing good. Just a little bit tired after work, David, but I'll be fine. Eleanor, I'm very enjoying this update. I've done a great flip Red Bull words to kick bans. That's also something fun you can do, yeah, Harry. That's also a really good idea. Oh, yes, how you doing? This game being on sale for PS Store and this update dropping. Honestly, to be fair, the sale is probably because of the update, to be fair. That is nice to know. Tired but good is my status. But with that said, we are going to mess around here. A couple of suggestions that I have received is to turn F1 into F2. Basically put the F2 team in. But I think we're just going to mess around and see what the limits is to the editor, what kind of fun challenge we can create. I think we're going to do an 8-race calendar, 8-race season, and see if we can make our way through it today. I think that's going to be the goal. Sorry, just joined. Is this alone good enough, or do I recommend the base editor still at least better AI car building? So, in terms of the rules and regulations and what you can do with the AI, it's not something super amazing that's going to be, game changing, because the car performance editing is just like this. So if you have access to the editor, you can definitely fine tune it a lot better there. But for console players, this is going to be an amazing update. It's just that simple. For most people who don't want to, put in a ton of effort to understand editing and everything, this is actually an amazing update because it's very easy to mess around with this. Now, I'll have to do some testing later on to figure out if the car performance there is kind of equal to, basically how it's set up in Creator Team, where one star here would be slower than Sauber, barely ahead of Sauber. You're at the top of the midfield, can score on occasional points. You can fight for a lucky podium, and you should be fighting for race wins. But yeah, in terms of car performance, I'll have to, again, take a look at that some other time. But if you have access to the editor, you can do a lot more with it. But this is a very, very, very good setup for most people, I would say. So I do love it. The first thing I did was make the current rosters. That's fair. Nah, don't worry, Glizzy. I'm going to try and respond to any questions as best as I can. Hello, Brandon. Hello, Daniello. Already having fun with the update. Doing some very crazy stuff. Strict regulations from the start. But yeah, we'll have to figure out, do we want to mess around with the lineups? Do we want to mess around with car performance? Something that I would kind of like to try and do here, just for fun, is turn every car's performance up to 5. And just see how close of a title fight we can make it. Editing drivers too could be, part of it. But giving every team a lot of money, giving every team an amazing car performance, and just see what mayhem ensues, I think could also be very, very fun. So we'll be doing something weird today. I'm not decided exactly what yet, so I'll take some input from all of you guys. and then we'll figure out where we end up. Hello, Ty. How you doing? I made all teams facilities. Car performance level 1. That would be painful for everyone. Sauber 5 and everyone team 3 because why not? What's the max possible amount of points you can get with all the regs being changed when needed? So if we want to, just as fun little side quest here. If we want to get maximum points in a season, we'd have to add sprint weekends to every race weekend. So that is an additional 15 points you can get every race weekend. If you want to every sprint. Times 24. So that adds another 360 points you could get. If you want to every race, that is 25 plus 18 points, so 33 every race weekend. 33 times, 24. I'm not going to math that quick enough in my head, but I think that's closer to 800. So basically already we're at 1100 points. Now, in rules and regulations here, we can add pole position bonus point. We can add double points for last race, fastest lap bonus point. So as you can imagine, 24 points here, 24 points here, another potentially, race worth of points here. You can probably get 12, 1300, maybe even more points than that. But as you can imagine, this is going to be quite insane in terms of just trying to maximize points if you really wanted. But yeah, you can also add up to 6 engines, ERS, everything. So that's going to be good. Hello, Aiden. How you doing? All teams started with 2 million. That's kind of poor. But yeah, we'll see what we can do here. Need some help. Some buttons don't appear in my game. What buttons in particular there, Bobidar? Small cost cap? Yeah, you can turn that up to 175 million even. Hello, Eric. How you doing? Seeing as this may be the fast. This may be the fast. I assume that was supposed to be last. Do you think Frontier will maybe add 2025 delivery timeline? I don't know if they'll put in the effort. They did add another 12 liveries with this update that you can get for free. Just add them to your library. 1440 points. Yeah, that sounds very, very much like what I thought we would get. But I think we'll start here by just setting up the race calendar. And basically, we are just going to eliminate 16 out of these races. Now, I love a few of these races. I do like Sandwood. I do like Baku, just for the mayhem. Monaco also kind of for the mayhem. Sorry, that's Monaco, that's Austria. And I think we'll just eliminate sprints altogether. So we'll 8 just clean races this season where we'll just mess around and learn it. 20 race weekends. That might be a little bit too much for just trying to test things there. Great driver, excellent addition, can create retired drivers and win drivers. Yeah, you can. Is it possible to change these settings every season? No. Basically, this is something you need to do at the start of your save. So it's not something you can actually do at the end of the season. The only thing you can do at the end of the season is randomize the race calendar. It doesn't add or take away any races, it just randomizes the order, is all. I demand to keep Vegas for DRS trains. I think I prefer Database Editor to change the calendar because weather changes, that's fair. But what you can do here, because Database Editor has sometimes just refuses to change Bahrain. So you could at the start here replace Bahrain with whatever race you prefer the most. Let's say you love Silverstone. Boom. Silverstone is now the first race of the season, and it will remain the first race of the season for the foreseeable future. So, particularly, the main strength I think of this is just you can change the first race, you can change the last race, because they are kind of set in stone. And the database editor sometimes just don't work well with them. You can definitely make that happen here. Could I make every major car regulation with the back to like 3-star max for top teams? I don't think that's going to be an option. In terms of rules regulations here, you are kind of limited. Basically, you have different schemes here for point allocation. In this case, we have the current one. We can go down to just, top 6 scoring points. But in general here, you don't have full freedom in messing around with regulations. If the aerodynamic testing scheme, for instance, you can put it to everyone's equal. You can make it so that the back teams benefit more than the front teams. And somewhat balanced is what I call this one. But yeah, generally you're choosing from preset options rather than complete freedom. But you can do things like give yourself 6 engines, ERS, and gearboxes to really test the limits of your car. And you can also here go in and change the cost cap to say 150 million. And also again, you have scheme it for prize money, but it's basically just more money for the top teams compared to the lower teams. So there are a lot of limitations in this. But it's still better to have these options than not have them. So I'm still very, very positive to them, in all honesty. I have to ask if my thing is off. It looks like it's fine. Let's see. Custom race calendar, the 3 US races at the start of the season. Go down Miami and Vegas. That's a rough start, Zach. Allow performer race to be added to the calendar, that would be amazing. The thing is, yes, but they would have to model those, you know, those tracks, and I don't see us getting that. Random team generate a mini save, yeah. And create a team take place only in European countries, only like. Are you saying that you want the races to be the European races only? Yeah, you can make that happen, Lazy Dog. You could, yeah, you could evenly space GPs, no more triple-handers, things like that. Make all the classes equal on 5 for mine, yeah. Create Apex GP and see how they can be the best. Could I customize the calendar when managing real team instead of my team? No, it has to be created team. I can't access this screen on my team, so you'll have to create an 11 team. You can manage one of the main 10 teams, but the created team will still be there. So do keep that in mind. We're crazy with everything. Fantastic, yeah, freedom. We can get F2 drivers in F1 cars. We can make our own drivers, honestly. I'm thinking of putting Flu versus BKK up against each other. Two people who have been chatting a lot in this channel and have been supporting me for a while. But yeah, we'll have to see what we can do. Flu for the win. There we have Tekka showing up. What about myself? It would be fun. Let's not say no, but it would be fun, yeah, to put two viewers up against each other and put them kind of equal in terms of stats. Do I think people still use the database editor, change calendar? Yes, I think so, because this calendar change is just for the first season. You basically only have one opportunity to change the calendar. So for PC, for instance, that you'll still use the database editor to change the calendar, second, third season, that sort of thing. So the database editor still has its place. This does not, you know, put the database editor to shame. Database editor still has a lot more freedom, but this is a very, very good entry to start editing your experience. But yeah, been talking a lot. Maybe we should get into actually editing things. We can't remove the stable we created. So basically, whenever you create a setup here, you have 25 save slots for presets. So let's say that I want to save this season as it is. I can rename it to whatever I want. Let's say that I made a 2010 lineup, 2010, you know, car performance, things like that. Boom. I now have that. I can just preload it if I want to do a little bit of tweaking, change things up to get it even better. So as you can imagine, you can save your calendar, your regulation, your team lineup, and if you didn't get it completely right, you can go ahead, load up a new create team. If I click down here, I would be able to load any preset I made, and then I can edit it again. So you can do a lot of different things here. Hey, I suppose you may stream with McLaren every week. I know, Jasper. I know. But I'm pretty sure BK has dropped quite a lot of money on this. And Floof is just, you know, the Alpine hyper fan. And you do bully me with the Akavit, so, you know. I need to get you back in one way. Remove all staff and all drivers from teams. It would be kind of funny to see what they pick up. The other teams besides Red Bull have their 2025 real driver lineup. I mean, import and export presets. As they work as save file, I would assume so, but I'll have to check that later on. To be fair, I'm disappointed a bit because the editor only works to create a team. I guess that makes sense, Jakub, honestly. It's fine. Important question. Is there a way to play another team and create a team mode? Yeah, you can pick any team and create a team now. It's just that you need to use this mode to get started, to be fair. You can create up to 22 drivers. I should get a spot at Ferrari. I don't know, Nightwolf. I would assume that there will be the possibility of sharing presets, similar to how you share same files, would be viable, because that would make this even greater, honestly. But the worst drivers on the best teams and the best drivers on the worst teams. Do I think the Hamilton will succeed at Ferrari? Yes. Do you want to build an F1 car with me? I have faith in Ferrari, but yeah, let's get started here. I think, as I mentioned here, I want to put the car performance of every other team at 5 stars, just to see kind of what happens in this, you know, very, very short season. I want to see how the other teams do perform with every car being equal at the top of the grid. I want to see the biggest DRS train in the history of DRS trains maybe ever. To add to this, we'll put everyone's facilities at 3-star. Again, I don't know exactly what this is going to do, but it should make things a little bit more interesting for sure. I think also we're going to go ahead and give everyone at least 20 million of the budget. You can actually give every team now 100 million if you want. I feel 20 million should do the trick here. I don't want to put myself too far behind. And I don't think we'll start at 1 star for this stream if I'm just going to do 8 races. I think we'll start at 3. And see if we can catch up to the teams ahead here. To be fair, I do need staff members too for my creative team. 100 million and 5-star facilities are no balls. I just joined. Apologize if it's been answered. Have I figured out if you can change the tracks and calendar after each season? No. The patch notes, William, does say that you can only do this at the start of the season. You can randomize the calendar, which means that the current tracks you have on the calendar are going to appear in random order, but you're stuck with the tracks that you choose at the start. And if you want to add or remove tracks after that, you will have to use the online save editor because the game doesn't have functionality for that. Make sure the AI refurbish their facilities, please. Honestly, I think we're just going to play 1 season here as more of a testing, just mess around and have fun thing. So the refurbish their facilities shouldn't be a problem time for this one. Unfortunately, there was nothing about that in the patch notes, and there's nothing about that here that we can actually do. The return of Team HRT will depend on drive performance. We could go ahead here and mess around with drive performance too. But I do also want to see just how different teams are going to perform with, say, Sargent in a, you know, top car versus everyone else. To be fair, I was also bullied here to give them max facilities, because otherwise no balls. I'm still going to give them 20 million, but at least this way I can reclaim one of my balls. So let's go ahead and get this sorted. I don't think we'll mess around too much with the staff and everything, but I'm probably going to do videos later on where I do the F2 grade, basically. Where I mess around with, you know, setups, things like that. I'm probably going to make a team with the members of my channel, things like that. But for now, we're just going to get started and mess around a little bit. So, first question to the chat here. I'm just going to go over whatever gets shouted the most. Where are we starting our season? Missed the game when it was free. Was busy with my college year finals, but luckily, Tixaitos, the game is on like a 65% sale right now, so it's not free, but it's still fairly cheap. I have an idea. Each race, a viewer gets to be team principal, so the pit strategy is determined by you. We might do something like that too, but probably not today, Ty. That's also a great idea. Have I looked at the custom drivers yet? No, but we'll mess around with that once I put together my team. My big prediction for the 2025 F1 season: Stroll's going to win a race. Somehow. You should put a tutorial video of how to set up the 2025 season. I'll do that at 1.8, but again, today I'm just going to be streaming, so there'll be some videos on the setup here in the coming weeks. Very interesting creative drive. We're going to take a look at that for sure. 5-star facilities, a 5-star car will definitely mess with the morale system. I'm looking forward to seeing how that's going to work out too. So I'm seeing a lot of Australia here. I'm seeing Brazil. I think Australia is winning out. Unfortunately, Panda, Monaco spam isn't going to work out here. Looks like Australia is the big one, with Brazil coming in second. How do I partially shuffle it? I only see one shuffle button. I haven't actually had a look at that thing big, but you should be getting option at the end of the season. If Stroll can win a race, Fernando can be VDC. Stroll's going to win a race because everyone else crashes out. We have so many teams now being very, very close that we're just going to have a, you know, the top 10 crash out in the corner one day. Silverstone should be the first race. Australia sounds good, yeah. Pay some homage this season. Vegas would be fun as the first race just because we would be getting an insane DRS train. But yeah, we're gonna do some purging here of the calendar. As you can see, each period must contain at least one race. So let's just do this, and I'm gonna put up a vote here over what we do basically for each period. Let's see. Because there was far more of you in chat than I expected. I'm not gonna lie. There were a lot more of you than I expected at the moment. And I appreciate all of you. Let me just say that. Let's see here. Let's go for all my Aussies. They're sleeping because it's the middle of the night over in Australia. Let's see. When you hit shuffle button, you get 2 options, yeah. It's an actual way, most include start from the season 2025. Not right now, but there are a group of guys working on basically that, Mitko. And they're planning to release it sometime between the season pre-testing and the actual start of the real life season. So within the next couple of weeks. I had 7 sprints. Honestly, 24 races with all sprints. Trying to 1-2 every race would also be insanely painful. Final race at Spa. Okay. We're gonna do it like this. I think. Let me know. We're gonna get started with the final race. Give me some options for the final race. I'll make a poll and we'll have that running for a little bit. And then we'll just do each week here in kind of a similar order. It's gonna take a little bit of time, but it's gonna be fun. So let's see what we have here. Vegas, Japan, Brazil, Monaco. Final race Brazil. Honestly, I kind of want to veto that and just do final race Brazil as a classic. Yeah. I would love that. I'm sorry, I'm breaking my own rules here. We are putting Brazil as the final race. It deserves it. But we'll get started here. What is the second race of the season going to be? What are we putting as the second race of the season? Spa? Suzuka? Spa? Baku? 3 votes for Spa so far. I see you trying, Panda. I guess it's going to be a vote then. Yeah, we're not doing any sprints. I'm vetoing sprints. I'm seeing Spa, Suzuka, Baku, and Monaco come up first here. So we are going to go ahead. And I'm going to put up a vote for those 4 as the second race. And whichever one, because those have pretty much been yelled a lot of time here, I am also going to go ahead and pick whatever gets voted at second most here. It's going to be the second race. So what should our second and third race be? Did I not make a poll? Oh, I did the wrong thing there. So that everyone, even those who don't comment, can participate. Let's see. Spa, Monaco, and what were the other 2? Suzuka and Baku, I believe. We'll have to fill in the other races too, so we're going to get some good ones here. You can eliminate sprints entirely, yeah. You can also make every race a sprint if you want to suffer, so you can do that. Let's get this vote up and running. I have to actually exit my OBS to get this vote up and running, so just give me a second. There we are. While you guys vote for our second and third race, I would like to get some options here for what our 4th race is going to be. Put a sprint in Monaco. Honestly, the hilarity of that would kind of be insane. So yeah, we could do something like that, just for fun. 8 races is the lowest, yeah, lowest you can go. Because you need to have 1 race in each of the 8 periods, at a minimum. You cannot use the same track twice, unfortunately. Okay, I am checking the options here, and so far it looks like we're getting Spa as our third race, and sorry, as the second race, and we're getting Japan as our third. Currently 66 of you have voted. 68 now, 69. Nice. It looks like the numbers aren't really changing. So we are going to go ahead. Oh, Suzuka's losing. Monaco is gaining. I guess the idea of putting a... I guess the idea of putting a sprint in Monaco was just so insane that people went, yeah, we're doing it. Yeah, I think we put in Japan right here. So we're starting in Australia. We go to Baku. We go to Japan. And honestly, just because it would be funny, I'm going to add one sprint here with Monaco. Toggle it into sprint weekend. I'm just going to double check here that the sprint weekend is toggle off because it's just straight up a toggle. Okay. Final 3 races. I think we are going to do another quick vote here. Put Monaco 4th. Yeah, I did. I did. You can actually have the same race twice? No, because let's say that I want to put in Monaco. Let's see, we have Monaco here at race 10. Let's say that I want to try and put in Monaco again. It just moves the race date. So you can't actually have the same race twice. And if I try and add any of the ones that only have one race weekend here, it just doesn't work. The option is there, but if you pick it, basically just moves the race or swaps the races around. There's nothing, it doesn't actually do anything, unfortunately. This can't be back-to-back. Do they need to be in different periods? Yeah, let's put in Imola here, and let's put Imola here. No, it still moves. But Montreal in 08 and back here, it still moves. So, yeah, I don't think it's possible. If you've done it, you've bugged out the game somehow, and you have my everlasting gratitude. Why Baku? Bar 1, yeah. Oh, did I place the wrong... Am I stupid? Thank you for calling out my stupidity. I'm trying to... That's a chat at the same time. There we go. Spa. I need to check the vote. Spa, Suzuka. Yeah, sorry. That makes more sense. I'm just an idiot and picked the wrong race because I was working on autopilot. Thank you very much for keeping an eye on me. I need it. Yes, I fixed it. Apologies, everyone. Apologies. And you only have this level customized to create a team. Yes. Database editor will do this job just as fine as well. You are not wrong. I fixed it. We have Spa, we have Suzuka, and then we have Monaco. But we still need 3 more races to fill in. And let's see what we can do here. I put Japan instead of Japan. I'm double checking here that I haven't made any more silly mistakes. Okay. Better Monaco. Honestly, I just want to do Monaco time because Monaco Sprint just sounds silly and weird. I want to give it a go. I think personally this update should have been added when you want to manage a real F1 team. It's such a massive hassle creating a whole F1 team just to manage as. That's fair, Poconaldo. Nice to see you. I appreciate everyone stopping by. Does it have to be a full 24 race calendar to start a season now? No. This is the minimum race calendar you can have. As long as you have 8 races, 1 in each period, you can start. So I can actually do a season as it looks right now. No problem. Mexico is also something I see a lot. So I think we'll have Mexico, Canada. Do we have any other options? Vegas has been yelled out a lot too. Silverstone. I am monetized. Yes, I should be anyways. Unless I lost monetization doing this stream somehow. Okay, so I see Silverstone. A lot of Silverstone. Austria Sprint, Monza. Yes, World Cup is crazy. I assume this is supposed to be World Cup. Apologies, everyone. I think the ads are set up to run every 20-ish minutes, maybe every half an hour. Shouldn't be too bad. So, Silverstone, Monza, Imola, Austria, I think is the options. I do want to get Mexico in there somewhere. honestly, Mexico into Brazil, I do like the idea of that. Mexico is also one of those races that just chill to drive. So we'll get 2 more races in here. Vegas is an option. I will put up a poll, and then I'll go back to answering some questions. So let us get poll up and running with some options here for the 5th and 6th race. We might change that Mexico out too. And I once again made the wrong thing here. Let's see, I saw Vegas, Silverstone, never mind. Sorry, I alt-tabbed. Danvert. I haven't messed around with Linus Poconello, but I have given every team max facilities and max cars. And we're going to start a little bit behind them. I just want to see the mayhem. Danvert, how long do I think the stream will last? I'm going to try and get through this, well, at least halfway through the season. So probably 3-4 hours, perhaps, maybe even more. I start late tomorrow. I only have half a day of work, so I have some freedom here to mess around. Okay, Sandworld, I'm trying to just go through here. Monza. I think we'll add Monza / Imola. Basically, we pick one of the Italian tracks. I like 3 US races to start, 2 Italian races back-to-back. Yeah, that's honestly not bad. But yeah, this is basically just to test out the editor for the most part, test out some of the limits. Sorry, I hit my microphone there. Apologies. Let's put this vote to the test. Let's see what we get. Poll is up, and it's a very tight race here, honestly. Very, very tight race. To be fair, it's probably cheating to put Monza and Imola as their own little thing there. But it's currently neck and neck, Silverstone and Monza or Imola. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to mess around with Vegas this time around by the looks of it. But I could be proven wrong. There's still a couple hundred of you to vote. Someone should make the GP calendars eco-friendly. That would actually be kind of funny to do. But I think we'll mess with that some other time. Silverstone and Monza. Miami, Vegas, Coda. The thing is, I'm trying to just put together a fun, interesting 8-race calendar. Dive to try and go through a season quicker and see how an 8-race season will actually play out. Vote Vegas, my citizens. Monza and Imola did to me. They are to me too, honestly. President of Frontier is stopping. They should add minor updates, such delivery updates, and team-related update. It would be nice. Yes. 21 races, yeah. Okay, let's see here. We have 75 votes. Silverstone is winning at the moment. By quite a lot. So, what we could do here, if we want to have real fun, is to make the end of the season a little bit spicy by, say, adding Vegas in here, because Vegas is seeing some love, but so is Sandvoort. It's just difficult to pick, really. So, we're putting in Silverstone here. I think we're going to put in one of the Italian races here. And then I'm going to probably make some more fun, interesting calendars. Just looking back at this stream some other times. So, unfortunate here for Sandvoort. Unfortunate here for Vegas. It just isn't meant to be, unfortunately, at this time. Vegas Sprint would just be a DRS stream. You're not wrong. Vegas Sprint would just be what we want, my fellow communists. How many races there overall? You can now make a calendar with 8 224 races. To be fair, Ty, I'll give you a freebie here. We'll put Vegas in as the 21st race, and I'll make it a sprint. And we'll make a vote here for what we do with. I don't want to still sprint. We'll make a vote if we do Imola or see. Imola. Imola or Monza? Which one? I'm only giving you one. And then we'll get to actually creating some of you as victims for my team here, I guess. Maxwell win at home this time? Yeah, because home doesn't exist. Are we feeling Monza? Yeah, Monza is 69 versus 31. Yeah, I think the people have spoken. I'm sorry, Asper. I caved to peer pressure. I caved to the silliness of the peer pressure. I really should update the... Yeah, that's the... Okay. I'm gonna just update the thumbnail quickly with the stupidest season ever, which is this one. Oh, you know what? I'm not even gonna... Oh, sorry. I'm not even gonna bother. We are just gonna jump straight into it. Finally, do we want to do something silly here with the rules and regs? That's gonna be the last one. Rules and regs are gonna be our last option here. Let's see a attacker with fluke in the team. Be careful making a driver. If they're too good, they cost over 100 million. Luckily enough, I can see how inexpensive a driver is going to be before I sign him, so it's going to be good. The F1 2024 DRS World Championship. Everything on. Double points, pole position. I think we stick with Scheme 1. Well, this would be kind of hilarious to go with the Scheme 3, but only top 6 score points. That would make the sprint insanely valuable, because the sprint point scheme doesn't actually change. Like, no matter what you do here, the sprint point change doesn't actually change whatsoever. So, hello Corey, what are you doing? Sorry, you're yelling at me. Did I do something wrong? Strict regs? What's the lineups look like? I haven't actually changed any drivers around yet. We might do it afterwards. Points for every position. Unfortunately, as I said here, they haven't actually given you full freedom. You can go with the current point scheme, you can go with the top 8 score points, and the top 6 score points. They haven't actually given you full freedom to mess around with this, unfortunately, but we can add pole position, we can double the points last, and we can also add the fast lap bonus point. So while I would have loved to give points for every position, it just isn't possible right now. I'm just so happy about these updates. That is an acceptable reason to scream Corey. 2 engine per team? Honestly, that would be fine. It's just 9 races. Making Xbox and Switch way more fun. Yeah, that's the point. Equal ATR. To be fair, that wouldn't be a bad idea here. It would limit me somewhat too. But yeah, equal ATR. I think that's one good one. Hello, school. I'm doing good, just a little bit tired, but the update is bringing life into me here. I am tempted to just run like this then, and we give them 3 gearboxes in case someone hits a wall. Honestly, I feel like giving 2 engines there just means that whoever crashes is just going to be screwed over, because you lose so much money now because it's just 9 races. It's just 9 races, and as a result of that, we're not actually, you know, getting a lot of money from sponsorships anymore. We don't want race day sponsorships anymore. We want the other type, unless it scales, which would be even more insane. I guess we'll try this. I think it could be fun. 2 gearboxes, no mercy. Frontier didn't add unlimited gearboxes, like 24 unrealistic, didn't pay for it. Yeah, I would have loved some more point systems too. Wish I could edit real driving stats. Yeah, it felt like we were supposed to be able to do that, Mark, which is a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, engines are 5 million. You can't go back and edit after you've done the initial setup and each save. That's true, AG, but you can save the setup, and if you figure out a mistake early on, you can just load up that setup again and get going. There's so few races to gearbox are doable. I'm just worried that some teams will just be completely scuffed if they crash. Let's spice up racing, go for point scheme 3. Honestly, that would be kind of funny. The gearbox should be more reasonable. I think the people have spoken. 2 gearboxes. Can't go lower than 2, unfortunately. So we'll have to live with this. I think we're going to tune the cost cap down to 125 million. And we'll give some more money to whoever wins this somehow. Do we want to go for scheme 3 though? We'll make another poll on this with the point scheme because I think it's kind of necessary. Points scheme. Or system, rather. 1. Current. 2. Top 8 score point. Top 8 get points. And 3. Top 6 get points. Which one do we want to try for here? For this silly short season. We should map out a calendar, make it, and send it to me. Yeah, you could. Honestly, with the season customization added, I'm going to be taking on probably a couple of challenges that you guys do create. So if you have a good challenge in mind, make the preset, upload it to my Discord, and I'll definitely be doing this. I wanted to do something similar to Save Your Seat, but there was no good saves actually given in the 2024. Most of it was just fun messing around saves, so I haven't actually gotten on doing that. But yeah, if anyone has to say where something has gone really, really wrong, you can upload that as well, and I'll try my best to kind of guide you through it in order to save your place in the team. Scheme 3, what are the schemes? So scheme 1, the current one, as you can see. Scheme 2, top 8 score points, similar to sprints. Well, not really. There's more points for first and second, but very similar to sprint scoring. And scheme 3 here, first to 6 score points, with the first place scoring 10. So what are we thinking here? It seems scheme 3 is getting the most votes here, with the top 6 scoring points. I think this is the only time I've ever seen someone want to have the top 6 scores point scheme. I think this is the only time we'll ever see it. So let's give that a go. The cost cap, the minimum you can do is 125. The maximum you can do is 175. We're just doing 125 here. The AI doesn't care anyway, so it's more so for us. But even then, it isn't really going to limit us in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, this is going to be the silly calendar. I should probably close that poll, but it's not in the way for anyone. But yeah, let's see what we can do here. Can I do this customization again after a season? It is a one-time thing, Dive, unfortunately. The only thing you can do after a season is randomize the order of the GPs. You can't add or remove any more of them. Cannot remove the cost cap completely. After update, the words are gone. That could be a problem with a mod, Vixie. I know that the real sponsored mods caused that issue at one point for me. I would run into that issue myself. If you don't have any mods, try and verify integrity of the game files, or even a reinstall. Monaco and Vegas are about to be worth double points? Yes. And Arrow, since we're not getting a new F1 manager, are you going to continue playing this game for how long? Until I no longer have fun with it, until people are no longer interested, basically. I do a lot of different stuff, so it could also be a different game catches my attention. As long as I'm enjoying it, I'm going to be playing it. That's basically just my simple answer to that. They should have added the scheme of P1 to P12 to get points. Yeah, I would. Honestly, they've already made a very, very nice baseline here with the editor. If they add more different schemes for, you know, the ATR for points, that alone could be huge. Like in a couple of months, if they, you know, add more options for the editor, that too would spark again a little bit more life into the game. So I think they might be doing that in future, and they've just done that this in kind of a calculating fashion. No silly season transfers. We could do silly season 2. Do we want to do silly season by basically removing every driver and staff from the team? Actually, how do I do that? Just like that. Okay. Do we want to do silly season? Are we feeling silly season 2? To just make it even more fun? I don't think I need a poll for this. I'm not seeing a single no. Did you know for Great Team you don't have to choose team you make? Yeah, I know. Your bot has a real chance. Let's see. Randomize teams and poll for max of 3 changes. So much live stuff to do. So sorry, we're not getting a new one. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but honest, Jim, I don't like the early releases for games like this because, again, it just they don't get properly fleshed out. If they had released just 22, developed it, and then added like a yearly DLC pack for like $10 that just updates car performance and drivers, a lot of people would have bought those packs. And honestly, I think they would have made more money that way than the way they're currently doing it. Okay, so put the best staff into the worst teams, the worst staff in the best team. So every team is actually equal right now. They all have the same facilities. They all have the same car performance. That's kind of the fun here. Every team is kind of similar in that regard. I want to see just what I can do. But yeah, it looks like silly. I see one big no from school. So yeah, top 4 teams get F2 drivers. As said, every team has been equalized too to make this even more fun. Vettel back from retirement. I'll cost 1 star or 2 mil. The problem with 1 star is that since we are the player and we know what we're doing, we will immediately, you know, destroy everyone if we do this. And I don't think like that is a good idea. Like, it would basically just be us. It would be 22 Sauber cars for the first race. And for the second race onwards, we'd just be sailing ahead for the win. No one able to challenge us in any way, shape, or form. And I do not like that prospect. I don't know why I'm going back and forth there. Oh, right. It's because it's just easy to click him. Then it just pops up where he is. I am going to save the preset, though, when we've got everything sorted. And I'll try and upload it to my Discord, if I can. That should make things a little bit interesting, too. If you guys want to play along. Because I would assume we can download and upload presets. Because since you can save them, and I'm pretty sure it just works in the same way we save, you know, saves. I would assume we can share them if we just find the correct folder. If anyone already know which folder it is, please let me know. And I'm also sorry for not looking at chat for a while. I just need to purge every team member. This is going to be pretty wild. I don't know if I'm going to have the cream of the crop. Do we want to put together a team for us? Why? Or do we want to be part of the mayhem? I think we do need to put together a team for us just to be on the safe side. I'll have to just sit down once I'm done with this and catch up with chat, so apologies. It's going to be very interesting to see who picks up who here. There we go. Every team has been completely purged. Except Ferrari, apparently. Good thing I checked. I saw the red dot and was just like, oh, Ferrari has been purged. No, it's because I misclicked. But now, every time should have been a member of the purge. But yeah, thank you for telling me that Charles still a Ferrari. Would be good. Which legacy tracks were in? Me too. You can remove everyone without switching teams. Yes. Be part of the mayhem. I was thinking of just making a couple of you guys into drivers and stuff. Can you check create a driver and make a video out? We're going to get to it, Martin. That's going to basically be the next part we're doing. But you cannot be... I was hoping you would miss Ferrari. Sorry, Asper. No mercy here. Be part of the mayhem. The thing here is that I don't know if the mayhem is going to be that the AI just signs to everyone before we get a chance. And that would be the problem. The most eco-friendly account is finished by Tie and Tech. See, can I be a driver? Can I be a driver? Can I be a driver? I was thinking of making some of the guys that have been supporting my channel the longest, the drivers. And then I think we'll have a vote on the staff even. Cannot change engine stats, you still need to use the online database editor for that, unfortunately. Bluefin Alpine. Get the pick of everyone like usual. I'm wondering if we can do this with our team though. Start blank is what I'm saying. But we might just need to make staff members. But I think we're everything sorted here. Unsaved season changes. Let's save this as just silly season. And if you give me a minute, I'm going to go into the save file location and see if I can find this one. But yeah, 9 races, 2 sprint races, save time. This does smell like just straight up a save file location thing. So just give me a minute here to check if I can find the location. Manager, saved, save games, customization.save. I assume that's the one. So it just goes straight into your save folder. That's actually kind of neat. No, basically the same place you put your saves is the exact same place you can put the customization. I am going to chuck it in the stream announcement channel on my Discord. And let me know if you can get this to work, but I would assume it just works straight out like anything else would. Customization.sav is loaded up into my Discord. This should be available there. Can I be a staff cleaner or something? Floof and Alpine, Floof and Alpine. Do we want to give Floof an Alpine seat just from the get-go in the honor of the Floof? He's going to actually be so pissed when he wakes up, though. Well, not pissed. It's going to be weird. Yeah, you can't start blank. Yeah, so we're just going to make our own staff then. Own drivers and that sort of thing. How do I get this menu, man? Basically, if you go to create a team, it's going to be the first thing you get, IBK. If you don't make me a driver, I'll send you 500 balls to activate. How about this, Jesper? Instead of going full silly season... Oh. I'm glad I saved. We'll see now if I can load properly. Yeah, it worked. Okay. We are going to make... Floof. And we're going to call him Le Floof. For those of you who don't know or are new to my stream, Floof is basically the biggest Alpine fan you'll ever find. And we do need to put him in Alpine. Just because of that. He is Australian. I have no clue how old he is. But he definitely has 100% marketability. We'll give him max development rate. And honestly, he's very aggressive in his love for Alpine. So we'll do it like this. What overall do we want to give him? Create team LBK. Yeah, this is on every platform. Else ranks, how you do it? Yeah, you can make drivers, you can make staff, you can make basically 22 drivers, 22 race engineers, 11 of the other staff members. You can fill in the entire grid with your own staff members. 99 from Tekka. Make Jasper a 1 rank driver. Save folders from other things won't work with it? Okay. I see a lot of 88 and 85. One smoothness. Having so many UI issues with things not showing up like the experience in a claim text. It could be mod related, Thomas, or it could just be the game being buggy. Do you have any mods installed? 82, 89. I kind of feel like we'll do a middle ground and we'll just give him 85 overall. And we'll see how he does. Like this. 0 smoothness and 0 tire wear. Text emission in some option, at least for me. As I said, it could be mod related. But I don't know. It's not yet on Nintendo Switch. It is out on Nintendo Switch, Bent. I've had people confirm it for me too. You might need to just force an update on your save game. Marketability can't be 100. To be fair, he is supporting the French. Let's put it down to 65. Make him max age. Do we want to make him like a 35-year-old? We give him a little bit of a buff in his pace stats because he is 35 years old in this one. And we put his smoothness down to 70 because you guys want to punish him a little bit. A weird small nation. But we know where he's from, so we can't really do that. Supporting French is 0. Okay. But yeah, we're going to do this. We now have Floof in an Alpine. And I am going to go ahead and put Jasper, who's basically a big fan of Ferrari in here too. On everything. French team, French surrendering? That would be funny. But yeah, this is gonna be the only two mercy things. It would be kind of funny to make him female, but let's not do that. Unless you identify as a female Jasper. Let me know. What do you identify? Can you make me a space engineer too? To be fair, you're now Malaysian, because I don't actually know where you're from. We'll give you 70. And similarly here to Floof, I'll give you 85 overall rating. Just like that. There we are. I'll max out your development too. Age 50? Can we even go up to 50? British male, 40 years old. Hamilton's long-lost brother. I don't know why I'm looking for British here, when it should be English. Is English not an option? Is this British Isles? Yeah. United Kingdom, perhaps. Yeah, it's United Kingdom. Okay, that makes more sense. UK, yeah, I'm Norwegian. We never call it the United Kingdom or anything like that. It's England, Scotland, Ireland, you know? It's Great Britain. Yeah, basically. We're gonna do it like this. I love to be in kick. I think that is it. We do need to still have some silly season. The island. The cursed land, as we also call it. So there we are. Select you there. And we'll have to see if you beat Floof or Floof beats you. That's gonna be the big one. But we are ready here. We are going to continue as it is. Formula 1. And from here, you basically know how it works. It is basically the same as we do usually. I don't know what we want to call our team. I'm very tempted to just call it 1.11 testing. I've not found any option. I've been missing text in Siggy, so I don't know what is causing the problem, unfortunately. Should I add in Mika Hakkinen? Yeah. The save works, by the way. Cheese raising. I do kind of like that. I need Jerry as our, you know, as our marker on the car here. WTF raising Zimbabwean. Farmer is saved. Nice. That's facility say I'm gonna start not, you know, fully behind everyone. They're close enough. So we are going to put in level 3 design center and suspension sim. For the others here, I wish I could destroy my scouting department, but I can't. Let us upgrade the team hub. In terms of operational here, I don't need a boardroom. I don't need a tour center. I don't need a helipad or weather center. We are going to maximize the hospitality. We are going to maximize the memorabilia. And I guess we'll put 1 point into the helipad here. But we're not going to be fully nerfed because I want to try and compete a little bit here. So we're going to start at a 3-star performance, which is basically upper midfield. And in a field when the 9 cars ahead of every car ahead of us should be a lot quicker, I think that is a fair compromise. Ambitious but rubbish. Yeah. Thank you, Ty. Appreciate it. Max helipad. Helipad we can actually max with the finances, so I wouldn't worry too much about that one, honestly. Next up, team members. We do need to pick our team members here. We can't actually be part of the silly season, as I was told. So, we are going to create some drivers. Now, for those of you who've been here for a long time, who should we put into our team? Should I be the pinnacle of vanity and make myself? Pinnacle of vanity and arrogance and make myself. How hard would impossible be if you give everyone 1-star car and yourself at 5? That's actually an interesting proposition. Esky. Oh, Easy Cyberpup. Sorry. I know why I called you Esky. That's actually an interesting challenge to try out. I'm not going to make my drivers 100 overall. They're going to be something similar to what I made Jasper and Bloof. Headstar? Oh, what's it? What is actually useful name though? Create myself, put celebs, Colton Herter. Make yourself, make yourself. Hello Furkan, how you doing? With the driver managed by Nero, the team principal. I do it from I'm from the pit lane apparently. Okay, let's go for it. Apparently I drive the car while managing everything. I am gonna give you guys full control over everything else. So what stats should I have? And I'm not gonna accept max stats. Let me just say that right away. I'm gonna put my experience of veteran at least for this game. I'm not gonna accept that 100 overall, although I appreciate it. I'm glad to hear you're doing good, fucking. We are having fun. We're just messing around with the editing right now. We spent an hour on it already, and it's kind of insane. Nero factory. All the stuff should be. Basically, what you're telling me is that I should just make what's the? Is it Camino? It's called Camino. Is my stream broken right now? Or is it just it's just a preview that's broken. My bad. It showed me something I did like an hour ago. Let's see, 85 as well. The lowest stats, mid development rate. We can turn down my development rate to average. Or just high, so I can do car focus. 82, 69, 85. Yeah, should make the clone army and just make everyone narrow. Stream is fine, good. 100 cornering, everything else 85. Yeah, let's do it like this. Let's put 90 cornering, put everything else at 85, and I'll also give myself 95 smoothness because I love smoothness. We need to sacrifice something, and what do we sacrifice? I'm bad at defending. I'm very bad at defending. I lose last lap quite often by making mistakes with both overtaking and defending, so let's put that down. Anything else I need to sacrifice for this to be acceptable? I'm still 86. That's one too high. 50 overall. Make the grid 22 Hamiltons. Reactions lower it. Yeah, I'm getting old. Do it like that. Adaptability. Let's turn that down too. Are we happy with this? Or do we want to make any changes? 65% accuracy. I think that's going to put me too at risk, but sure, let's go 75 at least. This way we're 83 overall. I think we can accept this. There we go. Let's change in the patch. Basically just giving us an in-game kind of editor at the beginning of, say, high cornering, 90 braking. The others will outdevelop you. Yeah, that's fine, but the other two drivers we made are just two random ones, so it's fine. Max development. Should I put Latifi as my second driver? That would be insane. But I think this is good enough. We're 84 overall. I'm not going to spend too much time messing around. Let's select. And now begins the pain. Do we think Edster deserves a second seat, or do we have any other honorable ones? Stroll? Stroll. People want Stroll. Danny Rick, check the 1-star. To be fair, I'm gonna not take a current driver, like a real-life driver, just because I want to see what the silly season does, remember. Has there been a Norwegian F1 driver? Well, I don't know if one is in F1, but we have Hauger in F2. Great massive spin. Votes for the Void, Edster. Get Antonelli. Take a woman. We could make Magnus Carlsen, honestly. That would be funny. But yeah, we're not going to take anyone that exists in reality as an F1 driver in the database. Purely just because, again, I want to see the madness for the silly season. Make Jarno. Do we want to make Jarno Opmer? I do kind of want to make Magnus because he's also Norwegian. I think that would be funny. So we're going to have the weirdest vote that's probably ever happened in a you know, F1 Manager stream. Jarno versus Magnus Carlsen. Which one will be our second driver? Did I swap the drivers around the teams? No, I fired everyone from every team, including staff. So every team starts with no one, which is why we have the silly season kind of thing going right now. As that would be good, but unfortunately it isn't here, so it's kind of losing his seats due to that. Make the Team Norway national team. Could be funny. Communism wins. Hey, I did driver ratings now. No, unfortunately, Jack. I thought it was coming, it didn't. But you can create 22 drivers potentially, which would be enough to, you know, kind of put together a whole new grid. Yano is winning out very, very minorly right now. Are we going to get Yano up there as a driver? We do need to max him out like 90 overall if we do that. Trump and Biden. We're not going to mess around with the politics that hard. Use Yano's livery if he wins. Yeah, we're probably going to do that. We could do that. Poland and Erdogan has the engineers. Yeah, the database editor still works. Yes, this is just an additional thing that you can do before you start your save. Magnus has to be something at least. Hey, Nervax, so you take a peek at tank evolution changes. We're still trying to set up a save here, Electric, unfortunately. Nice to see you. But until we get into the save, I can't really mess around with track evolution. So, Yano is winning as second driver, but honestly, I'm fine with making Holland, Erdegaard, and Carlson staff members. I think that would be okay too. So, let's quickly put this together. We are creating Yarmo. Yano Duarte, apparently. No. And we will use his livery too. Give him that one. How old is he? I don't know how old Opmer is, but I believe he is Dutch. It's N for Netherlands. There we go. Honestly, in terms of everything here, we kind of need to give him some good things too. I'm just going to give him 90 overall. Yana's going to keep us competitive. I'm going to have something to fight. I'm going to be the old annoying one that tries to beat a younger, much better teammate. 24, 26. I see the votes are 24, 25. Wikipedia says 24. Unfortunately, you're not getting Trump and Biden. We'll do it like this. Can we find a picture that kind of looks like him? Is that one acceptable, or should we keep on rolling? I'm going to be Hamilton, yeah. Well, I'm going to be the worst Hamilton. The best part here for anyone that's played a Paradox game is his tag here, OPM. One province in mine. That was George Russell. Make appropriate cubic. Doesn't look 24. That's fair. Is that better? Like Ben Williams as a race engineer. I'm going to pass on that one. Am I the only one not really happy with face options? To be fair, these are basically the regen faces that they have in the game currently. I don't think they've added any more faces. I think we'll just stick with them one because it'll be painful to keep on rolling. He doesn't really look like him, I'm going to be honest, but it'll get the job done. And at least we look slightly different. Okay. I think I want Magnus as our technical chief. And I have no clue how old Magnus Carlsen is either. He is 34. That's going to be the youngest ever for this one. I think we're going to get a good face to represent him. And I'm going to give him 85 overall. I don't want to be super overpowered here, honestly. And still, this is going to be one of the top members of a team. So it's still going to be good. Solskjaer? Yeah, we're going to get Magnussen in here as our Staff member. Like, yeah, Jeff. Honestly, I'm gonna do that because that's just funny. We're gonna call him Jeff. Just because that makes it even funnier. Sorry, if the idea is funny, I'm gonna accept it. The rule of fun prevails. And that's just a perfect place for Jeff too. Like so. And Jeff is, of course, a newcomer to racing, but he's a seasoned veteran when it comes to his race engineer duty. So Jeff is now also part of the team. How much am I actually paying you? 25. Okay, that's acceptable. We might need to nerf Opme because he's expensive. Did you make your team nationality Norwegian? I did. Make Marcus the other one? Are we calling him Mark? Are we calling him Mark? Jeff here. Can I edit Jeff? You want communication at 100? I'll grant you that. The fact that we have Jeff and Mark, honestly, what I should have done is call one Jeff Mark and the other one. Yeah, we're gonna change it. One's gonna be Jeff Mark, and the other one's gonna be Mark Jeff. And I guess both of them are UK, aren't they? So like this. Here we have Jeff Mark. And we need to rename you to Mark Jeff, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, this is silly but funny still. So Mark Jeff Mark. There we go. Or do we want to do Jeff and Mark? Which one do we want? First name equal last name? We want to do first name equal last name? Jeff and Mark? Okay, I think you guys have spoken. I thought it was fun. I guess I've been downvoted to oblivion. So Jeff and Mark are back on the table. And we are going to go ahead here. And I think putting Ødegaard and Haaland as the other two could be just funny for other reasons. So let's just quickly make them. I need ages of... it froze for me. What is their actual first names? Haaland is 24, Ødegaard is 26, but females. Erling Haaland, yeah, and Martin Ødegaard, yeah, correct. Thank you for reminding me. Best part is, I'm on a Norwegian keyboard, so I can do this. And honestly, we'll just do 85 overall again. I don't want to be, get team members that are super overpowered, but it's still going to help us a little bit. Did Magic do it again? This patch only on DLC. This patch is free for everyone who has the game. The way the Norwegian work is that, in theory, this is the same as this. And this is funnier for me, so we're just going to do it like that. His actual name is 2A's, but... Oh, we probably should edit his face too. And we get... That's acceptable, it's not great, but it'll do the job. He looks very old, let's be fair, but... He'll get the job done. And I'll do the same here with Haaland. There we go. Again, it's mostly for the jokes. To be fair. And it's kind of funny that way. What is training at 100 and his aptitude at 85, everything else at 85? Is that correct? It's double A in Ødegaard. Yeah, I know. I'm just messing with it. Clarkson. We could make a full British team some other time with Clarkson, Hammond, and May. You choose faces from selection? No. The only way you choose faces is by randomly rolling until you get something you're happy with. And since these faces are just random ones from basically the regen, I want to use those faces. Funny. I want to... You basically are limited in a big way on how you do things. We might be financially destroyed here, I just realized, because that's 25 million. Some of these other guys are also very expensive. So this could suck massively. We definitely need Mercedes engines, even if it's just 9 races this season. And in terms of our car livery, I think we decided that we wanted Opmares, since we are using him anyways. Let's see if I can find it. That's the Twitch livery. Which one is Opmares? It's not this one, is it? No, that's Tom. There it is. Second try. Found it. Okay, driver suits. I am just going to choose something that kind of, well, not really gels with it. Let's just go fully white and a little bit of blue. Easy does it. And our logo. I don't have any good logos here. As you can see, when I uninstalled the logo thing, this is the new Andretti logo. You can see that, you can still see what it's supposed to look like. But I think we'll just use a preset logo here, or we'll spend another hour messing around. This is a Norwegian team. I'm kind of just tempted to use this. It kind of pays homage to it. Yeah, it'll do the trick. I don't think we're too bothered about it. Anyways, it's just a very short season here, and if we want to get anything done, we need to speed along. Okay, Odegaard as captain, some more leadership. Calm down. Mark needs to be worse than Jeff. What's new in the mod? It's basically not doing anything new in the mod. They've just updated the game. So you can now do a lot of editing, Andrew, in the game itself before you start your season. Do I know how many faces are? No, I have no clue. See what 100% 100 overall costs? Probably a lot of money. Red, white, and blue. You're not wrong. Although we might be messing around with Ferrari if we do this. This needs to be more white. Then we need a proper blue. Like so. But yeah, we could also go back here and just check. But considering this is already 25 million, anything more than that is going to be expensive. And I think we are just ready to get going. You got to nerf some of those staff stats. To be fair, we are nerfed compared to the other teams. They're all starting with level 5 cars. We're starting with level 3. Which is why I'm being a little bit... generous with the staff stats here. To make things more interesting. Use the clap logo. Just use Norwegian colors on the logo. And colors make yellow, change the color. Is this a good game to get if you're an F1 fan? Been hovering over the game for a little bit and have seen some people saying that there's some bugs. Most bugs have been fixed now. I'm not going to deny the mechanics could be better. But right now, the game is in a pretty good state. And it's on sale for like $12. So it's a really, really good deal at the moment if you want to test it out. So it's in a really good spot compared to previous editions. And they just released a patch that gives you a lot of freedom when editing. We've spent almost 1.5 hours now just putting the save together. But we haven't even begun. So yeah, it's kind of weird. Can you only edit the teams in a created team save? Yeah, it's created team saves only, but you can start with any team now in created team. No, it was free on Epic until Thursday last week. It's no longer free. Unfortunately, it took me 45 minutes. Yeah, but I've had some help, Karma, from the very helpful people in chat here. So we are just gonna go. There were some questions here to edit the logo in terms of colors. The fact that the entire inside is red is not amazing. Oh. But we'll do something similar to what we wanted. Did it not say my team colors? Just do it like that. There we are. Okay, so team colors is still there. I think we made the logo somewhat acceptable. But yeah, I think we're going to try this out. We have Yano's car. He's driving for us for this one because we are messing around and having fun. So let's go ahead and... I can't forget what we call the self-cheese raising. One thing though, whenever you do this, you cannot play any sort of tutorial. So keep that in mind. You are locked to Experience Manager, no guidance. That shouldn't be a problem. Do we feel like we're ready to jump into the season proper this time? Or do we still need a little bit of time here before we go? Wait, do you get Jana on the Deluxe? I don't know if it's part of the Deluxe. But I do have basically everything. You should do a Norwegian flag. Jasper, have you forgotten when this game first came out? How painful it was to watch me try and do anything in the editor? Like, people were rolling on the floor laughing in pain and suffering. You can change team name mid-season if you want. Yeah, we can. Baxnero. To be fair, we can do that. The team principal is Baxnero. Or do we want to switch the driver? Because we can still do that. Or Sabor. Oh. How do we feel about that? Orange Shab. Do I think the editor will work with this new update? I think it will, Achiroku, because the editor is a save game editor. This doesn't actually change the save files in any meaningful way. It just changes some presets, so it should work perfectly fine. Not even the Duke one, and I'm so to the guy. It must be part of the deluxe edition then. Exactly. And I cut it into 2 names, so we get going. I think we're ready. Let's get going here. We are starting the pain. And I'm wondering how this is gonna go. We might actually regret not giving ourselves a 4-star car. All things considered. So we are currently neutral. We're unhappy with car performance, we're unhappy with facilities. We have Melbourne in 12 days. We don't love Jeff yet. And honestly, due to... I do have high development rate. Do we have any affiliates? Does the game give us a couple? Marian Weiss and Wagner Acevedo. Okay. To be fair, I need to put both of these guys on marketing to live. And I think I might just need to keep both of our drivers here on development. So Jeff only has 10 months left. How about the rest of our boys? 10 months for these two. Let us... Honestly, this could actually be... Do you know what I didn't think about? The pick crew is going to be insane. Because we can train so much more in a season where there's no races. So I'm just going to start with what I usually like to do, which is get down that error chance. I'll just get this sorted. We have 12 days until the first race weekend, which should mean that the first race weekend is right here. Let's just get this sorted. We're not actually getting any fatigue at the moment. Let's put in a couple of gym training sessions. Like so. And honestly, we can do a couple more right before the race weekend there. 17 is a little bit too much, so let's just do 10%. That is acceptable. Okay, anything else you think I need to do before we get started? We do need to look at the other teams, but do we want to keep it a surprise for quality in Australia, or do we want to take a look at it now? What are we feeling like? Where am I from? I'm from Norway. Will mentality be frozen? I would need to fire up the editor to do that, Poconaldo. We'll probably, again, I'll probably do some more challenge saves later on, but for now I think I will not bother. But we could do that if people want. Because if not, I'm going to have to deal with that. Very interesting names to give a driver's staff. It's... All of the people in chat help with that. I can't take full credit alone. I like 3 drivers that are 3, yeah. Should totally made everyone 1 rating. Could be funny to have a season with everyone being 1 rating, but it's going to be a bit painful. What's different from gym training and pit crew drills? Gym training is for lap time. Pit crew drills is for lowering the chance of them making a mistake during a pit stop. Surprise now, surprise. It seems 50-50. Keep us a surprise, make a poll. Edit it later, play around with this first, yeah. That does not look like on offnet. But we don't have the luxury here in Inferno to actually pick our faces. We had to roll random until we got one we were, you know, not happy with, but accepted. Surprise! Don't look at any. The quality results go straight to the race. We're gonna get those quality results anyways, unless I black out the screen for everyone. But I think we have a bigger problem at the moment. And that is just how far are we behind the Red Bull here? Just 100? Okay, that's actually salvageable. In a weird way. This could actually be a very interesting season. To be fair, we're that far behind every team. There are some slight variations there, depending on what they focused on. But for the most part here, every one of the top teams here are going to be very similar in terms of stats. But there are actually some slight variations, which is actually good to see. This is going to be very, very interesting. Oh, did I spoil it? I'm sorry. I have been revealing the drivers, yes, but I didn't think. I just want to see what the cars look like. I hope it looks like he's 15 and has 5 kids. Let's face it, the next spoiler is going to be at Australia. We can't really do anything. I'm just going to get the development underway. I apologize for the slight spoilers there. But every team should be somewhat equal, so honestly, unless you are, you know, preferential to a team, it shouldn't be a big deal. I should have looked at Alpine, though, and Ferrari, because we know who's in those cars. That would have been a better choice. Okay, let's get this started. It's going to bring us a lot closer to the other teams. Did I put in all my safety and wind tunnel? I did. We have money, but I don't know how far this money is going to take us, so we're just going to use engineers to speed things up. And there should be a fairly sizable break between the first race and the next, so I think we'll be okay. Also, I don't want to scout for affiliates yet, because again, more spoilers. So, we'll do that after the first race. I'll nerf myself a slight amount. 15% tire preservation from this upgrade is actually nuts. That's actually kind of insane, but we'll take it. And lastly, let's get the side pods upgraded here. I'm going to do cooling and airflow middle first. I don't think we necessarily need the cooling, it's just a short season. But it's just going to help us get settled in. So let's do it like that. Signs are sorted. I think we're ready to go towards the first weekend. But yeah, I apologize for spoiling the drivers. I did not intend to. I made myself a new save, made myself a Mozambique team, Red Bull. I understand some of these words, but that's a lot of 21, yes. But the first rated car is ludicrous. That's because I made every car the best on the grid with the editor to make this challenging. You also revealed I am a Ferrari. Well, everyone knows you're a Ferrari. We edited you, Jasper. I would also love that, Inferno. I think we might get some more schemes, or maybe even some more freedom doing that. And potentially we could see some, you know, people modding the game make more schemes for us, potentially. How do I select a real team instead of making my own? Mess that up, only a 2-3 race duration? That's fine, Corey. Do you want to see something funny, Corey? This is our calendar. We're only doing 9 races. We don't need durability. This is our season. We're doing a short one. We have the Australian GP here. And then we have the next one a month later in Belgium. Then, a month and a half later, we're going to Japan. And in June, we're heading to Monaco. Then we have July and almost all of August off before we go to the British GP. September, we go to Italy. Mexico in October before we go to Las Vegas in the shift of the month, and then Sao Paulo. So, yeah, the calendar is a little funny. Let's just put it like that. Reverse points would have been crazy, yeah. Totally would have made first place get 100 points. I have a feeling Floof is at Alpine. I don't know why. Yeah, I wanted to. How do I select the real team instead of make my own? Do I know how? I didn't actually check this where I could pick that. So I'll have to figure that out myself later, unfortunately, as well. This time of the year altered weather in the game? I think it's gonna mess with temperature. That would make sense. But I don't know if there's any, highest limits, lowest limits. We have 21% chance of rain here in Australia. 29%, 45, 16. 0% in Las Vegas. We do have some decent chance of rain here for some of these races, so I think we'll have 1, maybe 2 wet races if we're unlucky. Let's see. I do need to start working on upgrading some of these facilities to give myself more of a boost too. Because mentality still needs a little bit of up and up. That was not enough to bring you guys to your happy place, unfortunately. Let's see what the sponsors have to say about our team, how they feel about this. Yeah, it's not 24 races at all. Upgrades will be hard since I don't get money. The thing is here, I'm wondering how, in particular, I'm very curious how the funding here is going to work, because engagement might be what we need to focus on this time around. But if race day funding now is split on 9 races instead of 24, that they actually done it properly, that too could be insane. But I think we'll just stick with Edward Swift here. It is an engagement sponsor, and I want to try this. I want to see if we get like 2 million per position a race if I do this. Because that too would be kind of wild, let's be honest. I need to also try and get some money up front here. Do it like that. And a last one, I think, is going to be Henrik here, as Henrik gives us a staff development rate buff. This is actually a very good deal for us. We get 70 million up front, 43 in engagement, 26 on race day. And because we get so much in engagement, that should keep us afloat. I hope. But yeah, we'll do that. Nationality here, we can actually change that as you see, if we see fit. Car livery, I believe we can't mess too much around with it in terms of decals. No, we can't edit it. Because it's a pre-made one. We could mess around with the drive suit, but honestly, I want to get in a race here and see how badly we get trashed. And also where we stack up compared to the rest of the grid. You are not worth a lot of points there. We need 7,500. Yeah, we're not reaching the goals here this first time, I think. I don't want to sacrifice Opmir's or mine, for that matter's, mentality. We're not even getting close to engagement target here. Oh, yeah, this gonna hurt. We need to get more affiliates, but we'll do that, as I mentioned, after Australia, when we actually know the lineups proper. That is going to be the compromise here. It's just a button. Yeah, I missed that button, Jasper. Can you add or change the preset phase, or they randomly drop one? You can re-roll it as many times as you want, so don't worry about that. Can you also choose the order of tracks? Yes, we start at Australia. You can choose exactly when you want to run them. Basically, have to pray for mixed weather condition every race. Did I make the 2025 calendar? No, I just made a random 9-race calendar. Well, supposed to be 8-race calendar, but then Vegas was basically bagged for with a sprint. So it's not even close to 2025 calendar, although this would have been wild. Should have done Qatar in August, should have done Qatar in July, and watch the tires melt. Make your own team and play against it, press on team logo at the end of editing. Thank you, Ben, for letting us know. Am I going to do a real F1 2025 season save? Yes, it's going to happen at 1 point jack, for sure. Can you edit or change the preset phase, or they randomly drop one? No, you can re-roll the preset phase as many times as you want, but you can't really edit it. You'll just have to keep on re-rolling. But yeah, continue, and let's just go to Australia here. And this first race is going to be painful. We are just going to zoom through it. I think it's going to be the goal, because we need to get a couple of upgrades on the car. So Australia is going to be everyone kind of checking each other out while we just sit on the sidelines. And I'm going to waste a little bit of money here getting some team upgrades going. But hopefully that's not going to backfire. It probably will backfire, but we'll have to just deal with that when it happens then. Hero, please look at the objective. I know. Board wants me to finish second, if I'm not mistaken. Second or above. The board is actually bipolar. Look at this. Season objective, second or above. Long-term objective, points contender. Yeah, this is actually kind of interesting. That our season objective is second or above, but the long-term objective is points contender. I think I might have found a bug here, honestly. But worst case scenario, we'll use the editor to boost the board's confidence in us if we're about to get fired. I like to find a folder with preset drive faces to replace them with real person faces. I don't know. I didn't your first season new video content. They changed it, by the way, Karma. You can't get fired in your first season anymore. They fire you at the end of the season. If you remember, I did the extreme difficulty thing with Red Bull, and I basically didn't score a single point for half a year. I didn't get fired until the end of the year, so I should be fine. To be fair, finishing second would make you a point contender. Yes, I guess, but the thing is, to finish second, I need to beat this objective. I need to beat the long-term objective to meet this season objective, and that's why they're bipolar. To be fair, if I get fired this first season, I would still find it acceptable. It would still be funny and interesting. We are not getting any rain here. It's going to be painful, though, to just set up the pick crew every time. Looks like we are getting a bit of mentality boost, though. That is going to help us along. But I should probably go with presets. But the reason why I hate doing presets for pit rails is because every preset for pit rail does, I believe, come with not balance here. And I personally hate that. And I also hate the fact that we have car release so far ahead of the rest, so we'll fix that too. Some of these things are more powerful than others, yes. But in the long term, keeping everything balanced will be the best move. I'm kind of going to look forward to seeing how wild the big crews are going to get here. Because everyone is going to have so much time to train their pit crews that it's going to be pure pandemonium. But yeah, with this now, we should have the pit crews basically sorted. Like so. Need one more in wheel gun. Need one more in... Okay, that is the wrong way on that one. Okay, there we go. We're as close as we can get. Basically, we're going to spend this month minimizing our chance of making a mistake. Now, the results in Australia is probably going to negatively affect us. And we are getting tired, so we'll give them one day of rest. At the end of the month here. You are going to be doing those drills 24/7 here. We get 1.4 million as a reward. 3 million times 9 races would be 27. Does that match up to my initial goals? I don't remember, but I just need a couple of cars to crash out so we get paid. And we're going to gamble and finish at 18th or higher with both cars. I think I'll do a new 12 race save. That would be fine. 2-second pit stops. Are the only tracks available the current 24 ones? Yes, they're just the current 24 ones. Also, I lose so many frames. Yeah, it's painful on PC too. Wet quali. That's actually kind of good. That allows us to see if they've actually fixed quali properly here. We're also going to get a little bit of a spook in now on who's where, I believe. Nope. We speed through. And we are starting with wet quali. Quali did get patched, supposedly. So we should be seeing no longer cars just sitting in the pits when it changes to dry as part of the patch notes. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they properly fix that, because that is, again, just one of the more annoying bugs at the moment. And fixing that would be huge. Well, here is also going to give us an idea of just how far behind everyone we are. And also if any of the teams made some actual silly season moves. That should be acceptable. We're not perfect, but again, anything above 90% is something I would be happy with. Okay, we're ready to jump into quali. We'll see if we get some fun setups here. And then we'll go. They have the evolutions really nice. That's good to see. But yeah, for Manager has better AI face than Football Manager. Put me out. Actually, I realized it does get faster. So we actually do need to send cars out now at the, last possible second. What do I think about the FIA swearing ban? I think it's stupid. Like there's no point to it. Particularly also since we have, so many other things that we should have handled. But yeah, let's see here. We have, of course, Jasper. We knew that one. Sainz. I don't know who this is. Hamilton, Piastri, Norris, Alonso, Bottas. Is that... That's Floof. That's Floof. I thought it was Flursh for a second. I'm not gonna lie. I had a brain fart. Verstappen, Stroll and Leclerc and Williams, Rick and Albon in Haas, Ivasa and Ocon, Magnussen and Hulkenberg in Kick. The game has done this on its own. That's the worst part. Russell and Van Dorn, if I'm not mistaken. This here, what's his name? Hirakawa? Hirakawa? Hiraka, okay, yeah. So we do have a couple of youngsters who found their way in. We'll have to take a look and see which of the highest rated ones aren't actually in the driver's seat at the end of this weekend. Yeah, where sensitive shit? Can't spell it? Yeah. I don't know why they decided to, in a sport where you can get killed by making a mistake, they decided that swearing is not okay. Floof will not win this. The fact that Verstappen went, nah, I'm gonna deny the Floof. It's kind of funny. You're not wrong. Okay, we are the slowest car on track. I am the slowpoke. And it's not going to get any quicker out there because we're losing rubber with how things are working. We're losing grip, we're losing rubber. That was probably our one and only chance at getting a good time around here, if they've actually fixed quality properly. We do have the mentality buff now, though, however, so we are just going to go again right away. We're probably taking manual control here, but honestly, it's more fun seeing what the AI have done in terms of... in terms of the people here, let's be honest. It's also getting a lot more damp, so yeah. This is not going to work, and then we'll do another run towards the end. I think we kind of have to. This is going to get very, very interesting, though. The fact that the Red Bulls have just stolen the McLaren boys is kind of insane. And the fact that Kick ended up as the old man's club is also kind of interesting. Of course, we didn't improve too much water on the track. We'll have to gamble towards the end of Q1. No way around it. George is in, I believe, Aston. If I'm not mistaken. Gasly's not on the grid? That's unfortunate, yeah. Why am I using an untested setup? Because I simulated the practices and changed it before quali. Albono with the first red flag of the save in a position where I would be worried that we might get another one. Remember, just 2 gearboxes, 2 ERSs, 2 engines, and that is a gearbox gone. No way his gearbox survived that. Guess they should have stayed in the pit lane. I don't think we'll have timer to improve. Oh, maybe. Depends on the weather. Sonoda's out? Yeah. I did read about the rally driver who got fined for swearing, and then the rally drivers all kind of banded together. Yeah, we're not improving. We're going to do another run because the race itself is dry. But I don't think we're going to improve. We needed a couple of hundreds here to get out ahead of Hulkenberg. Yes, go ahead, everyone. Lay down some rubber for us. As will not financially recover. I'm wondering how the financials are going to look, though. I may better return to F1 Drive for Alpine. That's good. The field is pretty close, and it is going to be very, very close. We are the slowest car on track. There's a couple of tenths from 1st to 10th there in the wet. So I'm looking forward to seeing just how close it's going to be in the actual dry quali. That's going to be the actual benchmark on how things are looking. But yeah. Could we see an Albon pit lane start here? Maybe we don't start last. No improvement. It's not really surprising, honestly. It's just too wet. We ran out of weather. With the changes to track now, the fact that it actually rubbers in properly, running out of weather is going to be actually very detrimental. So, just to recap, Alonso has taken, well, he's not taking pole, but he's the quickest in our first quali session by 400s. And just 1 second further down, we found Albon in 5th to DNF'd. We have Jasper with Hirakawa and Van Dorn as kind of two questionable picks, I guess. And Floof continues Alpine's curse by going out in Q1. Let's see how quality actually turns out. Lando puts on pole in a Red Bull. Bottas brings the fight in a Mercedes. We have Sainz in 3rd. And because we simulated, I think, is why Norris is 4 tenths ahead of Bottas. But yeah, from 3rd here to 10th, just 4 tenths in it. So I think we're going to see a lot of close qualifying sessions. And I'm really looking forward to it. I'm not going to lie. Jasper Scally, yeah.
Well, the fans here are all...
He keeps on bullying me in chat every day. Yano Flop did not cook. Damn. Yeah, I'm the worst driver on track, unfortunately. Remember, we also mess with the point system, and that's going to make things even more painful here. But yeah, Albon is starting from pit lane. That is not good news for... The fact that Albon starts from the pit lane in the first race of the season is actual... That's actual BM. That's actual problematic situation here. We're just going to do what you usually do around here. This should work out just fine. This is actually quicker. That's interesting. Maybe it will not work out fine. Maybe I'll want to burn those hards. Nope, that's actually going to be... Yeah, we do want to do that. Can I make it better? No. Okay, we are doing this then. That way we can attack towards the end. We'll burn a hard in the middle. Let's see what we can do for Yano if he can do the same thing. And still be fast. Remember, we have more smoothness. He's expected to be slow over the course of a full race just because of the smoothness difference. To be fair, I also did put him on a soft tire rather than a medium, so that doesn't really help. We'll give this a go, see if we can beat 18th. That's going to be the goal. We are going to go ahead here and underfuel. This seems new. I don't remember this being a red square around the fuel load. I don't remember the numbers being that red either, but it could just be me being hyper focused. We shall see. We'll give this a go. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. This is basically just to see how close the race is going to be here, with everyone being overpowered. And I'm looking forward to it. This guy sucks big time. I appreciate it, Bug. Can you only start with your own team if you customize season? You can start with any team. Any team. Welcome back, Zach. Cook up your Yana strategy now. Watch him cook. The cookmare. Yeah, new UI changes. That's true. What's the best strategy for Yetta? Probably a one-stopper Harry. Either soft to hard or medium hard. 100% confidence? Of course, setup is perfect. 96% for me. I need to remember that this isn't the pit lane challenge, so we're not going to start with the pit lane for this one. Let's see how the first race goes. Just, you know, almost 2 hours in. We definitely spent a lot of time messing around with the save file. This is going to be a very, very long stream if I want to finish this season. Dang, let's see what Yano can do here. We're going to put him on a high overtake aggression. Same for me, I guess. We're getting overtaken by Ivaza and bullied onto the grass. That's not what we love to see. Ultimate is doing okay, though. He is in 16th. Albin did start from the pits. We'll have to see if he does overtake us. But this is going to be probably a little bit painful. What is my driver number? Is Jasper's question. Can we see it? Is that 68? My spot? Or 60? It's actually 60. What did Floof get? Need to find a better camera angle where we're a little bit closer. Or we look at Ivasa and then the back cam. Can we see it from that? 97, I believe. So 60 and 97 for you guys. And for me, what did I end up with? I ended up with Jan, apparently. I don't know if I can see it. We're gonna have to bother with Floof here. His rare wing is hiding it. 84. Okay, we have our numbers now. He's in Ferrari? Yeah, forgot that. Great experiment begins, indeed. Can you only change driver lineups and create a team? Yes. Unless you need... unless you use the online editor. If Yano wins, you need to do a drinking stream. That would have to be this weekend then sometime. Although I'm going to be somewhat busy this weekend because Monster Hunter releases a new game that I've been looking forward to. I need to beat Floof. That's the main goal here. Beating Floof is enough to keep me happy. We're going to go neutral here. There's not really much we can do. We'll have to see how long this DRS train is going to be maintained. Everyone is burning tires compared to us. Floof is on a medium tire as well. So this could get fairly interesting. Every race might end up just being one huge DRS train as I get overtaken by Albono. Confidence in the bin. Formula drunk. Jasper's on the podium. Yes. Also with fastest lap. We'll have to see if we can beat Jasper this season, I guess. The fact that Sainz and Norris is breaking away, though, is spooky, but I guess it makes sense if Stroll is holding everyone up. And the second potential for holding people up, Hirakawa is also doing the exact same thing. We're going to run a little bit of top-up and honestly harvest here, I think, because we're not going to be moving forwards right now anyways. We need to allow the tire advantage to build. Then we can start making some moves here. Still losing to Stroll. I love how you guys are just frying him with the still losing to Stroll comment. I made sure Stroll didn't get a seat. That's fair. Okay. Hamilton now being the problem, but yeah, this save is actually going to just turn into how do you manage a DRS train? How do you move forwards in a DRS train type thing? Are we really going to be making moves? Not yet. We are going to be recharging the battery for a while. Remember, if we want to score points, we need to make it up to where Verstappen currently is. So we need strategy to be on our side here to get anything done, really. I'm not heading to Vegas round 3 of the sprint. This should be fun. Ferrari 1-2? Yes, at the moment, a Ferrari 1-2. Norris is actually falling back quite a lot here. The question is just how long can the status quo last? So we moved up one. Past Ivaza. Got some confidence going for us there. With that, the stats are looking a little bit better. Opmer fighting. Winning. And honestly, at this point, I'm tempted to deploy so we can get Rick and get a move on. I think we are going to do that. Because this is the point where everyone else starts losing a little bit of pace. Magnus is actually taking very good care of his tires, I say, compared to some of the rest of these guys. But yeah, now we just need to get DRS overtake on Danny Rick, and then we'll start chasing down those 3 seconds. We're also just moving forwards here in the DRS thanks to just better tires at this point. Again, time management is kind of insane in just how much pace you can get over faster cars ahead by taking advantage of their DRS while you save your tires. The Scaly guy seems pretty good. How many hours do I have on F1 Manager? On all the games or just this one? Probably getting close to 1,000 hours at this point. Get everyone level 1 cars, including myself. Makes for an interesting fight. Look at my tires. You are 67%. You are managing your tires fairly well compared to the rest of the guys up there. Honestly, to the point where you might be in the discussion for a win. Which would be kind of bad. But yeah, right now I need Opmir to just kind of just manage again. And if we get back into the arrest train, we're going to catch up quite a bit there. Yellow flag. It was unfortunately not Norris. It was Ocon. The Floof curse stands strong. I wonder how well a 100 rating driver would do against all rating. They would destroy them. Inferno. They would lap them, maybe even just a lap. I thought this would be a complete whitewash. It is a massive train. Everyone has equal cars. The only thing that really makes it different right now is difference in drivers. I did overtake Floof. I'm up to 16th. Floof is going to be in pain when he wakes up and watches this. You guys should not really make fun of him, but at least poke him a little bit. I think he'll take it in good standing. In the good spirit that it's meant. But yeah, 10 laps in here. Tire-wise, we have a healthy advantage. The Ferraris are just doing their own thing up front, with Norris being a little bit of a nuisance. But so far, it's going good. Yay, drunk stream. Who is Floof? It's Left Floof. Basically, he started karting. And since then, he hasn't been following the streams too much, but he's one of those big presences in comments and chat. Spawn Aquas received a 10-second penalty. I am winning. Don't jinx yourself, Scaly. We know just how unlucky people are on my streams when they start having fun. Like, I don't know if Norris is here right now, but Norris was very happy about how Monaco was going in one of my previous streams, and then a red flag took the win away from him. It can still happen. Is Floof the worst teammate Verstappen has had, or does Perez still like Brown? I think Floof is similarly rated to Perez. I just lost the positions. Yeah, Karma's gonna hit you hard if you're uncareful. At this point, Stroll's gonna get you. We are not quick enough here to really close the gap to the cars further ahead. But honestly, for this first race, as long as we finish 18th or above, I'm going to be fairly happy. I'm going to be happy as long as we finish 18th or above, because money. Did Piastri just pit? No, he's just falling off. But yeah, my strategy here could make some sort of difference for us. We'll have to just wait and see. Sainz is running away with it now. Norris is holding Jasper up. Verstappen is coming for you. Things are going not your way at the moment. Seeing Norris in a Red Bull hurts. How am I that fast with tires on blue? It's just because the tires being on blue isn't a huge deal if it's just on the edge. Like, backs here, just one tire that's actually cold. Here we have all tires being cold, but it's 2 to 3 degrees, which is still bad, but not terrible. And honestly, I should probably turn up to standard to just help pulling and switch back and forth to keep the tires on temperature. When they're like Baxter's tire, we're fine, but with Optimus, it's actually a little colder than we'd like to see. Horse P16, Van Dorn. Real life Paris would be like 75. Damn. Finally made one of these streams. I don't have any scheduled meetings. Nice to see you, Parker. How you doing? Honestly, I should have made you a part of this as well. My tires are amazing. Your tires are 49%. Honestly, best of the guys up front. So yeah, kind of amazing. Just say because money. Money. Anyone know where the third of 50 laps would be? 16 and 2/3. Anyone knows the name of the soundtrack which is playing now on map view? Actually, I don't know. Why did we let Rick go through there? That's illegal. Verstappen's teammate is currently ahead of Verstappen because Verstappen just pitted. Did I check the adjusted driver ratings? No, we didn't adjust. I haven't actually checked who the young talents that adjusted it were. Is that Verstappen at Alpine? This is like a Floof's wet dream? Parker, this is more than Floof's wet dream. Who do you think this is? Who do you think is in the Alpine here? It's him. It's Floof. We have made him an F1 manager. So that doesn't affect the performance of the car, just degradation of the tire. So running the tires cold is bad because generally you're going to end up being a little bit slower. It's not going to affect degradation much because basically heat affects degradation more than anything else. So running the tires cold is perfectly fine if you need to. But I wouldn't worry too much. You'll still be fine. It's just if it goes too low. Olsen has been 81, Kimi 76. Okay. I'm thinking of doing a women's F1 managed customization mode for one season. That would also be funny, Speed. Like to take one of the female formulas or the female talents and just promote them all to F1. That would be interesting. Can you hold up the front runners to pit? I'm going to do that basically just by existing. So you're going to be fine, Jasper. You're going to be fine up there. Floof is being a little bit annoying though. I'm not going to lie. He is keeping up with us. Have a good rest of your stream. Gonna go run my own career mode now. Hope you have fun, Karma. I appreciate you dropping by. Kimi on the Switch is 73. Did they actually nerf him? That's actually kind of wild. Van Dorn with a fault and Bottas with a fault. This is the first race of the season, unless they adjusted degradation. It's gonna be kind of bad. No, degradation has not been adjusted by the looks of this. Bottas has had an incident then. Okay. Did they... I guess the underfloor got damaged because his car looks whole. This is kind of wild. I feel bad if I managed not coming back. Yeah, I don't see coming back with them releasing this update, to be fair. Antonelli, I think, has almost max development, so if he's 73 or 76 rated, it's not going to make a huge difference. Thanks for all the videos you post. Help me learn how to play. No worries. I'm glad they helped you out there, Abos. If you create a custom race engineer or driver, do they have voice or is it just tanks? I think they get the base ones for drivers that doesn't have voice lines. If I'm not mistaken. But it could just be, again, text here, because this is what we're getting here with Opmare. So we have a Ferrari double stack Pure Ferrari strategy here in the pits. Science. Oh, I broke the camera. I've never had that bug before, but that was kind of funny. So Sainz lost out huge here to the Ferrari strategy. And we are now currently in a podium position, so we'll take this. Honestly, at this rate, we might end up double stacking too, so I'm just going to run myself in standard here and have Opmir pull us along. And we'll give him the preferential treatment. We are going to come out basically back of the grid here. As you can see here, there's 20 seconds still from lead to the back of the grid. There's very few gaps here, bigger than just, 3 seconds up towards the front. So until we get some upgrades for every team, it's just going to be one big DRS train. And I kind of find that interesting. I'm not going to lie. I'm interested to see how this actually changes the racing. MotoGP 25 preview coming this Thursday. Why is so much fun stuff coming out at the same time as Wilds? It's actually upsetting me. So yeah, Opmir here out in 19th. Did I actually take a look at Opmir's number? That's a 76. But yeah, we bullied someone off the track there. I think it was actually Floof. That's going to be my headcanon, even if it isn't true. I was first, I don't care. Just made myself food to enjoy this amazing Ferrari strategy and play, yeah. Can I change rating of real drivers? I didn't figure out a way, Lucas, so I don't believe so. But I might be wrong. I need to, again, mess around with the edit a lot more. Okay, do we beat my teammate out of the pits? We kind of do, just barely.
And down in the pits.
Ocon with a pit stop issue. You know, the classics remain classics for a reason. Honestly, it's kind of funny. I'm staying with Mercedes. I just finished Suzuka and Lewis got third place because of your car development video. I'm glad they're helpful there, both. Well done. Hello, Ninka. I'm doing good. A little bit tired, but the update is bringing back the energy. So I'm doing good. How are you doing? Rodea could have made more revenue by having paid DLC for extra tracks and retired drivers pack, livery packs. To be fair, I think they should have just done that, Lazy Dog. They should have made F1 Manager and then just have, packs for retired drivers, packs for additional tracks that used to be F1 tracks, things like that. And that probably would have made them more money, yes, by just using that formula. Casper's definitely in a winning position. We could see a viewer win here. The real MotoGP starts this weekend at Thailand GP and back at Qatari. I do need to probably check in on that. How do I change the track evaluation? You talk about this, the track details? Okay, this is actually quite aggressive compared to what it usually be. You can't really change the track evolution. It's changed in the patch, so it's going to be a lot better than it used to be, judging by what the patch said. Yeah, me and my eyes can't stay so open for so long. Have a good night, Tixitos. Thank you for dropping by. Hello, Rupin. What's up? I tried making all cars identical before, but the mentality thing makes people who have a good start stay ahead. I guess that makes sense, Andrew. PS5, I get the second race after changing the rosters to new ones. I can't start the GP, just says waiting for download. I don't know what that bug could be, Squilliam. I'm sorry. I'm liking doing updates so far. So much that we almost spent 2 hours just setting up this save before we got started with the stream proper today, Nick. Can you check my tires, please? 86% hards versus Verstappen 65% medium. Jasper Scally here is in a good position. Honestly, you're probably poised to win the race. I'm not going to lie. You're in a very, very good position right now. Do I know how to change the track evolution? Not really. It's just an update here. You can check it out in track details. There's not really much you can do about it. It's just part of the new patch. They've changed how it works. How can you get Jono as a driver? You can make your own drivers right now. You can make any personal driver. Case in point, I have Flufe, who's a viewer. I have Scally, who's a viewer. And they were the two, well, chosen ones for this one. So you can make up to 22 drivers for your save. So you can change out every single driver with one of your own, if you feel like it. And you can edit everything. Van Dorn with a spin. It says in the patch notes you can. I might have missed that then, because I don't remember seeing that. Possible to change calendar after every season, not with the in-game setup. It's basically just at the start of your save. Okay, if you want to change it after every season, you're gonna have to use the other database editor, the online one. Minimum amount of races is 8 in a season. I'm hit cubic, for example. Yeah, the driver faces are random, which is a little bit of a detriment, but apart from that, it's actually pretty good. On positive side now, we are moving forwards. The others ties are starting to fall off quite drastically, and this is hopefully what we'll be seeing towards the end as well. But at this point, there isn't really much I can do but just speed up time. We are not going to be competitive in this first race. We just want to finish 18th or above with both cars. And then a month from now, we're going to have 4 new car parts. And our car is going to look quite a bit different, I might add. Oh, you... Magnussen! How dare you run wide and then unsafely rejoin the track. Disgraceful. That lost us a couple of seconds off the DRS train, which is not amazing. And honestly here, we just have to... We might actually need to invest in dirty air tolerance for once. Which would be the weirdest save I've ever played if I had to ever actually invest in dirty air tolerance. As a, you know, conscious choice. The only bad thing about Australia is that you still get run off, similarly to Austria, but just not as bad. That's a little bit disappointing that you can't... Yeah, I know that you can't edit after each season. I would have loved that, but I think it's a limitation of the engine for the most part. You can change their stats, yes, Taufik. Is that an Olympic race I like to do then? That is probably good, yes. Magnussen just being Magnussen, I guess. Oh, what a nice overtake. Not Bottas's, off miss. Can I do something similar? No. Up into 15th. It's going okay so far. Remember to finish second, you need to fight for points, yes. Average F1 open lobby rejoin. An average F1 open lobby rejoin would be someone getting taken out. Do you predict the AI, all the AI will double into dirty air tolerance? The AI doesn't really do much with sliders, so I don't think the AI is gonna focus anything really. Which is kind of sad, because if you could kind of direct the AI's development, you could make them a lot more competitive. So it's unfortunate, but it's just the way things are. And for now, looks like we are in a very, very good position here. Now remember, we changed the point system, so we need 6th to get points. Scally is probably going to get the win here. He is a good 5-6 seconds ahead of everyone else. We might need to nerf him a little bit with the editor. But we shall see. How is Verstappen second and Floof 19th in the safe car? Alpine debuff. Alpine debuff. Literally. I think Floof is 85 overall. So it's 85 versus 90 overall, basically. That is happening right here. Well done, Opmer. Keep the chase up. Need to chase down Leclerc, and then we can get into DRS train into points. This is still going to be very, very challenging, no matter how we do it. Hey, I'm only an 85, no nerfing required, but you're in Ferrari. You need to get the Ferrari nerf. Have you ever tried to see how long it would take to win the championship without touching any performance sliders? The thing is, your driver is a bigger component to your performance than your car is. So if I don't touch any sliders, I would probably just try and snatch better drivers, like snatch Alonso and Sainz in the first season. Something like that. But if I was limited on drivers, then it was just, you know, you're just gonna have to keep upgrading. You'd have to beat the AI on research rather than development. So, is it doable? Yeah, but is it gonna take some time? Probably. I would think, oh, that's a heck of a spin, brother. We have entered the pit window. We are getting closer to our final pit stop. I need to review that one because that one looked kind of insane.
And round they go.
Okay, it doesn't look as insane from this angle. Looked a lot worse from the other one. But yeah, in terms of how long it would take to win a championship without touching any performance sliders, 2026 would be, you know, the longest it would take. For sure. Piastri is washed, man. That's kind of rude. But yeah, let's see what we can do here. Simulate 100 season F1 Manager. Considering it takes like an hour to simulate a season, that's going to take a while. Unless we do like 8 race seasons, to be fair. To be fair, Norris is gaining on you at the moment with worse tires. I kind of want to try and have Opmir break free. But DRS is just so painful to deal with around here. I don't think it's viable. Let's push a little bit here. Get myself up to Opmir for 2 reasons. Protect against Verstappen is number 1. Get some free DRS is going to be number 2. We're going to be pitting Opmir this lap. We're going to be pitting myself on the next one. And then we just try and build tire advantage again on the medium till the end. A lot of hard tires are going to go into play here, so if we play our cards right, we can still make something happen. We're going to come out basically still within the side finish position, if you will. So I'm somewhat happy with this. Opmir picks up 30% tire wear left. We're in the points. Wait. Oh. Imagine seeing your favorite driver getting overtaken by narrowbacks. If not, what's else? So what to do practice? Should I simulate? I just started the game. It's worth to do a couple of practices just to understand how it works. But generally, practice isn't something you have to play. You'll still be able to do just fine without it. If you enjoy practice, play it. If you don't, feel free to simulate it. Oh, that Verstappen, please? No, we're gonna let Verstappen go. You know the law. We are letting Verstappen go. Opmir in 14th. I'm sorry, we don't know who does. If you Google F1 Manager soundtracks, you'll probably get a list. Why don't I download the extended UI? It's very helpful. It just takes up a little bit too much on the screen, I feel. I liked it for a while, Drogo, but it just feels like if I'm mainly doing this while answering questions while streaming, it's just a little bit too big. Did you see if you can change the stats of other teams' cars? We did change the stats of other teams' cars, Sparky. It's limited. You have like 5 levels, similarly to your own created team car. But we kind of maxed all the AI cars while putting ours on 3 out of 5. Which should make things a little bit spicier. You pitted onto a medium tire, which you'll stick on until the end, I assume. We'll see how that works out for you. For us here, honestly, again, I'm chill. Really on Opmir? Yes, I allow the chat to choose, and Opmir was elected diplomatically. I already did, but nothing matched? Okay. Unfortunately, can't really help you then. That makes sense. Hulkenberg podium? Hulkenberg still needs to pit. That's the problem. And with how close everyone is, once he pits, it's going to be coming out in 10th. So I don't think Hulkenberg podium is on the menu right now. Going to get close-ish, but that's really all he's going to be able to do right now. I'm worried we're going to lose a lot of mentality here just because of what the board expects. But yeah, once we get a couple upgrades, we should be able to compete with the other cars in a more fair fashion. Hulkenberg pits. As I said, he's going to come out somewhere around 10th. Came out in 9th, so he's still okay, but he's going to have a lot of work out of him, particularly as he went to a couple of medium tires. You're still pretty safe out front here at the moment. We'll have to see if you can keep it up. We are in danger from losing money here to Floof. As long as we stay with them, we should be fine. So I'm not too worried. Hello, Gorgos, how you doing? Hello. And underflow will do the job, trust? Yeah. I need to build up a tire delta to Norris. You kind of already have. You're very similar, so I don't think you need to worry too much. We've had a crash. Ocon, Russell, Ivaza have caused a red flag. Okay. I posted in time. What do we do? Well, the obvious answer is we go in a light soft. Obviously. That's literally the best choice we can do right now. I'm wondering what the AI is going to do, though, and particularly your AI, because if you check your tire history, you just use your medium. You haven't used your soft. You either continue on that medium, or you go into a used soft. Science is going to have a huge advantage. He has a fresh medium available to him. And does anyone else have a tire advantage here? Not really. There's going to be a lot of old softs up and about. This is going to get spicy. Who got pole? Because that was worth a point. I think it was Norris. Oh no, my lead. Oh baby, a triple. Of course, Ocon is like the third man in that sandwich. My soft dominance might bore fans, yeah. Do I know which young drivers got adjusted? Apparently Lawson and Antonelli were two of them, I've been told. That didn't have to be a red flag, that is a virtual. Ocon's received a 20-second penalty. But yeah, look at all the softs. On my light soft domination strategy. Okay, this is actually going to be kind of funny. 3 cars out, that basically guarantees that we are getting the money here. And I'm going to be very curious what everyone goes on.
We're ready to get this race underway again.
I think their short answer is just softs. With one...
And it's lights out. And
Oh yeah, it was a wet quality. What am I even speaking about? Everyone has fresh softs. Except Hulkenberg, who sticked on the old medium. Crap. I forgot such a vital piece of information. That's not good. This is now going to be a DRS train till the end, and Opme is kind of okay in the way that he's positioned. 9th at the moment. 3 places away from points. Come on, you can get Stroll. I trust you can get Stroll. Yes, send him to the Shadow Realm. Send him to the Shadow Realm. Ivasa got the penalty, so yeah. We went bowling, basically. This is going to be interesting now. Are you going to be able to hold off Norris, Alonso, Sainz, and Verstappen? And what is this lineup? Look at this. Norris, Alonso, Sainz, Verstappen, Hamilton, and Bottas. As well as Hulkenberg are coming for your booty, Jasper. They really, really want to get you. Antonelli downwards? I think they put him down to 73, yeah. Max, overtake aggression and pray. We kind of have been running high overtake aggression the entire race. Right now, I just need Opmed to stay with the cars in front while we are not destroying our tires, and we will be very, very happy. I'm going to go back down to neutral here. We are very much less skilled than Opmir, and it is showing on performance here. That is very much acceptable. We are going to prioritize a better driver, like a good TP. Vasa did some classic Hungary bowling. Damn. No mercy to be found in this house, eh? Guess you better driving. Better driving car too. That's the rule of the game. Well, see, since it's the first season, we're testing out the edited saves and kind of made a silly season where we have 9 races and we put in some unhistoric, let's put it like that, drivers like myself. I need to actually shape up though and beat Floof. That's going to be a big one. I need to focus up and beat Floof. But since the confidence, did the confidence actually get reset? Or, well, to be fair, my confidence was probably bad already. We are very slow at the moment. Opmer up into 9th again. Hulkenberg is being annoying. But Opmer is moving here in a fashion that could score some points if we're lucky. We have lost the DRS to cars ahead though. That is a bit of an issue. The DRS rate up front though is long enough that we should be fine. Jasper getting a couple of seconds there on Alonso. Shouldn't Oren Saab fit in airbags? It should, but yeah, we're gonna go for the better driver. Opmer only fights for points, but your driver fights for second. We do have very little ERS, you're not wrong. We do need to deal with that in one way or another. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit too much, though, because we're probably going to fall outside of DRS. Why did you let him go like that? In terms of tire set, everyone is kind of managing. Like, we're not actually building a tire advantage over anyone. So this is going to get wild. Albin is... Alright, Albin blew up his stuff in quali. How is this car actually looking? Because he's picked up a... Yeah, 40%, 35%. And a fresh gearbox. If Albin has another crash, his season might be over. Okay, how much do our tires explode if we go full push? We still need to manage them for a little while longer, unfortunately. And that is a bit of a problem. We're still going to try and do a little bit of harvesting here. And honestly, just do the same right now for Offmere. Put him back to neutral if he gets into the troublesome waters. Extra points for fastest lap, extra points for pole position, double points last race. We have basically every extra point option available. How much does the tires explode? I think we're fine. We do need to check after this race what each team has done for their staff, though. That's going to be kind of more interesting. Which teams are just absolutely shafted when it comes to their staff selection? That's actually going to be more interesting to take a look at, if you ask me. Albin will just get his teammate's car. Considering his teammate is Charles, I don't think that's going to work in this case, unfortunately. 100 points faster lap. I think it's just a single one, unfortunately. Otherwise, we could go for fastest lap. I'm absolutely cooked back here, though. Everyone ahead of us is in a DRS train. I think I need to deploy and then just recharge for a couple laps again. Because at this rate, we're not getting anything done. Or just go full attack until we catch up. It's just 6 laps remaining here, so we can go full attack now. That should be okay. Go on up, man. Go full send. We need to get Hulkenberg, Piastri, Bottas, and Verstappen. Hamilton now. On the chase with way worse tires. Alonso and Sainz a little bit further back with better tires. That is one. Can we get two? No. Did shove Hulk off the track though. Traditions, everyone. Need to clear Piastri here and chase down the following DRS train, so we are going to deploy. The fact that Leclerc is also in this mix is kind of bad. And even with going full attack here, we're not actually gaining on the cars ahead, so do a little bit of deploy here. There we go, up man. I need you to push, push, push. Put you down to neutral here. Need a little bit of energy if we catch up so we can actually get the overtakes done. And for me, we have caught up to the back of the DRS train. This train goes all the way up into 9th. And considering there's just, you know, 5-second gaps in this, first to last, 11 seconds. Albon's teammate is not Charles. This is Arthur Leclerc. That would be a wild revelation. What does avoid high risk curves actually do? It just saves your tires in exchange for lap time. You are down into 3rd. Alonso here, pulling ahead. We have a couple of fights there to watch, interestingly enough. Opma's fight, your fight with your teammate. We could have a double Ferrari DNF. Promise I will not push the button to make that happen. Although it would be hilarious if it did. Okay, I just need to clear Vandonia and honestly I would be happy. We can beat Fluke later on. Opme is not really gaining enough to become part of that DRS train up ahead. They're just pulling away because there's so many of them. But we're a fair distance ahead of Danny Rick, so we're still looking okay. You're back in the top 3 DRS train. I'll see if you can hold off. Or, you know, get in the fight there. It's gonna be difficult. Fuel is fine. You turn it back on. Should be okay. Is Void High-Risk Curve still broken? They did nerf Void High-Risk Curve to the point where I don't consider it usable, but it's still okay if you really, really need to save tires. If it's desperation and tires need to be saved, then yes, you can definitely make it work. Look at what team Albon is in. Albon is in Haas. Oh, yes, my mind. I know. Oh, yeah, sorry. I love that my mind instantly went, oh, Albon's in Williams. Oh, I'm so stupid. Thank you, Jasper. Oh, yeah. The second you mention Albon, it's just, yeah, he's in Williams. Who's the other Williams driver? Oh, it's Leclerc. Of course. Oh my god, that's actually embarrassingly funny. Danny Rick, though? Would he steal the car from Danny Rick? I mean, I guess, but still. Nothing we really can do here. We are going to enjoy Jasper's desperate defense here against Norris. Can he hold off for a podium, or is he going to get yanked here? We know where Offmay is finishing. We know where we are finishing, hopefully. And give myself a little bit of deploy to defend better. But what is going to happen here with the top 3? Alonso comes in for the win. Sainz second. Jasper gets 3rd. Norris 5th. Bottas 5th. And Verstappen our final goal scorer. We do get the money though. And honestly, that's kind of everything I wanted out of this. We do need to get better. But from the first to the last car here, 18 seconds.
That was a great performance from the Ferrari driver.
Didn't realize this, but only the top 6 are given points to mine. Yeah, that's part of how we set this up. If you downloaded the preset.
It's hugs all round for the team.
Jasper was jinxed by you? Yeah, of course. Think my tires are gone? They are, for sure. Podium and debut. Shame I didn't win, but great result nonetheless. But yeah, this is what we've done with the points. Because everyone is so close to make it even weirder. But yeah. In terms of the others here. Did Norris qualify first? Yeah, he did, because 4 points for third and fourth. Yes, that makes sense then. There we are, Mercedes leads constructors, Ferrari second. Alonso single-handedly carrying Mercedes at the moment. And Alpine scores a point. That's not what we like to see. Verstappen carrying Floof at the moment. We need to get some upgrades to the car, and then we might be a little bit more competitive. 3 million paid out there. The lore potential of this update is wild. Yeah, you can now create your own lore. I think we're still going to be fine, though. I think this is the classic, you start buying the other cars, so you have to try and fight for points. Let's be perfectly honest. We got points. We would have gotten points with the old save system. Or old point system. In this first race. So I'll take that. And Spa is in 32 days. We're going to have new chassis for both cars. We're going to have new underfloors, side pods, suspension. We'll be far more competitive. And then we're going to Suzuka before we go to the Monte Carlo sprint weekend. Which is a disgusting sentence I didn't think we would actually hear. Okay, are we ready to see what the AI did in terms of technical chiefs? This man is Martin Odegaard here. We decided to make a full Norwegian team in terms of staff. So we just picked random people from chat suggestions, basically. Summer break after every race, basically, yeah. Okay, so Vac went to Red Bull, surprisingly enough. Cadeli's in Mercedes, Allison Ferrari, Ballos went to McLaren. So pretty good choices here for most of them. Unfortunately, Kick chose a 72 rated one. When we have Eggington right here. Let's see what the other shows here. Ferrari stuck with the top rated aerodynamics. Red Bull still doing good. McLaren still doing good. Honestly, Mercedes also doing good. No real weird choices here, which is nice to see. Now, Race Engineers is going to be a good one. Bono went to Ferrari. Is Bono... No. Bono is not Jasper's race engineer. You got Adami, interestingly enough. But yeah, GP at McLaren with Dudley. We have Slade. Oh, wait, did you go to... We have Hugh dealing Floof. And Xavier. Oh no, he went... This guy. Went for two at Verstappen. Verstappen would kill that man. Let's be honest. If he was his race engineer. Verstappen would not be happy. But yeah, no insane choices here. It's nice to see. Singh being free agent is a weird choice no matter how I look at it. But yeah, once again, Ferrari, McLaren, Red Bull doing the picking up the big ones. And did anyone screw up the pit boss? Not really. 77, 78 is kind of bad. But it could be worse. Let's be honest. It could be way worse. So staff-wise, they didn't do too terribly. One really, really weird outlier, but apart from that, I'd say they actually did okay. Yes, staff can be custom-made, drivers can be custom-made. You can basically replace every driver, every staff member in the game with your own custom ones if you want. Did you know the minimum donation should be what, 11 Norwegian kroner? So basically £1. Yeah, everyone can be custom. Great idea for stream. Change the drivers around from first rank team to last, e.g. We could flip drivers around too. My ties aren't gone. Top teams getting top staff. No clown fiesta by Frontier. We are checking. What is the tire life for softs and mediums? Thanks, Spooky Bears. Depends on the track, isn't it? 0.79 pounds. Yeah, our currency is weak, and it's getting weaker for every day that passes, unfortunately. My mobility room has been upgraded. ATR starts today. This is going to throw me off so badly, the way this is working. I should pick up a couple of affiliates now that I think about it. I was supposed to do that after the first race of the season, so let's go ahead and go affiliate shopping after I order a front wing. 25 days. Can I speed this up enough that we get it before we go to Spa? Would that be too much of a wish for me, or can I actually make it work? We can. New front wings by Spa. That's going to bring us a little bit further up the order. Add everything else, and we might even be competitive. Which is, again, a very weird sentence, but one that we will have to live by. Okay, next up, we're going affiliate shopping. I need affiliates to help me with my marketing, and I need 3 affiliates to help me with my... Oh, Paris, you poor soul. Ghastly, you poor soul. Show, Sergeant. Okay. Honestly, Ghastly is you know, the weird outlier here. Sonoda too, for that matter. How much would it cost for you guys to be my new affiliates? How much would you like to get paid? Probably like 5 million. You're actually pretty cheap as an affiliate. And I can make you cheaper by giving you a longer contract. I'll give you a week to respond to the Sonoda. There is 11 crowns for you if you get me the World Championship record. Paris as an affiliate. The main thing with getting Paris as an affiliate here is going to be cost. He's rated fairly high-ish. So I don't know how much we'll have to go up here on the finances to pick him up. I don't think getting Paris here is worth 8 million if I can get 283 rated affiliates for that cost. To be fair, also, I did get the Staffness affiliate at one point for, you know, a stupid amount of money, but that was... The fun fact, it was worth it. And yeah, Pierre is going to want also a lot of money. I kind of want to pick him up as an affiliate just to make everything a little bit more stupid. I forgot that if I go affiliate, they're actually cheaper to hire. Yeah, there we go. And then we'll pick 2 cheaper ones down here. I'll make Sergeant an affiliate to save the rest of the grid. Basically, shouldn't be that expensive. A couple of million, I would say. Not even that. What he deserves. Damn, there's no mercy for him, eh? Let's see here. We are the Norwegian team, so I do need to affiliate Hauge. It's just the law of the game. And, well, it would be good to race him. I don't think the save is going to last long enough for that. So I'm just going to be very mean and put him on car development. Excuse me. Does affiliate overall affect car development? Yes. The better they are, the better the boost you get. But honestly, similarly to 80 rated staff versus 90 rated staff, it's not a huge difference. So you'll generally be fine anyways. I wouldn't worry too much. Okay, we got the design sorted. We have manufactured or started manufacturing the underfloor. Let's continue our trip to Belgium. Financially, it's a bad idea to upgrade this thing for now. I'll leave it where it is because I still don't know what our finances are actually going to look like. Helipad, on the other hand, cheap to upgrade. Let's just get that sorted. Okay, Sonoda accepts his new affiliate position. And he has a black picture, so something broke here. I'm going to put him on marketability, honestly, because the other 2, I just don't think are going to cut it. And development-wise, we have so much time between each race that we should be okay. And we even get a week off the front wing. Did they fix that, or is this going to be... Yes, they fixed that. So we have plenty of time now to make the front wing too. No need to rush it. Going to be good. How fast was my development with the Staffness affiliate? I don't actually remember. Yeah, look at it. Look all the torpedo draft. Look, all the torpedoes up. When Russell affiliate. Like how Magnus Carlsen send you a thing about your underfloor. I'm gonna acknowledge that because I'm not paying 5 million to hire you. What? You're a free agent. I can understand why Hauge would have a clause here. But Sergeant? I'm not paying 5 million. They did say they fixed it, so this should be more accurate now. I think this might be incorrect. Sign him anyway. Okay. We'll respond later for now, and I'll try and see what happens. But yeah, I need to take a look here at... Starting to just get a little bit of a better idea of what's going on. Yeah, it does not have a contract, and let's face it, the AI shouldn't have signed him anyway, so we'll save the game next time we get the pop-up and take a look at it again. Tsunoda signed the affiliate contract and became overtaken by darkness and despair. Well, the cost you pay to remain in F1 is quite terrible. But yeah, this is going to be a massive upgrade compared to the first underfloor design. The first one was about 60, I think, yeah. This is about 1.5 times more. So yeah, gonna help out a ton. Just gonna have to do this normally, because let's face it, we're not getting it before Spa anyways. And we should be okay. To be fair, Magnus should have been a race engineer. He knows a bit of that strategy. That's kind of a good point. Okay, 16 days. I'm gonna rush these because I kind of want them, and I also want to get the front wings made if I can. And we also do need to make one rear wing. Just get it out of the way. Like so. Gonna help us out long term. And next up, we are going to start making 5 suspensions. Just so that we can boost our tire preservation even higher. 15 or so was the first one. This is another 1.3%. I will take that. Financially, we are on a, downturn. And I also do need to make, once this underfloor is done, we are going to start making 2 side pods. Because that design is also done right now. Tsunoda, move him to Aston, trade for Stroll. That would be kind of huge. Okay, so if I click higher now, there should be no cost, right? Yes? Yeah, it was actually a bug, so not all of those bugs are fixed. If you do it from the negotiation screen here, you'll have a better... You'll get told exactly what's going on, so it was just a bug, luckily enough. Okay, Hauge, I kind of want to try and race you, but at the same time, this save is not going to go long enough for that, so let's send you to the market. And for Sergeant, I'm going to send you to develop the car. 1 out of 3. That is fine. We don't need a huge booster in design speed. Front wing is done, and I need to start a next project. We only have 12 million in the bank. It is starting to become a little bit worrisome. Second side pod here, we're going to focus drag reduction, cooling, and airflow middle. And as you can see, it's going to now upgrade everything. So that is huge. Just make that normally and get going. Why would anyone ever need to develop a car? Unfortunately, it's one of the best options that we have that is somewhat cheap. So in this case, we're actually sending him to the factories, helping, move things around. That sort of thing. Okay, the underfloors are done. So that means we make side pods next. Like so. And Gasly has accepted his contract. We'll see if this bugs out now, because it's the same kind of cost that we saw last time. I'm just going to save first to be on the safe side. We'll fresh save it. There we have it with the cheese, and we'll confirm hire. Yeah, it's a bug in this case. If you sign anyone with the free hire, then your money doesn't actually change, which is good. Let's give Gasly the car development treatment. He's actually going to be developing the car. Sergeant is just going to be his assistant. And then we'll be very, very happy. What do you mean? Sergeant is the perfect hire if you want to test how well your car withstands aggressive decomposition, if you will. And keeping the drivers on balance development on purpose. I think we'll be fine, even if we don't choose a path, if you will. And we are going to do a rush order. The 2 front wings here, which means that we'll have every single part on the car ready for the race weekend, which will be huge. And we're just going to focus pit stop time here. Get this sorted really quick. Should probably allow them to rest a little bit, but at this point, this is going to cost us in terms of how quickly the pit crew develops. So I really should rest them a little bit more, but I can't be bothered to turn it back down. I'm not gonna lie. But to be fair, I don't know. I don't remember if we actually have a race weekend coming up here, so we'll turn 2 of these off and let them rest a little bit. Your pit crew will lose development speed when you do this, if you do this while they're exhausted. So that is something to keep in mind. Tide is also not actually where you want to be. So we'll actually balance this out a little bit. It just feels wrong. There we go. Get some rest. Remove these days. So there we are. And now we can keep the training up for the rest of the month too. Basically, this helps with also just managing the weariness so that you don't have 100%, that you then need to give them a half a month off. And it's just better all around. There we go. Pit stops are now down to 2.6 seconds at the end of this month. So it's getting a little bit better. We still need to work on the every chance, but again, our mentality is stable at the moment, so going above 85, which is the overall for sporting director, is not actually a wise move. So we'll just do something else with the time instead. Only gym for pit crew? Yes. It's basically because, as I mentioned, we are up to 82%, or 80 thereabouts on the pit error chance training. And because Holland here has an aptitude of 88 right now with the boost, his real aptitude is actually just 85. We do need to keep that in mind. If we have a bad result here, Holland is going to end up getting a negative aptitude. It's going to fall down. And if we fall down below if his aptitude falls down because of that, then we're going to end up losing stats. As you see here, we are going to be 82, 83 across the board at the end of this month, losing 2 points. And honestly, we can't really go much higher there in terms of the training. So we're just keeping a little bit of a safe gap to not lose any benefit while we work on getting that pit stop time down a little bit. So it's a trade-off, but it's a trade-off that I'm very happy to do. I'm not too concerned about that. Can't really upgrade the team hub any further right now, so we'll just have to leave that as is. And we didn't reach the target here, but we should still get a little bit of money from the sponsor plan. Tsunoda, immediately 2,500, a lot better. Vice has been able to build up the marketing affiliation a little bit, but even then, we don't have enough people here to actually max out our engagement. We are not going to be meeting the engagement target this season, and that's going to hurt us. The fact that we're also neutral in mentality compared to Opmer is also going to hurt myself compared to him, which is going to be a bit of a problem. Let's start the manufacturing of a couple of extra suspensions here. And with that, we are ready now for Belgium. It took a while. Apologies. What exactly does car building affect? Just switching car parts for the most part. Setups, things like that. Did you know Mortal Kombat was based on a Nordic church song? I did not know that. I'll have to be honest. But yeah, let's take a look at the car now, where we stand compared to, say, Red Bull. 125 behind on low speed, 120 medium, 140-ish, 130-ish on high speed. We are going to overtake them in cornering right now. So I might have started a little bit too high on the car. Chassis are on. Front wings are on. That's 100 low speed. It's basically already caught up with just that. 30 medium. The rear wing isn't done yet, but that's the only thing we're missing. The second side pod will be done by the time we're done with practice, so we can put it on the second car. And the underfloors here have been installed. Side pods. Suspension goes on, plus 15%. Tire preservation is going to be kind of mad. And if we take a look now on the power of our car, by the power of cornering, we are now whole again. You didn't read the last part of my previous commentary. It was a brilliant joke. I didn't even connect that it was a joke. Because to me, finish is... I didn't read it as finish. I read it as finish. My neighbors. So I didn't actually connect the dots there, but hence why I didn't read it all. I'm sorry. I apologize for my ineptitude. My reading weakness, if you will. But yeah, this is looking good so far. We still like the rear wing. We still need to get that second underfloor. But if we compare ourselves to Jasper, we got you beat. We're coming for you. You still have a speed though in tire preservation. That is concerning. But we should have the edge and everything else. Except for, you know, top speed, acceleration, DRS. The things that don't really matter. But yeah, we're going to do Belgium here. Probably a couple more races. I'm having fun. We're still expected to finish 18th or higher. 8th on the grid here, 13th on the grid. We're going to upgrade Optimus' car, of course, after practice. It will be good. Hello, Karma. It's doing... How's it going? It's going good. I was about to say it's doing good. DRS for the win is not wrong, but we don't have the rear wing finished yet. But right now, we should be fairly competitive. We're the best team in terms of low and high speed cornering. My tires will beat yours, and I will accelerate so much faster you won't overtake me. That's actually kind of funny. But yeah, car setup here is actually kind of atrocious, but we'll deal with it. Okay, so the key is just going to be figuring out the sweet spot there for the... for the rear wing. I think I'm going to be happy losing some rear wing performance just to get everything else kind of sorted here. That should be acceptable. And we'll do that as our gamble. Just like so. Get the new side pod on Yano's car. And we're now ready for Belgium. Oh, Flute has some good luck this time. He's beaten me once. Second race. Second race of the season. Take some time to, you know, build things when you have a month between every race here. I remember Yano with a Pezzo, so I won't do anything. But yeah, the car now is actually the best car in terms of low and high speed cornering. So I might need to start with an even worse car than I did. But we're going to jump into quali here. We'll see what we can do. Remember, pole position is worth a point. Now we are definitely going to take advantage of the Yano toe here. I'm forgetting to drink. And I can feel my voice just starting to die on me more and more. Okay. So, 0.023 between our drivers is actually kind of wild. I'm going to take manual control right now. And we're going to speed around and probably do one more lap. To be fair, the grip is just going to minimally increase here. It's going to be one of those good chances to look at how track evolution is going to work here. But I do want to do one more lap while we still have good confidence. And worst case scenario, we'll have to break open a fresh set of tires, but I think we'll be okay. I guess the qualifying guide-ish is going to need some work. Why have I done this now? We have Floof in front of us. That's a problem. Did I have a massive toe? Yes. Rick's still slower than a 79 rated me. Cooked. Red flag. Jasper. Jasper has been cooked. That's very unfortunate. I'm so sorry. At least the trees are hiding you. This is tragic. The pressure got him in his second race weekend. I don't think I can see how messed up his car is, but judging by the rear wing not being that destroyed, he might be fine.
As we go into the 13th corner. And makes contact with the
He might not be fine because he hit a square on with the rear. That is a gearbox to the scrap heap. Yo, what? Scally gotta fuck things. We're 1-2 at the moment. No one can take that away from me. Okay, so the question now is... Oh, we have no data, but it's still improving. Okay, that's actually huge. That is actually huge that even with no data, we are improving the track here. This is kind of also not the best solution, but it's still amazing. Because basically what this means is that track evolution now is just set. It doesn't really matter how many cars go out on track. It's still going to just improve. And red flags is no longer going to mess things up. So I don't think that's the worst solution they could have done. But I'm going to be honest, it is a little disappointing that it doesn't, you know, fully affect it. Magnussen is ahead of us now. I am going to take some manual control in this outlap. Put ourselves to aggressive and push. And kind of screw over Floof here, but that's fine. Full attack and deploy. And the same here for Opmer. Should just about be able to beat the finish line. And we did. I don't think we needed to do this. But I want to see if we can improve our time here. Purple sector 1. Opmer to... Well, Q1 pole. It's good. And Iwase does have his penalty from last time. Floof second, so there's no poor Floof here. But yeah, Scally not having a good one. Jasper has been unfortunately punished by karma. I bet you feel so confident with your 1-2 and me out of the race, but wait till I get your drivers hooked and activated and you get a double DNF. But yeah, this is looking good for the upgrade so far. And we're gonna start Q2 on the old softs. And I think we're gonna try 3 runs here with the track evolution. Let's see what we can expect here in this one. It's gonna remain fairly constant, so no real track evolution here in Q2. I guess that makes sense though if we've actually built up to like max rubber. But that's also kind of disappointing again. Really wish we could change our car design like the different aspect from other teams visually. I think that would be amazing, but at the same time, I don't really think the F1 teams would be thrilled about us being able to pick and choose what aspects of their livery we want. This Belgium, how is it not raining? I think it had like 40% chance, 29%. One of those two. But we might get rain in Brazil with double points, and that could make things really exciting. If it's still interesting by the time we get there. Okay, that is a bad time now. Let's put on the fresh tires. Kloof is gonna have so much cleaner. Maybe not. We did not improve. Two yellow sectors there. Well, up me. Okay, I see how it is. I am gonna actually be fine in this first season in both my positions. What were I saying about the teams? In what context, Karma? Sorry. We're just gonna have to pray that, you know, only Norris improves. Yeah, that prayer did not go far enough. I should have timed my run better, but okay, so it actually did improve a lot more than initial expectation. Okay, this is what I like to see. The track improved more than expected. Quality is now actually kind of fun again. Yes, karma. I got hit by karma. I see what happened there. I talked about karma and then immediately got karma'd. I got karma squared. Okay, let's just send Opna out immediately, and we do need to send him out a final run too. So what I'm going to do here is actually take manual control on this first run, put him on aggressive and push. And then we are going to manually control this quali here. A letter from Kent University saying you're next, so maybe this is what I meant. Damn. What have I missed? I was working. We've improved our car now. It's arguably one of the better ones in the grid. And, well, Jasper crashed out in quali in his second race, unfortunately. Norris didn't even improve. That's the worst part. I know. The other people, I'm still in that mindset that Red Bull is the scariest one when it comes to improvements. That's the thing. I've played this game so much that I'm still locked in certain mindsets, and that just is not going to change for a while. That's just how things are going to have to be. Do I see Yano Goatmare? Yes, you do. You switched points back 15 years ago and suddenly Alonso DH is 20 years. It's funny you should mention that because I've read a theory that Alonso's incident when he got electrocuted by the car and crashed, at least that's what they think happened, that it somehow reset his memory. Like his body and his body just forgot the last 10 years. Which is a hilarious theory that probably isn't, you know, even remotely true. But it's just one of those fun conspiracy theories that doesn't really make sense. If you Google Alonso crash, it's like ages ago. Yeah, testing in Spain. Like almost a decade ago. They haven't actually gone officially out and say that's what happened, but that's like the only thing that makes sense. Like, either Alonso... The thing is with Spain 2016 is either Alonso passed out in the car while he was driving, or he got electrocuted and crashed. It's one of those two. 2015. It's one of them. It's testing in Spain a decade ago, basically. Alonso got he either passed out in the car, or he got electrocuted, or something happened that basically knocked him out, and as a result, the car crashed. And when he woke up, he thought he was doing karting. That's how badly that messed him up when he was, you know, conscious again. So one of the like conspiracy theories there is like, oh, Alonso is amazing because he still thinks he is, you know, 20 years old, that sort of thing. Do I think I'm funny? Not really. I'm just trying to have fun. Let's see, are we improving? Okay, this has actually gone to the peak here. We need to be the last car out of the pits. 4 cars, 5 cars, 6, 8. We're gambling here. Right behind Verstappen, let's go. Let's see what Opmir can do. That's the last car out and just barely making the line. Yellow. Yellow. This is on a fresh set of tires too. Did not improve. Very sad. Bottas, pole. Hamilton second, Piastri third, Verstappen, Alonso, and then we have Floof. Floof just a couple of positions behind Verstappen this time around. He's still Rookie of the Year, of course. Can't believe he's younger than Max. There's a reason why we call Alonso like Eternal Rookie and just joke around the Rookie of the Year thing. Okay. 12th and 4th. This is vastly better than first time around. The setups aren't amazing, however. The question is, how do I play this? Do I go full send, or do we play it in the sense that we try and build advantage? Let's go Floof. People get electrocuted. That's the exact kind of reaction. Some people think they're waiting to get picked up at kindergarten. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. I think just one softs, like completely fresh softs, has less grip in this game, it feels like, than like a lap old softs, which is interesting. Hard to believe it was Alonso stopped Schumacher's dominance and is still racing today. Yeah, Eternal Rookie, after all. Do I go for the aggressive strategy here? I think it's still just going to be one huge DRS train. Oh, I don't want the Hardstone in there. But this could still pan out to be very, very good. We go with the aggressive strategy. It's just more fun here. I don't know if we can do it with Opman. Honestly, I kind of want to go long with Opman here. So we do something like this. We go long, and then we go into a light soft towards the end and try and pick up the win. Something like this. Gonna be just slightly quicker than the other strategy, but just having this much soft towards the end is kind of mad. We can go full attack, basically, for the final stint if we want to. And that's kind of what I'm banking on here. So we'll do a little bit different strategy for each of them. For myself, because I'm starting so far back, going full attack initially and trying to make overtake stick is going to be the best play. For Opma, just staying where we are, letting the others pull us along, it's going to be the better option here. So let us do this. That should be okay. We'll see what we can do here. I think it's going to go okay.
The anticipation is really building here. Get ready. It's the Belgian Grand Prix. And it's lights out. And away we go.
Lights out and away we go. High overtake aggression for both of our boys. Opman has almost lost out of position here to Verstappen. It's still holding on, but like, look at Floof just flying through. We are in 11th, but that's not really that terrible. I'm curious how Bottas is going to hold on here. Bottas Alonso could be a fun pairing this time around. Floof ahead of Max. Yes, he sat in our slipstream and got a little bit of an advantage there. Let's go. Did me and Floof body switch or something? Just a shame Floof isn't there today. He is probably sleeping though. He might pop up in like a couple hours. Fastest lap goes to Piastri lap 1. But yeah, this is basically the same thing that we've been doing. A lot of DRS trains basically. And can we beat Hamilton here? Not like that, unfortunately. Belgium is kind of nice though, because you basically have infinite energy, it feels like, until you have none, and then it takes like 3 years to charge it back up. That is a nice overtake on Science, and that should bring our confidence to its peak. Still far away from max though. Like max stats, so we're still not going to be super competitive. I need Opme here to make the pass and catch up to Piastri and Bottas. Because right now we are kind of getting left behind, and that is a problem. A big problem. Just realized the Hamilton returned to McLaren this save, yeah. Ocon with a lockup. It's a surprise that it's happened twice, I guess we could say. We go past Leclerc and up into 9th. 3 positions of points. We're going to try and nab that from Floof. Some gaps are starting to form though in the grid here. And that's not necessarily a good thing. If we can catch Bottas and get DRS in now on the next to DRS zones, we should be okay. Hamilton is pushing like mad though. Like, it's actually kind of worrisome. I don't think we got DRS. We got fastest lap, but nothing to really show for it, and now we don't have much energy to really do much of anything. The other cars are still just a little bit too quick for us. Yellow flag. Doesn't seem to be like a serious incident, and apparently we did catch up. Danny Rick with a spin. Opme flies through into the lead. We are having a good start to Belgium here. I'm going to turn myself down to neutral, and once Opme gets overtaken, we'll start doing a little bit of recharge. Tire temps are also a little bit worrying, but we're in the lead, so I can't really complain. All 3 of the drivers that year were scared to drive the car. Yeah, that makes sense, honestly. Who is my favorite F1 driver? Probably Alonso, actually. I didn't get into F1 really until in my later years. I played basic football in my teens. So I got into F1 a little bit later. Rosberg's a solid pick. Did Rosberg drive for Williams in 07? Liverpool. Basically since I was like 6 years old. But yeah, so far it's looking good. I think we will speed things up a little bit here. That makes sense. We are getting a little bit more stretch in the field this time around compared to the first race. Every team now has at least 1 or 2 upgrades up and running. We do need to pass the Alpines here, but I don't think they're going to allow us to do that, so we're just going to slow down a little bit. Opme still leading on cold tires here is also kind of insane. So Opme might be a little bit OP for this at the moment. What happened to my fuel? I started with maximum underfuel. When tires are underheated, it shows they lose performance. It is significant enough to worry about. It is. They do lose performance, but it's also proportional to how underheated they are. In this case, it's actually enough to be worried about, like 3 degrees. But anything from 1 to 2, I don't feel you lose enough performance for it to matter. Because the way that it works then is that we just save so much time compared to Bottas behind, compared to Hamilton, Floop, Verstappen, Piastri, that we still are going to be quicker, even though we are slower because the tires are cold, because we just build up a tire advantage. And that tire advantage will very often translate into, well, being quicker while everything tells you that you should be slower. I wouldn't be too worried about it. It's when we get even further down it's going to be a problem. But for now, it's actually going to be okay. Guy 17 or lower? You mean yourself? Are we blaming Jasper for this one? Oh! The torpedo almost torpedoed someone while we were watching. Jasper here being really, really lucky that he was behind and not ahead of Osama bin Russell.
Just unable able to control
Very,
the car
very
at that
lucky.
point.
Have I ever had a Greg's? No. Greg's doesn't exist in Norway. It got purged from existence. So it's always recommended to go slow itself for better performance? Not every time. Like some tracks, particularly Suzuka, Japan, I feel like just is way harsher if you're running cold tires than any other track. So there are some individual considerations to take into account too. If you feel like you are a lot slower, chances are you are. So you might need to turn up your tires if that's the case. But for the majority of tracks, running a light soft is very, very powerful. Indeed. We're just trying something different with my driver compared to Otmar to see if we can do something cheeky with being aggressive. If you ever need any help with remembering the F1 champ, just ask Vettel. Yeah, Vettel has like a encyclopedia when it comes to F1 drivers. It's actually kind of insane. Oh, we are getting sent on by science. I do need to move forwards, though. Our tires are starting to lose out compared to the cars around us. We are doing a bit of a gamble here with this strategy. So we need to make the most out of these softs. Opma can just chill where he is, and he'll be fine. Oh no, remember that peso I gave you? Ferrari has fallen off, still down in 20th. The other Ferrari down in 9th, being held up by yours truly. Yeah, so far things are looking very, very good this race. I think we can do some fun stuff. I might also keep Opma out here and just do a one-stopper for him. The rate things are going. It might be the better option. Are we gonna get a double here? No, we backed out. We are actually gonna get overtaken instead. Damn, that was disappointing. I had a chance to send it on both Alonso and Floof, and instead Sainz sneaks in. I got karma immediately. Recent got in the game. Just want to thank you for your amazingly helpful guide videos. Thank you very much, NC. Appreciate it. You are very welcome. If you put my name into that Alpine, I would smoke Chano. Damn. I'm going to get sacked on my Alpine save. LMAO. Nudge, if you want, you can upload that save to my Discord in a place called Save Your Seat. And I'll take a look at it and see if I can stop you from getting fired. I'll probably make a video on it if you upload it there. You can find my Discord in the description. 2025 season predictions. Honestly, I want to see... Okay, that should be a penalty. We overtook him off track. We overtook Sainz off track. I confess, we should be receiving a penalty. Does anyone know if you can edit the calendar or rules regs at the end of the season? Unfortunately not. It's at the start of a new save, Riley. The only thing you can do at the end of the season is just randomize the GP order. You still have the same GPs, but they'll just show up at different times than normal on the calendar. Like you might start out at Baku, for instance. But you can't do any editing. You'll have to use the online editor for that. Hamilton for his glorious 8th? I would love to see that, honestly, Tekka. Verstappen until someone beats him. We're gambling on Verstappen's 6th straight one. That would be also kind of wild. To be fair, we are getting closer to the first pit stop. We are going to be pitting myself, not on this lap, but on the following one. And in terms of confidence, it's still looking good. Floof is trying to undercut us. How dare he? Honestly though, where Floof comes out is probably going to be a good indication of where we're going to come out. So we'll take a look at this. As long as Floof comes out ahead of Hirakawa here, I'm going to be happy. Because that's a lot of free air. A lot of time to be gained on basically everyone ahead. Look at this. Floof has... How much free air do you have? Not a ton, honestly. But there are some gaps in the DRS train here that we can exploit. So it's actually looking really, really good. I'm going to go ahead and deploy it a little bit, get us quicker into those pits. And Yano is just kind of chilling on his Sunday ride here. And as I mentioned, we do have a choice to make here with Yano. And that is basically, do we change this around to a one-stopper? Basically, do we do this instead? Because as long as the others stay out and just run with him, I think it's going to be, you know, kind of a done deal. The others aren't going to stay out as long as he is. Piastri and Verstappen are, but they're the only ones. And there are some gaps here to exploit, like 10 seconds down to Max. So I think for Opmer, if we have actually gotten rid of Bottas right now, which it looks like we do, it's time to start. It's time to start cooking, and to start sending it, if you will. Yellow flag. Nothing serious. Just Ivasa running wide. Put it back to neutral here so we don't use every single ounce of our energy. Bottas actually jumped into the pit there. Pretty sure Hamilton had DRS. But yeah, now we can start creating some gaps here, particularly with Opmer. And when we pit, that's gonna be huge. I need a clean stop. So many other cars in the pits. 2.7 seconds. And we come out just behind Floop. Which is fine. Because he's on a soft tire. And he's gonna have to push. Because I'm pretty sure he's done 2 soft tires in a row now. That's going to spice things up. 3 seconds now to Hamilton too. We are looking very, very good at the moment. I'll take this. So yeah, from your point of view, what percentage of a good performance comes from a good race management and how much from the car development? It's kind of 50-50 to be fair. Like you can win a race with just like a midfield car with good race management and a little bit of luck. But car development just makes it so much easier. So, again, if you're looking for a challenge, you can limit yourself on car development a little bit, but it's insanely important. But race management can, you know, win you races in a midfield car. It can lose you races in a car that you should win every race. So both of them are kind of equally important in that regard. Gasper has to rely on Ferrari strategy. How is he doing? He's actually 9 seconds behind us on a old soft. But he is actually doing okay, I think. It's cool you can play with the old point systems, like the one where you score... Yeah, it's the one we're using right now, John. The one where you only 6 points or higher gets points. First time laughing this stream. I thought push now hard. It's French toast time. We know that Verstappen is going to have... he's not going to get how much competition from Lawson, unfortunately, I think. Lawson's going to be under a lot of pressure. He was mentality rose by 100 times. What's better, low fuel and save or heavy fuel and push? I'm pretty sure low fuel and save is going to be better. The difference is just astonishing, and also the fact that if you manage your fuel, you'll usually be running with a cool powertrain, which means you're saving components so it's quicker and better for your components to run low fuel. Lawson is the next Alpine Castle Kvyat. We have no faith in that rookie, do we? Ocon now is being a problem. That's bad, because Floof is flying. He's 4 seconds up the road while I was looking at chat. I am cooked. Ocon is on 41% old softs. We should have no problem with taking him. Even if our DRS is actually terrible. The fact that we can't get close is actually a travesty. I need that new rear wing. Finally. We lost 7 seconds while contending with Ocon. That's not acceptable. That's problematic. Welcome back, David. With your actual David account this time. How is your driver so bad versus your teammate when you're only 4 overall lower? We're 6 overall lower, and we also have a mentality divide, if you will. Opme has a good mentality, not enthusiastic, but the one below that, and we are neutral. So the overall difference is actually probably closer to 8 or 9. And it's a combination of those two facts that is creating the difference here. And also, qualifying-wise, Opme was a second quicker, and we started 12th while he started 4th. So both of those have had an effect. There is an F1 question for you. F1 people, in the last 10 years, how many CDC was won by a team that didn't have a drivers champion? Yeah, isn't it just the 2? I had this driver. Hello, Julio. Isn't it both the RBs? Is it 3 then? Or am I misremembering? Okay, we're back in the train here. Give ourselves a little bit of deploy. I need to get by Leclerc. Opman is actually doing amazing right now because everyone behind him, with the exception of Bottas and Hamilton, still need to pit. And we've already gone too far with this, honestly. We should probably just do... Excuse me. We probably should just do the medium till the end. That's genuinely what I feel here, but... I can finally full send again. I have to. My genes are screaming at me to full send. Yeah, 2021, 24. Will it finish high in the VDC? I would think Russell, to be fair. Unless Antonelli really sets the world alight, and I would love to see it. But I think we need to be realistic. Yes! Flus gets overtaken. Opme in the pits. I need it to be clean. That's clean enough. We are still basically in the lead because Piastri's on 42% all mediums here. We have a pit stop on most cars that we're worried about, so even if we need to pit again, because we are going just full send, full YOLO, we should still be in a really, really good spot here, I think. I'm actually going to do a little bit of recharge here. We're fine with sticking behind Flu for the time being, although we immediately lost a second. We'll do a little bit of recharge, and then we'll try and break just completely free of him. That's going to have to be the move here. Hello, Narrowbacks. What's your preference on mentality? I see we can freeze in database editor. Which do I prefer? If I want more challenge, I freeze it. If I'm happy with the situation, then I keep it unlocked. We might need to freeze it in this one, though, because right now, Opmin might be a little bit too powerful. And in a situation where I start dominating, for instance, I would probably freeze mentality. I would definitely toggle on the thing, though, that allows AI to refurbish their, or rather forces AI to refurbish their stuff, however. That would be a good idea. We are not getting rain here. It's going to stay dry till the end. Terrace and tire warm up, yeah, but yeah, Piastri basically got sent to a Shadow Realm immediately. He's 5 seconds behind us now. Have a wonderful day to you all. Thank you for the awesome stream. Time to go to work. Hope you have a good day at work, man. Thank you for dropping by. Let us speed things up, because right now, not much I can do, really. So many teams are actually struggling to overtake that it's kind of funny. But right now, I'm going to go ahead and deploy. We are going to try and clear Floof and break away from DRS. Floof and Verstappen can have their own little party going. And Bottas is going to need to pit again. Hamilton can go to the end if he takes care of those mediums. which I think he will. Verstappen is definitely going till the end, and with that in mind, yeah, Altmaier should win this unless we have some bad circumstances. Our DRS is weak as shit, though. We basically can't overtake. It's kind of embarrassing. When is this update? Yeah, update came out today. Why is he pushing tires all the time? Because we can get away with it here. Belgium is basically very low degradation, which means going full attack on your tires is actually viable. And that's kind of what we're doing it. Not with that attitude, fair. What am I testing right now? We basically just messed around with the season. We maxed out the performance of every other team's car. And right now we are just taking a look and seeing how these settings actually affect the game. I spent basically 2 hours of this stream just messing around with the setup, which is kind of wild when you think about it. I think for now we're kind of happy with just sticking with Verstappen. He's on fresh hards. It's going to be probably quicker than us. It's going to still suck to stay behind him, but we literally don't really have much of a choice at the moment. But yeah, as Seka says, just testing new features of the update. We've down to 6th. 6th? Yeah, 6th. Fastest lap there for Altmaier. He is just going quicker and quicker, what we love to see. And I'm going to deploy here because we are leaving Floof behind. And I would like it to remain that way. Ocon with another lockup. Is that his like fourth in 2 races here? Ocon not having a good day. If we can't beat Verstappen in a drag race, we can't. Oh, can we? Thank the Lord that we actually won a drag race for once. How long will I keep streaming for? I think at this rate, I probably am going to do 2 more races. And then we'll do the last, like, 5 races tomorrow. I think that's going to be the play. I'm probably going to start a little bit earlier in the day tomorrow, like 2-3 hours earlier than I did today. But I definitely do want to finish this first season and then probably, like, make a video of what you can do with this. Because it's kind of fun. For real. We're not leaving Verstappen behind, so at this stage we can't really do much but just manage. And we'll speed things up a little bit because, as I mentioned, can't really do much anyways. Does hard racing only affect the driver pushing, or does it affect their overtaking and defending? Are you thinking about the high overtake aggression? The high overtake aggression basically increases the chance of overtaking, but you'll be at a higher risk of incidents. Like spin lockups, corner collisions, you're making kind of risky moves to get the overtake done, so in theory, yes. Hi Nero, thanks for your explanation about engine management on other live. I want to ask another question. Is it sufficient if I use aggressive overtake all the lap, or you have any advice? Well, interesting enough, if you think about the overtake aggression here, generally the way that I think about it is if I have high or higher confidence, I'm fine with running high overtake aggression for the entire race, provided my drivers have above 80, 85-ish on control. So in this case, I'm running both my drivers on high overtake aggression the entire race, and I don't have a lot of incidents, maybe 2-3 incidents a season, and sometimes none of those incidents are my fault, so it depends. I think it's fine to do it. I feel like the risk is worth it. But it's gonna be up to you then, if you feel like it. I like to do it. I feel like it's more than worth it, as I mentioned. But if you have a lot of incidents, it's perfectly fine to just toggle it on when you need to make an overtake, and keep it off otherwise. Late stream for me? Yeah, it's gonna be late. Luke might be waking up, indeed. The official subreddit recommends normal. In terms of race difficulty, it does make sense. Like, I made a video where I took a look at it, but basically, the normal race difficulty compared to the hard race difficulty, the AI is better at tire management, because they're not full sending it. On hard difficulty, they do full send it, and it didn't really get adjusted after they nerfed attack. Basically, attack was much stronger before. It's not as strong anymore. And after that nerf, they didn't readjust the AI, so the AI will burn tires a lot more on hard difficulty, and as a result, running standard will just have the AI to be better at tire management, and particularly on high deck tracks, they're going to be a lot quicker on normal than on hard. Oh no! Tragedy strikes.
Got a yellow flag.
Yeah, that is unfortunate there for Jasper, but it doesn't look like you picked up a lot of damage. But the torpedo from RB did get you. See you later, Ben. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good night. I don't know if the AI uses aggressive overtaking, Cyberpup. Unfortunately. My favorite thing about the patch is being able to add a team but start with Ferrari on a weaker setting. That would kind of be fun too. Like, nerf your favorite team and try and bring them up again. Could be fun to do a season like that with, say, Red Bull. We're having a massive reality check. That's what I was asking. Is it only tires that change the difficulty? The AI is going to be playing a little bit slower, so that changes things a little bit. Do you have a puncture? No. So it's just that front wing being absolutely destroyed. I did get distracted a little bit by chat, sorry. But yeah, basically the main thing is going to be tires. The AI is just going to be running normal, but a lot more than you run aggressive and attack. And as a result, the tires are taken better care of. So yeah, that's how the AI works. Shame that Jasper did get taken out there, though. Spa is not being a good weekend for you. Get that RB banned. I'm gonna go sort Hiroshima, damn. Relax, Turbo. You don't have terminal damage, Jasper. I'm pretty sure you don't have terminal damage. I think you have a destroyed front wing. And the game treats a completely destroyed front wing as if you have terminal damage. I'm pretty sure you're going to pit here, you're going to replace that front wing, and you're going to come back out, and then you're going to have to pray for a safety car. Yeah, they're replacing that front wing. You'll be fine. You might have a bent suspension, but apart from that, you should be okay here. Oh yeah, you went back to yellow, so you still have some sort of damage. I would think suspension, since it was tire versus tire. And that is probably what's going on here. Your gearbox is completely shafted, though, after your crash in quali. 27%. That's not good. Surprisingly, your engine and ERS does seem to be fine. So you're not in a really bad position. You're actually doing fairly well. I was in for a win as well. Is he gonna get lapped? Oh, 143. Is that Opme behind him? Dun, 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 dun. Ivas is a new torpedo. To be fair, it seems like whenever, in this game, the lowest rated driver just gets like a 3 times more likely cause incident flag or something. I wonder if powertrain degradation is just for low number of races. It doesn't seem like that because this is our powertrain. This is our powertrain. On the second race weekend, 83, 93, 84. So I'm pretty sure it is not adjusted for the low number of races, and you kind of have to adjust that yourself. Get out of the way, Jasper. Full eating time. But yeah, we are over half a minute behind our teammate, and we're now going to pit, which is going to put us even further behind. We are going to come out in 13th. There's some cars there with actually fairly decent Bottas. Damn. Yeah, this strategy did not really work out for us, and we could be in trouble here. We'll have to see though what we do. We're going to have to struggle to get back to the points. Offman is going to have to carry us. For sure. If you get lapped, even though a safety car won't help, we'll have to pit at one point, so we'll have to pay the safety cars after that. I just came back. How are you the best car now? We put everything but the rear wing on the vehicle at this point, so we kind of min-max it probably a little bit too hard. Probably need to turn off same mentality too, and then things will be a little bit better. I bet you're happy with your cheating torpedo. Yeah, cornering is kind of insane. We have gotten our pit stop done though, and honestly, I think we can run full attack till the end here with, I don't know if I should call it narrow myself. Honestly, aggressive is going to be quicker, hilariously enough. So we'll just stick with aggressive right now. It's kind of just how interesting degradation is at low deg tracks. Like, look at this. Attack is supposed to be a second slower. Well, a second quicker now. Why was the second slower instead? Last time I checked. But still, 3 seconds there. If I go full attack from here to here, that should be more than 3 seconds. We'll stick with aggressive for now. That'll get the job done. I think I looked at Opmer first time around. Or, you know, the game just isn't being consistent, which also is true at times. Hello, Eskil. How are you doing? Eskil what? How is your skiing career going? But yeah, Opmer is, again, a pit stop ahead. We are definitely going to be able to just hit for... Oh, is that... We're kind of pulling you along here, I feel, or basically holding you up. One or the other. I don't know which yet. But I don't know if I like having Jasper behind Opmer, because what I feel like Harm is going to do now is just you turn Jasper into the torpedo. That would be problematic. It isn't his fault, it's his in principle orange app. Yeah, of course. Keep on forgetting that joke. So much weird things going on here that I'm forgetting half of it. Also because it's late and I'm tired, but honestly, it's so much fun. I can't stop. Magnussen gets out of the way there. We are up into 11th. Still need to catch Piastri, who is 15 seconds up the road. 44 versus 45. Getting around half a second a lap, that's not going to be enough. We need more. We're going to stay out here with Opmer until we get into trouble. We're still having Ivasa and... Okay. Round 2. You gotta be joking me. Did we survive? Yeah, we're fine.
We've got a yellow flag here.
That's actually just turned in on me moment. Oh my god. Is it because they both were lapped? And that prevented the Asper from overtaking? I think it was. We now have a virtual safety car. Basically, no excuse not to pit Opmer. Let's just get him in. We manage the soft and we get fastest lap towards the end. Easy. Who else has retired? You need a new front wing again. The Ferrari pain train is here. Speaking of torpedo. That was the replay, yeah. Looked like the first crash. Karma. 5-second penalty this time around. At this rate, Ivas is going to get a race ban in a 9-race season. Like, he torpedoed out 2 cars last race, and this time he's already taken out the Asper twice. Oh. And not only that, but we're still going to keep holding him up because we're pitting alongside him. Like, life doesn't get worse here. Didn't see the patch, any major changes. Basically, there's now a way to edit your save before you start. Change things around as you see fit. You can make your own drivers and staff. Basically, you have a lot of freedom in how you set up your saves. They did also kind of rework how track, rubber, and grip works a little bit. So qualifying now is a little bit more intense and interesting, is my first impression. But yeah, it's a pretty decent patch, I dare say. Virtual safety car is ending. With how the races are spaced, Ferrari will need emergency build parts. Remember how you wanted to nerf me? Can you undo that, please? I've been nerfed enough. Yeah, you are forgiven. You may be unnerfed, Jasper. I apologize for my I apologize for my desire to nerf you. Clearly it was not... Clearly it was unneeded. He will need to buy a new powertrain. Do we actually want to see here if Jasper picked up any powertrain damage from that? Because I don't think that second crash caused any powertrain damage. Yeah, it didn't do anything to his engine, his ERS, or his gearbox. His gearbox is just destroyed after he did the quality crash. That's wild. Involving 3 crashes in one race weekend, with potentially a 4th one incoming. That is actually kind of insane. Okay, I need to clear both Floof and Hulkenberg here. I don't think we can chase down Sainz, but we'll make a good try out of it. And we'll just flip full attack here for the last few laps. We can't overtake under DRS. Our DRS is just too weak. We need to overtake in basically any other opportunity. And that is going to be kind of painful. Might be lap 20. If Asa only breaks front wings and aero. True. You're assuming if Asa won't torpedo him again next race. Next race is Japan, so that would be interesting. To be fair, if Jasper hadn't crashed out in quality, it wouldn't be anywhere near Ivasa, so really it's Jasper's fault. Ivasa was just an unfortunate victim. That's the official story, and we're sticking with it. Ivasa was behind me qualifying too. Still hope for a red flag. Honestly, a red flag would be fairly interesting right now. That would spice things up. Good overtake there on Floof. We do have not really a tire advantage. Too much towards the cars in front. We are aiming at Piastri here. That is still 16 seconds down the road. 5 laps. We need to be 3 seconds a lap quicker. A lap quicker. And that is just not going to happen here. No way. No way that we are making that work. Maybe we'll get Hulkenberg, and I think that is going to be about it. 44.8 versus 44.9. Yeah, we're not catching him. No way. Opmer, on the other hand, can basically do another pit stop if he wants. He is just flying out front with 44.7s. He is quicker than I am running light softs. That mentality and confidence difference is just insane. Red flag with reverse grit. Wish you could put reverse call in the game so race are more fun as a runaway. Guess a rocket up is what? Oh mate, it's chilling. We're basically just trying to kind of save a little bit of fuel and tires right now, and we're just gonna do the last 2 laps as 2 fast laps back to back to try and snatch fastest lap back, because points are very valuable in this edition right now. Maybe I'll be able to keep the board happy. Maybe they won't fire me. Yellow flag. Albon with a lockup. I was ready to see Jasper doing some shenanigans again. I have to be honest. Opmer the goat, but Floof better. Floof is currently not having a good race either, to be fair. That is a nice send. We sent Hulkenberg directly to the Shadow Realm. But yeah, we are getting closer now to start just going full sends. It will be on, not the next lap, but the following one. So we'll allow him to complete this lap that he's about to start. And then we're going to start sending it. Honestly, if we finish 10th or 9th, it doesn't actually matter much. So I'm just going to allow my guy here to try and make something happen. Okay, we are going to start doing some pushing to try and snatch the quickest lap. And we should be able to do so with relative ease here, I think. A little bit of deploying here too for myself. Try and break the toe. Make sure that we remain safe would be huge. It's possible to still modify the rosters in between seasons. Unfortunately, you're only allowed to do it at the start of a save, Hamza. So you're going to have to use a different editor if you want to do that. So there's still some limitations to it, but it just allows you to set up the challenge, so to speak, as you see fit. This update would have been 11 out of 10 if we could edit the real driver ratings. Yeah, I would agree with that, Felipe. It's a shame, but still, the update is still pretty good. We could see them make some tweaks to it to make it more entertaining. I would love that. But yeah, so far I'm actually very, very happy with it. How has Opme done? Green, purple, and Porpel. Fastest lap. Final lap, we can go full push. Shouldn't be a problem with anything really here. Please let me break away from Hulkenberg. Last thing I need is a kick in the ass, basically. If we can avoid it, it would be nice. And yeah, I probably should have started with a level 2 car maybe. Or, you know, we probably shouldn't have made Opme OP. Kind of. I still don't get how he's this much quicker. But he's made it work. 7.5k subs till any day possible? I don't know. Depends if we're lucky or not. If a video blows up, perhaps. I await the triumphal return of Gotifi. We could, again, now we can actually kind of easily add Gotifi to the game. Opme wins. Hamilton's going to come second. And most likely we could see Norris third, although Verstappen, Bottas, Piastri. There is still a 3-man fight for points there. Jasper has finished before Hamilton. That's kind of BM, but also kind of funny. Hamilton, Norris, Verstappen, Bottas, and Piastri have finished the race here in the point scoring positions. That should still be good for our team, though. We are expected to score points in 5 races. I think we've done a good job here. All things considered, it could be a lot worse.
To sum up, not least for George Russell there.
Shame about Jasper. I need him to win so he can give me, you know, that £1. Need to add it to the Greg's bucket list fund. But yeah, good race here for us, honestly. 11 points, got that fastest lap. Drivers' Championship, we now have Opme in the lead of it because Alonso failed to score points. Norris only got 4, Hamilton scored his first points. This could be a very interesting list if we have a couple of, you know, DNFs. Jasper falls down to 7th. And in the Constructors, we are now 2nd. So I guess the board was right about it, about our situation, all things considered. The board was not wrong. How could I ever have doubted the board? Go with the Gotifi with demigod status. Gotifi's still in database? Yeah, he's still in the database, but I think we could do something funnier by making him a, you know, random, or, you know, remake him, so to speak. Did finish before Hamilton. Don't look at the position. Good night, Turbo. Thank you for dropping by. Appreciate it. Have a very, very good evening. Minor technical changes. Let's hit the high-speed downforce. We're still going to get regulation changes. I'm wondering if they're going to... To be fair, they can only give us more engines, ERS, and the gearboxes. They can't actually take them away. We could have multiple Gotifis. We could, like, make a team of that's just Gotifi. And just call it, like, the Goat Farm, for instance. There's so many fun little scenarios and things that we could do now that it's just easier to do because the editor is in the game. Suspension gets the lead. Factory shut down for 12 days. Huh. Why am I actually freaking out about this? Suzuka isn't over a month away. That's actually a really terrible event this early in the season, but then I remember, wait a minute. That's a long time. So we are getting low speed downforce changes. That is perfectly okay. Lines are getting finished here. This is the underfloor. Can I manufacture it? Oh yeah, it's just going to be an emergency. Let's not do that. We're not going to make any more underfloors, so we're going to get started on the chassis here. I'm wondering once we get every part on the car, just how different things are going to be. I would assume also as the AI designs, they'll be catching up a little bit. But until we reach that point, we should be kind of safe. The problem is I might need to fire myself in order to meet the board objectives. And that's kind of difficult when you're literally... one personality is the driver and the other personality is the team principal. That's going to be a tough conversation to have. Okay, sample design is complete. We are going to continue this for a couple more sessions. Like so. Did I ever make the second set of From Wings? I don't think I did. I should get started on that once this... Once the next project finishes. Tour Center level 5 is good. No research projects. That is kind of funny. Every driver gets his own team. Go Tiffy versus Stroll versus... Oh no. That is actually the most horrible thing I've ever heard, guys. Alternado Fiat. Oh my god. Ranganathan. Team Ranganathan. I don't want that on my worst enemy. Opmer improves to 91. Acevedo improves. Carlson improves. Third ATR period is underway, and we are going to use it on the right wing. Okay. Hauge is actually improving slightly. My smoothness is going up. This is all I want. Braking and smoothness for Opmer, which is beautiful. They will probably end up using generic pictures. You're not wrong. Yeah, let's see here. I need to make a couple extra front wings, so we just have some spares. I probably don't need to make an extra chassis because they just have such a long life cycle. So once we get to C5, we just make 2 of those and we should be fine. On the other hand, I should probably make basically one extra of each part here, just to make sure we'll be okay. But at the same time, I don't feel, pressure to do it or stress or anything like that, and it's a weird feeling. Let's keep up the work to get pit stop times down, and I'm just going to be lazy and accept this. It's not, optional by any means of the imagination, but it gets the job done, and that is honestly fine by me. I don't think I need to worry too much about min-maxing the pit crew at the moment, because the pit crew is going to just max itself at this rate. There's so much free time that the pit crew is just chilling. We are going to go into Weary here and potentially even further, but at this point, as I mentioned, I am just being lazy, and instead of managing it, I'm just saying send it, because basically, as long as we are well rested before race weekend, I don't care much if we lose a little bit of progression there. I can live with that. We now have positive mentality for both of our drivers, which should make Japan even more interesting. And also, we'll be getting that rear wing in a day. I do need to manufacture those. We should have time. And I also do need to start the CFD rear wing, so we'll get that underway as well. There's still improvements for in the future. There is, indeed. I just got an ad for Safe Australia. That could mean a lot of things, yes, but it could mean that Australia is going to turn out to be your best performance this year in the game. And I don't know if you want that to be like your legacy. Just that podium in Australia and then just sadness afterwards. Welcome back, school. How are you doing? Thank you for dropping by again. Maybe I'll make a say with all the stupid paid drivers from the 90s and zeros. That sounds painful, guys, but it would be fun to mess around with. Is it possible now to create a team but play one of the established teams? Yes, you can do that. So I don't know if the last race is a sprint race and double points. Is sprint race double points as well? I don't know, Nihal, but that is actually a good question. That is actually a good question, because that would make things even spicier with double points. Complete chassis sooner? Sure, I'll pay some overtime. I shouldn't have paid that overtime. I forget we don't have money. Front wings have been manufactured. Next order of business is to manufacture a couple of rear wings. I'm just going to make 4 here because we're not going to use the 3rd edition that we're making now anyways. We're just going to go straight to the 4th one. So all in all, we are looking very, very good. Could mean save Australia because I'm the only one getting wins from here out. Guess that makes sense. You can do 24 sprint races, Benji, if you really want to suffer. If you really want to suffer, you can do sprint race for every race weekend. The Chess Aries into guy. 20 starts, no wins. To be fair, 2nd place is not the worst thing you can do with 220 starts. He had 130-60 in F2. Okay, then it might be a little bit worse. Like, if you crash in half your starts... Well, did it crash or did the car just explode? That's the bigger question. Was it a skill issue? Or was it a mechanics issue? Because both of those do, you know, kind of play a part there. I don't think we're going to need more side pods. That's the thing. It's kind of hard to judge if we need more parts or not. And it's a weird place to be. Okay. Can we this time? That is the number 1 driver. That is not someone we send on a... Come on, we're so close. No, we're missing like 180, but we're getting closer. We'll take that. We will take that. Mentality is once again kind of going down here. Car performance, facilities. Are you upset about the car? Oh. Oh, we might be in trouble here. The car is no longer as dominant as it used to be. And I do understand why DRS and top speed is struggling. Just gonna check where we're at on parts here. I think we're fine. I should probably make 1 backup chassis so I don't have to emergency manufacture one. To be fair, I probably shouldn't need to do that anyways, with just how long it's between each race, but let's just get one to be safe. Other god improved. Let's go. Irish is normally, yeah, that makes more sense. I think Williams would just be forced to break the cost cap then, because you just have you're so likely to crash. Race preview. Strategy. It's not gonna rain. Safety cars can play a huge part in pit stops. It's a 50% chance. Should we make a poll? Is Jasper gonna crash again? Or is he gonna survive this time? L-Rip. Mailbox Paradise with Paris and Rick.
Konnichiwa from the Suzuka circuit in Japan.
Hola.
This unique track is a favorite home for motorsport.
Let's see what we can do here. I did forget to put parts on the car. Let's just get that out of the way first. Put the rear wings on. I think those were the only parts I forgot, though. No, the underfloor too. That's a small upgrade, but +4, +2. That puts us actually, I think, back into first for low-speed cornering. So there we go. We're back with the best cornering car. We just temporarily let go of that crown. But yeah, I do need to get that second front wing made. It's kind of shambolic that I forgot about it. Embarrassing, some might also say. But it's just how things are. Who's in first last race? Opmer. He's currently leading the championship as a result. We're getting wet quali again. I don't mind it because, again, it just gives me an opportunity to see how what the AI does. Ow, I hit my microphone again. I apologize. And I also just realized that I've been playing for 4 hours and I've forgotten to record the footage. That's a yikes. That means I need to get the low quality footage from YouTube if I want to edit this into a, say, video. That is painful. That's a bruh moment, yeah. But I think it will be fine. Okay, qualifying 1. I think we have everything sorted. We still have good engines here. Let's jump into the session. Might need to change my strategy of sending the cars out immediately because things might change. Looks like the grip is going to slightly improve towards the end. It is going to get slightly drier. So we're going to have to go out again and try and be dead last in terms of who is coming out on the... in terms of when we go out on the track. That does need to happen. Yeah, let's see if anyone beats us here. Norris, Bottas, Hamilton, Alonso. Jasper is not having a good time. Neither is Floof. The rain is actually increasing instead of decreasing. Jasper is basically inside of Hamilton there, and he puts it on provisional first. Looking good for points. Okay, I think... we went out behind Floof, that's the problem. I think we'll still be fine. It's mostly just a joke. Track is now dry. Did anyone go out on dry tires? No. Thank the heavens. But this needs to be a good lap. Purple from up there. Temporarily. Did we take the other? Nope. Second purple. Top of the order. And it should be temporarily. Let's see here what our other driver can do. Yellow sector 2. That is not great. Did not improve. A second slower. That's very reminiscent of Spa, which is not a good thing. Okay, Q2. We're starting on dry tires. Okay. It's probably going to start raining very soon then. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, about 4 laps is all we have time for before the rain arrives. I don't know if we're going to have enough dry towards the end there that we'll be able to make something happen. I don't think so. But we'll just send our cars out. We'll see what they can do. Pretty simple and straightforward. Very similar to what we've seen earlier. It's going to start raining in 1 minute. I think we're safe then. Verstappen is currently on the wrong side of the line, and so is Floof. I think we are safely through, however, because once it starts raining, they're going to be very, very slow. They are not going to be having a good time here. Question is, how dry is it going to get to the end here? Is Hamilton? Nah. It's not going to get dry enough that anyone can improve. Which is good for us, bad for the Alpines. The curse continues, even with Verstappen on the side. Okay. Last quali is going to be wet again. But I can definitely say that with the latest patch here, the AI has become a lot more competitive in quali. And it is beautiful to see, because wet qualis before was basically just a free ticket to a front row lockout. And now it's no longer that. It's an actual quali. I do also like what I've seen so far of the rubber on track. But I still need to take a little bit better look at it, because so far it's just feeling. And not actual testing, if that makes sense. We're going to get everything sorted. We're going to do one run here towards the end, as it is going to get a little bit drier. And we do want to try and delay as much as possible, but at this point I think we need to go. We should still be better suited than everyone else who went out. Magnussen is going to be a bit of a problem here for one of our drivers. It looks like we are okay. Opmer improves, we do not. And Jasper puts it on pole. Despite me. He got karma. Do you need a new save testing all the new updates? Basically anything related to editing your save cluster. Like the race calendar, changing lineups, things like that. You are going to need to do a fresh create a team save with. But I believe you can do like the randomization of the race calendar, like the order. You should be able to change that up on a currently ongoing save, if I'm not mistaken. So we could have Opmer versus Jasper here with a little bit of bullying. That's going to be spicy. And for the rest here, we are 2 seconds behind our teammate. That is not a good place to be. But Jasper scores that extra point for pole. That could come in handy. And I am not a fan. Estimated race time, plus 40.59. I've never seen this bug before. But it's at least easily solvable. I honestly think we do this because, again, as I mentioned, running a light here can work, but temperatures are going to be a challenge. So we're going to try and run light. If that doesn't work, we're just going to tune it up. But honestly, soft into medium into soft should do the trick. So we're going to try the same for both. And if it just doesn't work, we just turn the softs into standards. And that should get the trick done. I think that will be okay. Imagine being 40 minutes slowest across the whole race. Yeah, that would be insane. In terms of strategy in the game, feel free to experiment with the strategy editor because it does give you a really, really good estimated race time. Like, so mess around, see what is theoretically the fastest, and then just think: Am I starting in a position where I want to pit early, for instance? Don't do a strategy that requires you to pit early, and just change things around with that in mind. So try and see what this would do for us. But basically, this is a very standard strategy around here. Because we're running light, we're going to be pitting behind everyone else, which means that we're most likely going to lose positions when it comes to the pit site sequence. Conversely, if we pit very early, we could end up in trouble because we might get stuck behind other cars because the field is so close. You need to try and think about things like that when you make a strategy too. But try and make a very fast strategy, or one of the fastest you can, and then adjust it depending on your situation. In this case, I'm perfectly fine with losing a few positions because we pit later, because I'm certain we're going to get those positions back later, because we'll have better tires towards the end of the race. But in terms of strategy, not really much else to do. Just try and think what's going to happen if you do this. And if you find it an acceptable risk, then your strategy is most likely very sound. You should be okay. Is it possible to share a picture? Just complete my GoTFs. If you want to share it with people in my Discord, that is perfectly okay. Can I customize the roster for Season 2? Unfortunately not, Wins. If you want to customize your roster for Season 2, you are going to... Opme gets him off the line. You are going to have to use the online database editor. It's just the first season. Put it on the meme page. Thank you. I'll take a quick look while the race gets underway. Memes and shenanigans. Oh my god. You made 100 overall team and drive and staff with GoTFs. What is this? That's actually terrifying to look at, my man. But it's a good start for us here. Offmare jumped immediately ahead of Jasper. Very important. And in terms of tires here, the majority of the cars are on the softs. We have 3 medium runners. We'll be basically seeing everyone pitting around the same time as Jasper gets his revenge and re-overtakes us. Temperature-wise, I am a little bit worried because temperature is still going down towards the problematic area, but it looks like as long as we are running behind someone, temperature will be okay. And with that in mind, I'm just going to speed things up from here. We'll go neutral on energy, we'll save a little bit, and we are just going to manage our tires at this point to kind of speed up race progression a little bit, because there's nothing really we can do right now to give ourselves an advantage. other than just managing tires and wait for that advantage to manifest a little bit later. I am worried here that Banks and Opmer's tires, however, are going into the cooler area. And particularly around here, as I mentioned, that is a really, really bad thing. So we are going to have to tweak it a little bit so we can keep up with Bottas and top 6. And for Opmer, it's not actually a problem because he's still in the lead. And him being slow is actually a benefit to our driver, who can then more easily keep up with Bottas. So it's not as bad as you think if you just slow down and manage it a little bit. Can I customize the roster for scenes too? Sorry, I reread that again. Wins. Do you add pictures into the game? I don't believe you can add pictures. It's if you can, it's going to require some modding that I am not. I don't know the know-how, so I whip up for that. Does underfuel work? Yes. Generally, underfueling is going to be quicker than overfueling or just running standard fuel and pushing. Any changes to tire physics? Not really, but they changed the ground physics, if you will. Basically, now the tracks rubber in a bit more. The grip is more pronounced, and generally, you're going to be quicker towards the mid and end point of a race because of that. So the track evolution has changed, and that does, of course, affect the tires as well to some degree. But generally, not a huge change for your tires themselves. But it is going to have a huge effect in quality, as, you know, track evolution is more prominent. Particularly in quality, you're going to be seeing the effects of that. At this point, that Nero guy needs to be fired. He can't compete. Yes, painfully. Yeah, way more realistic school. First race in Bahrain after making Red Bull the best. You guessed it, max win by 27 seconds. P6 and P7? That's not a bad finishing position though, Karma. That's a good start is what we call that. Okay, Ferrari's back in the lead here. We are just managing still. We are getting left behind though, and again, that is a problem because we are just so much more slower that I need to stay in this DRS train. And honestly, it's still just a DRS train containing basically every car, almost. Which is okay. I'm here, but watching, can type on Rocket League. Alright, I hope you enjoy your games and win. Rocket League is a pretty fun game, honestly. I basically did 2025 and how I think it would be. Okay. We're looking forward to your predictions then, Karma, for the fantasy draft. For F1. You should pick 10 subscribers to our team and choose their drivers and stuff. If I do racing, I'm probably gonna give the members the first choice there and then work from there. This was just a fun little impromptu thing I did because it was not planned at all. It was a little bit of suggestional chat, a little bit of from my side too. So we just did this because it was more fun that way. But yeah, I'm probably gonna give the members the first pick if I do something like that, as mentioned. Message them if possible. But that's probably going to be for the weekend or maybe even next week, as we have a lot of things going on right now. We're actually losing Jasper. That's not good. Oh, sorry, it's not even Jasper. It's Piastri. He's pushing like a madman. Hey, Opmer, deploy. Deploy the tactical Opmer. If I can work with Piastri here, if he's pushing, we might be able to get a gap to Ferrari. That would be kind of nuts if we did. How is underfuel quicker? Basically, fuel weight has an effect on how quickly your car goes. It's cool. So, because we are basically 10-15 kilograms lighter with underfueling, even though we're running conserve, we're running quicker than we would on balanced because the car is just so much lighter from the fuel. And that's basically how underfuel is quicker. Your car is quicker than it would be running on balance with a full fuel tank. And as a result, you just end up faster. There's nothing more to it than that, really. Which is, again, kind of funny. But it's just how basic physics works in the game. It's also why durability is just such a huge thing. And generally just something you generally turn to zero immediately. Tried that before, ran out of fuel. So far, when I've been running conserve the entire race, I've never run out of fuel. So, could be that I enjoy Mercedes engines a lot. But generally, underfueling is very, very powerful in this game. But it does force you to run conserve for the entire race. And even then, you'll just barely get back to positive fuel like 3-4 laps before the end of the race if you don't have a safety car, obviously. Wonder why real F1 teams don't underfuel drastically. I'm pretty sure the reality of the situation that the game portrays isn't actually how it works in... Basically, the game's portrayal of underfueling isn't realistic. Teams aren't going to be finding this much performance gained from underfueling as you do in the game. Because in the game here, underfueling can save you somewhere between 15 to 20 seconds on some tracks. That too does have an effect, the max fuel rate. Can you only customize lineups I see on creative team mode? You can do it on, yeah, you have to do it on creative team mode to do it, but you can pick any of the starting 10 teams now in creative team mode. But you have to enter that mode to get anything done. Jasper's not having a good one right now. He's down to, he's getting caught up by me. And I'm touted as one of the slowest drivers on the grid, according to every single one of you. That is not good for Jasper. I think for Opman now, we're going to gamble on attacking, because everyone else is getting to that pit window area. And honestly, might as well do that for me too. Just go full attack, push, try and create some gaps, try and catch up to the top second here, and then take it from there. Jasper finds himself in 7th. We'll have to see if he can make a comeback here. Just me on some headings invisible. I've had a lot of people tell me that certain text is just missing or invisible. So it seems to be a problem with certain, I don't know, resolutions, maybe consoles. There is some problems, at least, with some buttons and text missing. Jasper absolutely dominating science. That is true. That is true, at least. Possible to change teams after season? Yes. But you can't make any edits, even if you change your teams, I believe. How much do I underfuel? Maximum. As much as I'm allowed to. Okay. We see the first set of pit stops here. And when you pit here, it's 30-ish seconds that's estimated, so you're going to fall to the back of the grid. No matter what. So getting through traffic here is going to be very important. And hopefully we can get Bottas or Norris on this one. Finally, the DRS is working, but it's not working great. Just gave me a little bit of oomph there. Remember, we do have that new rear wing on, and even that isn't really doing it for us. We really need a little bit more to go on. Bottas is losing DRS though to Norris because we are hassling him so much. So getting that overtake done should be simple in this following lap, or maybe even before we get to the following lap. Opman is pushing ahead. When he pits, he's going to come out basically just barely ahead of Alonso. But I'm fine with going a lap or two longer and just being behind Alonso. That also works out in our favor. I think we will be fine here. Cars rapid? Yeah. The new mode is only in creative team after. You do need to play creative team to get access to it. Okay. 1-2 now. Mainly because other cars have pitted out of the way. Is Ferrari going to have a clean stop? Looks like they did. And they went onto the medium tire. Piastri is the first one to pit here. 26 seconds behind us. I think we are looking good. I think I just want to pit here. And see if we can get out ahead of Russell. Again, every lap we stay out here is going to hurt us a little bit, but also it's going to help us long term. So we do one more lap for both of our boys here. Get in on the medium. Get in on the medium. And it'll give us a little bit more edge towards the end. We are going to come out probably between Verstappen and Alonso, if the estimate is correct, for Opmeer. For myself, between Magnussen and Sainz. Not ideal, but acceptable. I'm only 4 hours late. How's the update been? The update has been good. Oh, we actually came out ahead, so it lied to us. It wasn't the full 30 seconds, which is kind of interesting. It's 23. To be fair, though, it just tells you just how long you stay in the pit lane, or rather how long it takes to go through pit lane. It doesn't take into consideration you also need to drive through the main straight in some corners, so it's actually just 23 seconds. Which puts us into a much more promising situation, as Opmer can just keep on pushing. But the fact that I forget things like that tells you just how time for bed it actually is. We might just end it after this one and continue tomorrow, because tomorrow I'll have a lot more time to stream. But yeah, so far the update has been great. The things you can do with the editor is pretty decent. Can't complain, John. And they have definitely done something to track evolution that has made it quite a lot better. I'm a fan. It is pretty amazing if you ask me. So there has been some bugs, namely I've had a lot of people tell me that they can't see certain lines of text or buttons are missing. So there is still some bugs to iron out. But for me, I haven't actually run into any issues myself. But for now, we are kind of well suited here, and we are just going to keep on pushing through. We are burning these mediums, but that's kind of what we have to do. We're still going to hold a tire advantage over a lot of other cars, with the exception of Jasper, who's potentially going to be a problem here. Damn, Hamilton is defending like his life depends on it there. That's kind of wild. Alright, I gotta go. Hopefully I can see you in the tomorrow stream. Thank you very much for being here, school. Nice to see you drop by. Have a good evening. Can you explain really quick the best course of part there? Make the first round parts make sense, but after the first set I always get confused, since the expertise gain isn't always good. So basically, is adding a feature only for credit team? Yes. So basically, the reason why you feel the expertise gain is pretty bad after making the first set of parts is twofold. The first part is because you are removing weight from parts, which is going to give you a huge boost. The second part is that you are putting sliders to points where the parts are strongest, most likely. Because of these two things, Cyberpup, your first set of designs are always going to be amazing upgrades. And as you probably have seen, if you followed this stream, which you have, let's face it, you can see that my second or third upgrades that I've been making, we can take a look at it after the race and compare a little bit, aren't nearly as impactful as that first set of designs. After that first set of designs, if you don't use CFD and wind tunnel, you should be expecting like a 1 to 2% gain. Anything more than that is just not very realistic unless you're extremely low on expertise. And as your expertise gets higher and higher, the gain for each time is going to get lower and lower, which is a way for worse teams to catch up. Do we always keep the same sliders for each part, like underfloor with cornering and nothing else? It depends on a couple of things. Basically, if you are planning to use that part, yeah, you should try and keep the sliders for the most part to what those parts are good at. But if you're just trying to develop the part and get a little bit more top speed on the underfloor, there's nothing wrong with making a design or research that focuses on it. It's gonna benefit you in the long term. But generally, we want to do that if we are starting to like not get huge gains. Let's say I make an underfloor and the cornering gains are just 0.1 for all three. Then yeah, I might try and invest a little bit in top speed. Because again, we're racing the top speed expertise, and it's gonna help you long term. Experiment a little bit with it. Everything helps. See you later, Cosby. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate it. Have a good evening. But doesn't that low expertise on other section nullifying the game from earlier parts? You don't actually lose expertise when you make parts or designs. If I make a design that has max cornering, I'm gonna get more cornering expertise than I would get top speed, for instance, on the underfloor. But if I make a design that focuses on top speed, most of my expertise for that project is going to go into the top speed, but I'm still getting some expertise for the cornering, even if the slider is at its minimum. The only way you can lose expertise is through regulation changes. So while the part isn't necessarily very good, it is still improving your next part, even though it does look like it's pretty bad. So regulation changes are the only way to lose. The goat is running out front. The research is the only way to lose expertise. Even if the number's been negative in red, yes, you're not losing expertise. Because what it's comparing isn't your expertise, it's just comparing the part you currently have in the car to the part you're now making. And of course, a part that has all the sliders maximum cornering is going to, you know, be better at cornering than a part that has all sliders focused on something else. That does not affect your expertise in any way, shape, or form. You're not losing anything in terms of expertise. It's just the part isn't, you know, made for what it's good at. So there's nothing wrong with it. It's a good way to boost, say in this case, top speed for your underfloor. The next part you make, after you make that top speed underfloor, is going to be better at top speed as a result, even with all sliders to cornering. So it does help, but do keep in mind that, again, expertise can only be lost through research, or rather regulation changes, and research is how you get it back. Basically, yeah, Cyberpup, you can do that. That works out just fine. Where's the goat? The goat is sitting up front, just relaxing, taking in the sights. I am struggling in the back here, suffering, and not really making anything happen. We might need to nerf the goat tomorrow. We'll have to see what we do tonight. I'm thinking of this one and potentially one more video, one more race, and then we might nerf Opme tomorrow. I'll make a poll in Discord or something. Or I'll make a poll tomorrow before we get started. But we'll take a look at it. Opme is a little bit strong right now. He's leading the championship 2 races in, and it's making it a little bit less competitive here. I'm not gonna lie. We got an Hamilton. I don't think we're gonna get Alonso here. We're probably not even gonna get DRS. And we are actually getting DRS here, so we're gonna run a little bit of harvesting. Get that energy back. We're not too far off second place, just 8 seconds. We'll have to see if we can convert that over the next 8 laps. Sorry, 23 laps. As a tire, we have advantage, and we're basically going to retain advantage for most of the race here. So I think we're in a good position. Thanks for figuring out. Floof is way worse than Max, but better than Paris. We might need to buff Floof a little bit too. He's currently sitting in 14th, and it's kind of sad. So we might give him a little bit of a buff tomorrow as well. Liam Lawson's overall is wrong in this game. He's at least 85 or 86. Is Lawson better than Paris? To be fair though, you're called Central Liam Lawson, so it makes sense why you are saying what you're saying. My bad. Did screw over myself there by harvesting a little bit too much, but it's okay. We'll deal with that as we go. Never knew about expertise. Thanks for explaining. I thought it was negative that you were losing it. No, it's just comparing it's just comparing what you currently have equipped versus what you are making, and expertise is never lost but through regulation changes. So don't worry about it. Feel free to experiment. I understand that red numbers are scary, but in this case, you are perfectly fine to just let it be. Okay. Jasper is currently kind of being held up by us, I think, which is kind of bad for him. Jasper pits. Opme is still in a very, very good spot here. I'm just going to speed things up a little bit because it's not a lot going on at the moment. Ivasa still has not taken anyone out, which is a miracle. But Monaco is coming up next. And we have a sprint. Anyone could die. I'm going to go ahead and deploy a little bit here. I want to get away from Bottas, if possible. And we almost made it happen. Norris and Alonso has both pitted here. We do need to take that in consideration. And what did they actually pitted on? They're going to go soft till the end. They're kind of doing the same thing we are. But as you can see, if they go standard, their softs are going to kind of be destroyed. We could try and manage softs here and get a win that way, honestly. that could actually be really, really strong. I think we just keep on going aggressive a little bit longer. And I think it's, again, just going to help us out long term. You're really down because I've been building cars for 2 years. Don't worry. The tutorials in F1 Manager are kind of lacking. Particularly when it comes to just how expertise works. So I can guarantee you're not the only one. There's no need to feel dumb over that. That's nice to hear, David. I like the update too, honestly. I'm looking forward to messing around with it. For the creator driver, can you not choose their number? I didn't check, so I don't want to say no. But yeah, I didn't check. I don't know actually. Is it theoretically possible to max expertise from every stat? I don't think so, because regulation changes are just going to be hitting you quite hard. And at later levels of expertise, as you get close to 100, you're going to need a lot of work to get there. The exception, I think, is going to be tire preservation. That one is kind of easy, actually, to get to 100% if you focus on it over the seasons. But other stats are going to be kind of hard to reach. I've been in love with this after being on PS5. Yeah, I said that a lot today, but basically this update is amazing for everyone who plays on console. It just gives you guys so much more freedom to play the game the way you want. And I'm all for that. Anything that gives more longevity to game by allowing the player to be creative and make their own challenges, I love to see in any game. What's max speed? I know the cornering number from your other videos, but you never mentioned max speed. I don't know the exact number for max speed, but it goes in percentage. So you'd have to 100% drag reduction every part that has it. But I think it's 325, 326 or something like that. It's quite a lot higher than the current, but yeah. It's a pretty decently high number. Okay, let's put Opmer on the soft here. Bottas is pitting. We are going to have to try and avoid getting undercut here. I think that might be a little bit difficult. But with some deploy on our hands here, we should be fine. And in terms of fuel, generally, as a rule of thumb, you regain 0.3 kilograms every lap on sub. So with fuel here, we should actually be perfectly safe as we finally get Opmer into the pits. And also, myself. I thought for a second that we put hard tires on Opmer. Like that white rim here gave me a mini heart attack for a second. Okay, so Opmer comes out behind the both Red Bulls here, but with vastly better tires. And if we can just sit now in the DRS of both of them and relax and kind of save even more tire, it's going to be quite amazing. Starting to save, do you have to use a creative team or can you use a normal team from the beginning? You have to create the creative team, Nickel, but you can choose, like, say, Red Bull instead. So it kind of sucks that you have to create a team, but there will be an option for you to choose one of the base 10 teams after you've set up your created one. So you can do it, yes, but there will be an 11 team on the grid. Okay, let's slow down Opmer a little bit here. Bottas is still being a problem. And there's 8 seconds up to points there. Can we close down that gap over the next 11 laps? Yellow flag. Nothing major. Is it Ocon? No, it's Magnussen this time around. Okay, I'll just pretend Audi came early or something. Yeah, or Cadillac, or, you know, Andretti. A lot of things you can do there to still have, you know, some semblance of continuity, if you will. The worst car preset is still so second off. Did they balance it a bit? I don't know if I updated the video after they did rebalance it a little bit, so it might not be 30 seconds off. But it's also going to depend heavily on your driver, how far behind you're going to be. So do keep that in mind. Is it worth using avoid high-risk curbs? You can save a lot of time doing it, but you're going to be very slow charged. So in my point of view, it just isn't. You're better off just running light or even conserve in most cases. That's how I personally feel about it. Hey, Opmare, time to do a little bit of topping up. Bottas has gotten away from us, but we are still chasing Jasper down. Gonna be the goal here. 66% off, 64% for Hamilton. There's the lap times, 30:08. We're actually slower at the moment. We need to speed up and get going. We'll do that, as I mentioned, as we get close to the end of this stint. We need a livery importer? That would be nice, yes. I would not say no to a livery importer. Although there are a lot of good people out there making some amazing liveries. It would still be nice to have a little bit more freedom in that area too. Okay, honestly, at this point, there's not really much I need to do in terms of managing. We just need to recharge, optimize battery, and look at this, 87. We have 20% advantage over every car behind us. So I could still bottle this, don't get me wrong. I'm amazing at bottling the last lap in this race. But I think we are safe enough here that we can just chill here till the end. And for myself, I just need to keep up what I'm doing. We're catching Bottas, we're catching every car ahead. There are just 7 laps remaining, so we do need to take that into account. And Russell actually has a mechanical fault that's forced us a retirement. What has he been struggling with? Because he has been doing a little bit of that crashing. Okay, so his gearbox is gone. He needs a new one. But this 9, it's just a 9 race season, by the way. And we only have 2 gearboxes and 2 ARSs and 2 engines, so having one get destroyed in the 3rd race is not good for Russell here. He's going to have to take a penalty. Pretty major penalty. Albon with a mechanical fault. Ocon. They're not really in the championship running, so I think we're still fine. Do I like the patch? Ah, yes. I find the patch very enjoyable so far. I do like what they've done with it, and hopefully they'll do even more with it in future. That's going to be my hope, at least. So Opmare is actually breaking free from Norris at 3 seconds now. And we are going to slow down for the last 5 laps here. See if we can move myself up into the points. That would be good. And more importantly, beat the Ferrari. But I think F1 25 manager liveries will come this year. I genuinely don't know. They just released 2 free livery packs that you can pick up in the store. But I don't know if they're going to make any updated deliveries apart from that. We'll just have to wait and see, Steven. It's probably going to come in patch 112, which is mainly just going to focus on bug fixes for the features that they've released. But I don't know if we're going to get anything more than that. We'll just have to wait patiently and hope. I didn't say anything before they dropped this one. It was a, happy surprise. And I'm hoping that we can get a couple of more happy surprises before this game support is shelved. We are flying and chasing down Bottas. We're also caught up to Hamilton and the Ferrari driver, which puts us into a very competitive... Oh, did Bottas just use the NOS button or something? He flew. He flew ahead. That was kind of insane. We still got him though. Guess he just exploded his battery to fly that quickly. And I think we can go full attack now. Should be fairly fine. And I'm also going to go ahead here and have Opmare get started on taking that fastest lap because we still need it. Okay, get ready to deploy. We are launching a fastest lap attempt, and I do also need to stop charging the battery because we're falling behind. 3 laps to go. Let's see what the fastest lap has to offer us. Purple sector 3 there, so I think we're in a good position to get a decent result for fastest lap. Good defense there against Bottas. Need to chase down Hamilton and Jasper. Then we'll be good, I think. I think you forgot Bottas can fly. I see it's from Finland. It is, after all, a flying Finn. You're not wrong, Nihal. How could I forget the power of the Finnish? The spooky, spooky power of the Finns. So yeah, I think this fast lap is in the box. We already have 2 purple sectors. I don't see anyone snatching that away from us. And there we are. Fastest lap has been secured at 26.5. Hamilton with some damage. That should make our lives a little bit easier in terms of getting the overtake done. I would think, but maybe I was wrong. Save some battery here, try and get it done on the last DRS zone of the race, which is next lap. And we might finally score our first points, because I'm pretty sure we haven't actually scored any yet for myself. To be finished, you have to finish first. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me, just knowing how many like F1 drivers are actually from Finland. Like, if you want to be a true Finn, you must finish first. Something like that. Okay, full send. We have high overtake aggression. Do the double overtake on the last lap. Be an absolute Chad. That's what we love to see. Question now, can you get Piastri too? Tire-wise, we have a small advantage. Probably not enough to get 2 seconds. But I can hope. We already gotten 3 tenths out of it. 4 tenths. Are you going to do the impossible, good sir? Well, at least we are winning. And we cut down the gap to Piastri already by 1.5 seconds. If we got the overtake done on the previous lap, we could have made this work, I think. Fortunately, just a little bit too short there. The Asper falls just short of points there by Hamilton, unfortunately. Kloof, 15th at the moment. And I don't think anything is going to save him from that fate, unfortunately. Might need to buff him going into tomorrow. Kimi and Valtteri come to mind? Hakkinen? Oh yeah, Mikas. Mikas Kimi. I don't know how I just absolutely toned out Mika there. The 9 Finns in F1, yeah.
And that's another race done for Fernando Alonso.
Love that Alonso gets the spotlight because we are helmet people. Yeah, up map, fastest lap, the race win, 2nd race in a row is good. But I think the final thing we're going to do tonight before I call it is actually the next race, because that is Monaco. And I got bullied to make Monaco a sprint. Well, I did agree with trying that, but it should be kind of insane to go to Monaco to do a sprint. Front wing failure, not a big deal. We just make a new one. Then we are safe. 2 days for suspension, and then I can make second front wing. If I rush it, I can actually get it before Monaco, which is kind of where we need it. Let's see what we can get sorted here. Not going to manufacture that. But yeah, as I mentioned here also, in terms of expertise, you can kind of see it here if we go into the car. And let's say that we look at suspensions. Let's start with the first one. Let's just put that in the car so we can get a, expectation here. We'll put that in car 2 too, so we kind of get the same. This is the base suspension that we get at the start of the game. The second suspension has a huge gain in top speed and also huge speed in tire preservation. This is because where we place our sliders and also because we shed the extra weight. Now the third iteration here, let's say that we install this on the car and we compare it. Remember, we got 15% almost, half a kph. What are we getting on the third one? Just 1.5%, just 0.05 kph, and 0.2 across the grid there, across the board there for cornering. This is generally how you're gonna how much you can actually expect to get whenever you just do a basic design. It's not going to be much. It's just going to be how things are. Now, if I focus cornering on this design before I made this one, I would see a bigger gain on cornering here, even if I did focus top speed and tire preservation. So again, it's just slider placement. There's nothing really witchcraft here. It's just you don't lose performance. It's just slider placement. The first one is just the weight shed. The slide is the correct place. And from there, you just need to make smaller gains, which is why I'm doing 5 designs before, or rather 3 designs before I put on the next suspension piece. Manufacturing every design is also going to be very expensive, which is why we're not doing it. But yeah, I thought I'd just cover that again with an example, which should make it a little bit easier to understand. Okay, front wing, we're going to need to make an upgrade here because I forgot to make the second one. And again, this is also why you sometimes see a huge gain on the second design. This is still a little bit higher than we saw last time. And the reason for that is very simply the fact that this front wing used CFD time on its last design cycle. CFD time gives you a boost to the expertise gained. So that's what's happening here. That's why we're seeing some bigger boosts across the board, in particularly low speed. Do keep that in mind. Don't want to rush this. I don't think the gain here is enough for Monaco, so we'll just put an extra engineer on instead. But yeah, there we are. We are going to get the next few pieces underway here. I love that the chat is devolved into discussion about which Finns have won or haven't won. That's always funny. But it's also good to see. I do like to see discussions like that. Okay, one more suspension design cooking. And once the rear wing design is done here, we're going to make another one. If I can afford it, that is. We have 10 million in the bank. We're still looking good financially. Honestly, could have been a lot worse, so I wouldn't worry too much. Another thing you can see also beside is that we have changed drag reduction here. We're still getting those small gains, as I mentioned. But by adding drag reduction now, we get a huge amount of KPH, but we barely lose anything else. So you can do this and slowly put in other things. But sidepods are kind of an exception on this because it's very strong at drag reduction, engine cooling, and airflow middle. So again, you can mess around with these things quite a lot and still get huge boosts. Technically, Keke was Swedish. It's like listening to CK2 discussions of whether Ragnar Lothbrok was Swedish or Danish. I think what decides that is not exactly where he's born, but which country he's racing for. So yeah, because you can be born in one country, but like race for another or compete for another, which again is probably just based on where you've lived most of your life rather than where you were born. It's okay. I need this rear wing to fix my DRS problems at least a little bit, so let's get that ordered. Not gonna get it for Monaco because let's face it, it doesn't matter for Monaco. And we're just gonna see it. Do we need to manufacture anything more? I should manufacture more underfloors. We're not gonna make any more underfloors designs this season. And in terms of the other parts there, we're kind of caught up. We're not gonna need another chassis either. Okay, we're finally kind of sorted here. We're just gonna skip along to Monaco and see how painful that sprint race is going to be. Up, I'm still improving. I'm getting some braking, which is good. Then we can work from there. What is Mario Andretti? Why are you saying his name like a curse? I don't know why, but I feel like you just had disdain in your voice there, Cyberpup. It's probably just my imagination running wild, but kind of made it sound like he was like a wizard or something there for a second. What is he? He's your father. Okay. Let's do a couple of sessions here where we just do pit training. Get that a little bit back, like so. And then we go back to the gym for the last 4 days of this month. This is probably the most trained my pick group's ever been in season 1, because there's no real need to rest much. But I'll take it. We are going into area, as I mentioned. It's not optimal, but I'm just too lazy to fix it. Can we take a look at car analysis of each car now that AI hopefully upgraded? Yes, we can, Nihal. I'm just going to wait until we get to Monaco, because that'll give us a little bit more of an accurate... Oh, Mark has upgraded too. That's going to give us a little bit more of an accurate statement on where we are and where the other cars are. Side pods and low stock. We're actually perfectly fine. Don't worry about it. Let's see if we can finally also hit the sponsor plan here. That would be good if we could pull that off. Target missed. We're just short. But this period, for sure, we are going to reach it. We must. Oh yes, we have finally surpassed the engagement goal. Which hopefully means that we'll be able to, you know, keep the sponsor happy at the end of the year. Mentality has been a lot harder to manage here than I expected. I'm not gonna lie. Like, look at this. Because we don't have races as often, mentality does kind of hover towards neutral, for the most part. For the AI, this might be a worse state than us, though. So I might go ahead also and just completely disable mentality for tomorrow. And we'll play the last half of the season with some buffs and debuffs and no mentality. I think could be an idea. Okay, car analysis. Let us take a quick look. Our car is 10th. For real? 10th in low speed cornering. Maybe there's no need for buffs and debuffs. Maybe not. Please help. In database editor, when I drag my save file into the box, nothing happens. I don't know what could cause that issue, James. I'm sorry. But select the page at the top. Does it say that it loaded your save, James? Because if so, Cyberpup is actually telling you the solution there. You need to click the tabs. Hey guys, what's up? We are messing around with the new editor. We've made a weird season. And we boosted every team to the max. And we're still somehow winning, which is weird. I did make a little bit of an overpowered genre though, so that might be why. We're having fun, Moonshine. How are you doing? But yeah, the fact that the other cars have caught up is kind of worrisome. The Ferrari is slightly ahead, both in low and medium speed cornering. We're still slightly ahead in high speed, but it's very minor. This basically is the same car in terms of cornering. They have a speed though in tire preservation, top speed, DRS effectiveness, kind of everything here. They have a slightly better car than us. McLaren, kind of similar. We are very, very close in terms of our cornering capabilities. And it's going to be the same if Red Bull. Yeah, very much the same. They're actually ahead of us in high speeds. They're better off than the other cars. The Merc, unfortunately, still pretty behind. Why is this always the case in every game? The Merc just gets punished. The Alpine is also kind of in the same hole as the Merc. We might need to give some teams a little bit of a boost here, but looking at the stats and how similar it is, it might just be that they're behind on development. The Haas has a speed in... The Haas is actually the best low-speed team, I think. We could see something weird happening in Monaco with that. Czech is also behind. Aston is probably the furthest behind. Yeah, that could be bad. But yeah, we have some teams catching up to us. We should be getting a little bit more of a fight, and disabling mentality might actually do the trick here. You know, to just bring back competitiveness. But for now, we'll do this race. We're expected to finish 11th and 12th. Let's see if we can beat expectations. But it says you can change the race on sprint weekends. Is that just once a starter save? Yes. It's just a one-time at starter save. You can randomize the order of the GPs. But you can't say change a race into another after that, or, you know, change a sprint weekend to non-sprint weekend, anything like that. The setup is going to remain the setup forever. You can just randomize the order randomly at the end of the season. I'd make it up to edit today, so I might need a 1.11 save file. That could be an idea. Just load your save it again, and see if that fixes it. But yeah, let's jump into this. It's moderate rain for the sprint shootout, or actually the practice here. I'm just going to simulate it. It's not actually going to rain for the sprint, is it? I thought it was only going to rain for the shootout. No, it's going to be clear skies for the sprint itself. Just here during the Friday shootout. Okay, let's see if we can actually set up a good enough setup, I guess. I'm just going to be lazy and do this. And similarly here, I'm going to be lazy and do this because we can tweak this setup again after we've done the sprint. So this isn't necessarily a bad thing. That has to be the trick. Let's do that. That should do the trick here for us. We are going to just jump out here, see how the sprint qualifying goes. And with 10 cars being better as low-speed cornering, this could become very exciting. Real question, why would the F1 make Monaco Sprint weekend? Because we made it a sprint here just to see just how painful it was going to be. We also made Vegas into a sprint to see how painful it was going to be. Red flag incoming? Please don't. I would like to avoid a red flag, please. Good start here, Verstappen. Pretty far back. How is the track going to evolve? It's going to remain pretty static, but we do have a second run towards the end just to be safe. Let's just reconfigure and get ready for run number 2. How many red flags can you get in a sprint race? 20, if it takes out one car every time. To be fair, you can't actually have 20 red flags because you run out of laps before you run out of cars. So, depends on the laps in the sprint. And if you have a crash on every, first lap.
Right, we're down at turn 5.
That the sprint allows for racing.
Oh, and a fairly substantial...
That's unfortunate, McLaren. I think we are safe. But we are still going to do that final run just to be on the safe side. Okay, send out the boys. I believe Monaco is the richest country in the world per capita, so from a financial standpoint, it makes sense. To be fair, Monaco is a tax haven, so anyone that is rich can just go to Monaco and then, shop in France, no problem. Shop in France, shop in Italy, pay taxes in Monaco. That simple. Albon and Rick could do well in Monaco. You might see it. First quality session went great. Let's hope we're starting wets for this one. Hope the others go just as good. Okay, are we gonna get drier towards the end? Yes. Gonna get vastly drier towards the end. We need to get the Intus ready here and jump out towards the end of this. Unless it is a little bit buggy. Nope, there we go. I think we'll be seeing everyone jump out of the pits within the next couple of minutes. There we go. Jasper is the first one out. And there's everyone else, basically. That's kind of funny. Just everyone burst out of the pits there. At the same time. Let's see if we improve enough here to stay in this. 1, 2, let's go. 2 are out so far. I kind of went a little bit too quickly here. Floof is out. That's sad. Jasper is out. That is also sad. Probably should boost them a little bit to keep them competitive tomorrow. One last sprint qualifying session before the pain that is the Monaco sprint. I don't know why the car's so wide now. It makes no sense. Why the car? More downforce from the underfloor, basically. Wider, heavier, more downforce. Which probably sounds a little bit backwards, but it's just the way physics work. Sending the cars out a little bit problematic here. I gave Opme a bad time to get released. I'm gonna not lie. He still put it in. He still beat me. Maybe not as bad as I thought. But yeah, we are starting pole-ish, I guess. On the sprint, Hamilton second, Sainz third. Hulkenberg is in it and kicks somehow. And we are starting 7th. My pain is immeasurable and only gets worse.
We're back, and the action is set to get even better today as the drivers go racing in the sprint.
We go racing in the sprint. Okay. We are just gonna do what I would like to do here, which is just run a light soft. I'm wondering how the AI is going to handle this, to be fair. What are they going to do? Are they going to start on a medium? Are they going to be wild and go on a hard? What are they going to do? Generally, I don't bother underfueling for sprints because it just doesn't feel necessary. It's just a short race. So we're going to do it like this. We're going to run the light soft tire. It might backfire, it might not. But we'll see what we can do here. The funny thing here is sprints are actually a better way to score points than the actual races, because up to 8th place scores points here versus 6th in an actual race weekend. I overtake aggression, everything is sorted here. We get maybe 1 place here, never mind, Piastri just scoots by. Everyone is actually on hard tires. Okay. Are they gonna full send it then? I might regret this. Honestly, I didn't expect the AI all to go on hard tires. I expected maybe medium. Damn, I might be in trouble. Makes a lot of different factors, but fuel tank having to fill up the whole race doesn't help. Nah, that's true. Safety stuff also makes the cars a little heavier. You're not wrong. Russell and flew washed out in Q1. Yeah, unfortunate. Remember the days when I couldn't change tires? Yeah, F1 has changed a lot, and the cars have kind of changed to try and suit that. No way getting around that problem. But honestly, there's not really much you can do but just try and just make the best cars you can. So far, start of the sprint is good. We're currently in line of scoring a couple of points. Time to slow things down here and just manage at this point. Everyone else is on hard tires. We are basically going to grade very similarly to how they are. It's a 30-lap sprint. I think that is the longest sprint I've ever seen. 30 laps. But yeah, management is going to be the name of the game. Hamilton is keeping up with Opme. He's actually getting the overtake done even. Did he do that into the... Yeah, he did. At the top of the hill. That's a pretty nice overtake, honestly. Virtual safety car. This time it is Magnussen causing problems.
Now we've an incident here. Kevin Magnussen, it looks like.
You create your own drivers? Like, I couldn't do that in Epic Games, but I found files to say historical library or something is what I should download. Is it bugged if you don't have the livery files? If you go into the shop, Solus, you should be finding some free DLC. That is the 2 livery packs. Try and download them and see if that fixes it. But yeah, we created our own drivers for this one. It worked pretty well, pretty easily. So try and download those 2 livery packs and it might solve your problems. Yeah, virtual safety car here. Actually pretty huge. Allows us to take better care of our tires. Personally, I think Yano needs a downgrade. Yeah, I'm thinking we need to nerf our team a little bit. Nerf Yano, buff Jasper and Floof in particular. And we're probably also going to go ahead and freeze mentality to make things a little bit more fair. I'll get those things prepped going into tomorrow. Basically the mentality stuff. But so far, again, I like this. I've had a little... This is a very different challenge from the regular game. And it's kind of fresh, new. Probably not something I'm going to do a lot, but at least now I'm having a lot of fun with it. So I can't complain too much. It's the additional content. Lewis, you are correct. By the way, you can go 3-wide on Monaco. I've seen 3-wide in Monaco, and usually that results in 1.5 wide in Monaco. We're difficult now as well with that big battery needing to be on the car. Yeah, it's going to make the cars a lot heavier. Just a battery, and also more potentially flammable. Battery fires are difficult to put out. The problem with F1 though is the virtual signaling by making, you know, battery powered cars. I understand why they're doing it, because they're also using it to promote their like actual cars, the ones that regular people buy. So there is a reason to it, apart from just saying that, oh, we are so clean, we are so climate change focused. F1 uses a lot of CO2 when they move from track to track, so that sucks. Need to go play this update. Have a great evening. I hope you have fun, Moonshine. It is very, very enjoyable for me, and I hope you find just as much enjoyment. See you next time. Ferrari has no hybrid cars. That's fair, but a lot of the teams and like manufacturers are using it to kind of showcase how the hybrid is. In F1 they do. I'll just see how they do. But honestly, this sprint is not going to be very exciting. There isn't much we can do. Time management is going to be the name of the game. Just try to stick to the car ahead and beat them on tires towards the end. I don't even know if we can get past Piastri, Hulkenberg, Sainz, Verstappen it, because they're just one big DRS train. I'm surprised how quick Hamilton and Altmaier is, though. They're just kind of flying away at the front. Hello, Aiden. It's going very, very good. I am having a lot of fun. It is a pretty sweet update. They should allow customization to go back to V12, V10, or V8 engines. That would be interesting. I do have Altmaier. Basically, we did a bit of a vote, if you want to call it that. And Altmaier got voted to be put on the team alongside myself. Currently, I'm getting absolutely rinsed. Enjoying the whole 5 hours. I'm glad you enjoy it. I've been having fun too. I'm Pils Eddie from the Discord, by the way. Nice. Thank you for dropping by. Appreciate it. There's a lot of posts in Discord while I've been playing, but I'll have to take a look at it after I'm done streaming. Apparently there was someone that was struggling to survive in Alpine as well, so I'll be taking a look at that save probably in video form. But for now, we are just going to finish this race weekend in Monaco, and then we're going to continue this tomorrow. We are going to be nerfing Altmaier a little bit and changing things slightly to make it more competitive for the last 5 races. And then we might actually do some streams this weekend where I try challenges made by you guys. If you look in my description, you should find my Discord link there. Remembering the Wukong times with 6 viewers. To be fair, Wukong, it's ended up on the back burner. I just got so busy that I do need to finish that game. It was amazing fun. I just haven't had time to play it since I last streamed it, and that sucks. I only just found out properly about research and designing. Honestly, it can be kind of confusing. What happened here? Why did we suddenly do a double overtake? Something happened while I was looking at chat. I was chilling so much, and now I'm confused. I think I need to move chat to like either on top of the screen or like have an overlay. Jasper's fine, if not generous. Floof is harsh, but then again, probably looks harsh to see up against Max and all signs. Yeah. The rage quits were even more fun. Did I rage quit? I think the first time I died was to a flower. I think it was just more stubbornness and just tiredness rather than a rage quit, Tekka. Went from making Ferrari 13 points constructors to 11th on the grid the season after. Damn. I assume there was no research and you went into the big regulation change season. Is what that sounds like. Okay, let's see if we can push and get Verstappen here, and maybe even Sainz if we're lucky. Tire-wise, we have very similar tires, so the hard runners here have done quite a good job keeping them alive. Yeah, that makes sense. The deaths were fun, yes. Particularly the ones where I did the same thing like 5 times in a row and never learned my lesson. Improve the least important things. That is a little bit unfortunate, yeah. Aiden. But at least you learned and you became better. And that's honestly the main point of failure. So I don't think you need to worry about it. Lesson learned. You're now going to dominate everyone. Yeah, let's see here. We are moving upwards. 4th place at the moment. I think we can catch Sainz. But Opman definitely needs a, you know, to be hit with the ban hammer or the nerf hammer even. It does happen to everyone indeed. High speed, medium, and low speed all went down massively. Yeah, and those are the biggest factors in how quick your car is. I can see how that hurt you quite a lot. We need to catch up to Sainz at the moment, and we're doing a good job of that. Get him in the DRS zone is going to be the play here. We don't have any extra fuel to push, unfortunately, so needs to be done with energy alone. Tire-wise, Sainz has probably a minor advantage. But the battery, all of the battery, got it done. Podium place. I'm fine with Hamilton scoring second here. This should be fairly good, honestly. Curious if Monaco is actually going to work out to just Yano's 3rd or 4th if you include a sprint win in a row. That would be kind of bad. Is this still the silly season? Yes, it is still the silly season. We've done... this is the 4th race of the season. We still have 5 more to do, which I'm going to try and get done tomorrow. And then we might do some other challenges later on. But it's been a lot of fun so far. And it's been a bit of a weird one too. But yeah, 1st and 3rd, we'll take that. Verstappen, Hülkenberg, Bottas, Alonso, Sainz, and Hamilton, the other point scorers. Magnussen with the worst luck trophy for that one. Every time I see Floof, it reminds me of Flush. I did, Niall. I did I've already done a video where I made Flush the world champion. So, I've been through that pain. Let's just put it like that. I've already dealt with that. Yeah, let's try this. And for you, honestly, too close to everything to really try and tweak anything, so we'll just leave it as is. And we'll jump into qualifying here. Makes me upset to realize this is the last game. Honestly, I'm upset about it too, but if we get like a couple more updates, I think I'm gonna be happy enough with that. Because the game has been struggling with the early releases. It's been struggling to actually flesh them out properly. And if you have no time pressure to release updates, like they probably didn't have for this one, if the game has been cancelled, then you can actually release something that is quality, rather than something that is quickly rushed and cobbled together. So, I would love a couple more updates, but honestly, if this is the one they go out on a bang with, I'd take it. It leaves the game in a good state, it gives replayability, and while I would like to see more freedom in, you know, this set up the schemes, I think I'm still going to be happy with it. No idea if this has been talked about or tested yet, but can you customize driver team moves in between seasons or only at the start? I would believe that's only at the start, Black Brick. Friendly Flirt is crazy from what I've read. She's really cocky but not very good. Yeah, that wouldn't be too surprising. But I don't actually know anything about how she is as a person. What do I think they should update next? I would like to see the mentality system actually fleshed out, or just go full, just go full insane and add a multiplayer mode. Although that's probably going to be too much work. Adding historical tracks would be a nice thing too. Like imagine doing some of the old gold ones. The only problem I can see with adding historical tracks is going to be that I can imagine it's a lot of work. So I don't know if we're getting that wish fulfilled. Is the German in her? What? You never recover from a massive crash? To be fair, that is something that can really rattle you. Like if you have a really, really bad experience, that can change your whole personality. Okay, Science puts it on pole. Or at least temporarily. What can Jasper do? With Verstappen is just behind us. We need to do another run towards the end here. The track evolution is slowly increasing. Everyone's going to keep getting faster. Norris in 17th, though, is kind of surprising. And we have a red flag. The Torpedo. As Torpedo himself, instead of Jasper.
Let's see what happened there.
Hockenheim?
Heading now into turn 5.
Yeah, Hockenheim would be insane, though. But, like, how many red flags would you be getting? No motor ring? It's kind of the same thing, it just even worse. I checked before going to bed if a stream was happening and saw nothing. I posted like 6 hours ago, Floof. I announced it, so kind of makes sense. But look, I have a gift for you. Look who it is, Floof. Welcome, by the way. Good morning. How are you doing? I went to bed 6 hours ago. That is unfortunate because I've been streaming for 5 hours and 30 minutes. We must have just missed each other. Yeah, we decided to bring in a couple of people who've been viewing. So you and Jasper got chosen this time. Just because I was messing around. So you and Verstappen are currently running Alpine, but we need to buff you for tomorrow. I am going to continue this tomorrow. Probably a little bit close, a little bit early in the day. Probably around the usual time, actually. So, you can drop by then if you wish. Let's see, we probably do need to improve here. If we don't, we're going to be sad, and there's going to be a lot of cars in the way. So this could get very spicy. Okay, we improved with both cars beautifully. And unfortunately for Jasper, and unfortunately for Floof, double out. So I'm going to definitely go ahead and disable the mentality system, because that, I think, is just straight up mentality that's hitting you guys. Which sucks. But also it could just be the Floof curse popping up and taking you. And also, we did silly season Floof with every team starting with no drivers, no staff. So you ended up with Verstappen with pure luck. I don't know how you pull that off. It's kind of amazing. But Verstappen is your teammate. I don't think you've scored points yet, Floof. Unfortunately. Like, can I look at standings from here? I don't think so. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't think you've scored points yet, which is kind of sad. What's my favorite ever F1 track? I love Sandboard, just because it's the best to drive. What's my thoughts in the regulations there changing on Monaco? You mean adding the sprint weekend? Turning into sprint weekend? It didn't really do much, honestly. Because there's no pitting, it's basically just you can gain a few positions if you manage your tires. I don't think it really made much of a difference. It didn't have that much of an effect, so I don't think I would recommend it, to be fair. It could be very interesting if you have, say, a lot of different performance in the cars. But since every car in this one is very, very close to each other, we don't see a lot of difference in terms of their performance, if that makes sense. Okay, I need some improvements here, lads. Purple Sector 1, that's what we love to see. Green Sector 2, 2nd place, and 6th place in Q2. Or 3rd, I'll take that. It's nice they updated some driver overalls and numbers. Yeah, it's really nice. UJ. They did a lot of like quality of life for this one too. I mean, I didn't think I was going to win. Everything but no points? Come on, pick me up. Come on, pick up your game. Honestly, you're like 85 overall, Floof, too. So we do need to buff you maybe a little bit. We need to push. We'll have to see if like Floof does some insane stuff from the back in Monaco here. It could happen. It could start to believe. We're gonna have so many mediums in Monaco that it's not even gonna be funny. I don't know how I feel about having 4 mediums in Monaco and only 2 fresh softs. We might actually just use this set for the final run and use a used set of softs in Q3, just to make sure I have 2 fresh ones for the race itself. I think that is more valuable than qualifying higher at the moment. They did also, Floof, in this patch, increase how they made track evolution have more of an effect. So you're going to see a huge increase in performance basically towards the end of quali. Very similar to how it works in real life, which is kind of huge. Did I go out behind Magnussen? I did. Well, we'll just have to live with it. We will have to live with it. Yellow Sector 1 for both of my boys. Okay, maybe I regret my decision at the moment. 6th and 7th here. To be fair, the cars I had all have better low-speed cornerings. I guess it kind of makes sense. At this point, they didn't fix the AI team facility issue. Yeah. If they fix that, and again, give us the option to freeze mentality, I think I would be very happy with the editor. Yes, they did fix that, Floof. The red flags no longer destroy grip. So, quality is kind of become more fun, more tense, more important. And that is a good thing. Wait a minute. Hard, medium, hard in Monaco. The judgment on that one, what would that be? Do you not have to... You actually don't have 2 softs. How do you not have 2 softs? He sent one back? Excuse me? I needed to do a running quality with one of the mediums and send them back instead. That is such a rookie mistake. Basically, we need to send back 2 sets of tires. I only use 1 set in Q3. And because the game will choose softs first, when eliminating tires, I've shot myself in the leg. And we're going to do something silly here. Medium, hard, medium. Mainly because I might need to do this purely due to the fact that it's Monaco. We have a couple of lower drivers in the grid. A torpedo is very likely to show up out of nowhere and cause problems. So I need to keep the soft in case something happens towards the end. Even if I put in a soft here, it's not going to make a huge difference in terms of pace. So we can actually do soft, or rather medium, hard, medium. It's going to suck massively. But I think it's going to be worth it. Question is the medium, hard, medium going to be quicker than medium, hard, hard? which one is going to be better from the perspective of pace. Medium is going to be slightly better, so we'll go with that one. We'll also have more room for making an error, which is fine. But yeah, I never expected that we'd end up with just a single soft tire for the Monaco GP here. That means the AI also should just have that one soft tire. We could see some very interesting strategy choices here compared to a regular weekend. And honestly, that would be kind of funny. That would make this kind of worth it, that we did a sprint weekend in Monaco. Yeah, I'm just double checking that everything is set up. I think we are good. Medium, hard, medium. Here we come. It's going to be the weirdest kind of punishment ever, but we'll give it a go.
Welcome back, everyone. The final preparations are now.
What happened to the soft? Basically, as I said, because we only used one soft in Q3, and we need to send 2 tires back, it chose one of my fresh softs to send back. I needed to do like a lap on a medium to keep the soft alive because of the sprint weekend. So that was purely my bad, which kind of sucks. Sounds like an issue of simming practice. It's a sprint weekend, Floof. It's just one practice session. One thing I'm missing is the updated paint or liveries, yeah. Okay, so your 2 drives being on a craft strategy boosts me by 2 places. The thing is, I'm not the only one that's going to have this problem. I'm pretty sure the AI also doesn't have softs. Case in point, only Alonso started on soft tire, everyone else is medium running. So I think we're going to be seeing everyone kind of doing the same thing here, for the most part, which would be insane. How slow are the hards compared to the mediums? A good question that we can kind of calculate here by looking at compound performance. So the softs here are 3/10 quicker than mediums. They are 6/10 quicker than the hards. And because of the way degradation works, the soft to medium degradation is just 100 more. Softs are quicker than mediums for 30 laps. If you and another car jump on the medium and soft at the same time, the soft driver will be quicker than the medium driver for 30 laps. Basically the entire life cycle of the soft. Now, soft to hard is a little bit of a different calculation because it's 300s difference, 6/10. So 6/10 split on 300s is 20. So 20 laps before a hard is faster than soft. And similarly here, we can do medium to hard, and that's the very same way. 3/10, 200s, 3/10 split on 200s is 15. The medium is going to be quicker than the hard for 15 laps, provided you're doing the same in terms of pushing. Basically, if you both run standard. These things can change if you change things up a little bit. That's just a general rule of thumb of what you can expect. You can easily calculate that on the compound page. Yeah, I'm still here, Karma. How you doing? What time did I use in practice? I simmed practice, of course. I wasn't here to realize it was sprint weekend. We also, we kind of mess with the calendar, Floof. This is the 4th race of the season of our 9-race season. So I'll try and do the last remaining 5 races tomorrow, hopefully. I also did spend like 2 hours just setting this up because we messed around so much. So it was a good time. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, we have used all of our battery. We're gonna go back to neutral, and since this is Monaco, there isn't really that much for us to do other than just to sit back, relax, and enjoy the sights. We're also gonna be seeing here, track evolution has been, quite aggressively set up here. So about lap 50 or so, we're gonna start reaching peak grip and peak rubber, and we're gonna be even faster. So I'm looking forward to this. So far, it's been good. It can only get better. But yeah, you are forgiven for realizing it wasn't a sprint weekend. On the virtue of you not being here, that's fair. I didn't mean to be rude or anything, or, aggressive. Just, probably just me getting a little bit tired, a little bit cranky. And I should probably consider going to bed. I also started to mess with the update as soon as it came out and fiddled for a couple hours. That sounds like most people's experience with this, interestingly enough. Yeah, we're gonna put myself on harvest for a couple of laps. And we are gonna allow DRS to fill. And then we'll try and pass Bottas. And honestly, we're gonna do the same if Offmare. Offmare is stuck behind Alonso and Sainz, a 2-man DRS train. Let's do some recharge. Once we recharge, we full and caught back up. we are going to go ahead and try and launch for that overtake. There we go. For Opman, we're just going to turn in neutral, try and avoid Bonats getting too close. We can. And Hamilton Norris are just running away with it. We are going to have a little bit of work cut out for us here to get on the scoreboard. What are you being on about, brother? You weren't being rude at all. I felt like I was being a little bit maybe aggressive rather than rude, so I just apologize for that. I don't like being grumpy and negative, so we try and avoid that and apologize if we are. Why did I underfuel so much? Because the car is going to be quicker than if I overfuel or keep the fuel where it is. And it's just the way the game works. Basically, we are 11 kilograms lighter than cars around us. We are running conserve that makes us slower, but because we're 11 kilograms lighter, we are faster than we would be if you were say, if we had this fuel to use and ran balanced. So basically, we are quicker than we would be running balanced. And also because we're running conserve, the engine is running at a lower temperature, meaning that the components degrade slower, and we're basically saving engines, ERSs, and gearbox performance for later in the season. So basically, underfuel is just, again, very powerful in this game, and probably not very realistic at that too. Names are too nice. We are... Well, I'm pretty antisocial, so that probably also has something to do with it. But yeah, I do enjoy chilling at a stream and just talking to you guys in chat. I'll admit that. It's much better than getting wasted and at a party, in my opinion. But I'm probably also cranky because usually at this time of year we have a lot of snow. But over the past, like, month or so, we've had, like, 2 days of snow, 2 days of rain, 2 days of snow. And it's just been constant, which has just made everything annoying because it's just slippery everywhere you go. Like, walking to work today took an extra 15 minutes because the path was just black ice the entire way. Who's winning the 1v1? You or Opmer? Opmer is winning it quite harsh, quite decisively, I might add. He's won the last 2 races. So it's going to be hard to beat him, which is why we are going to nerf him a little bit here. Hello, snow, but you don't see any often because you know Australia. Honestly, if I saw snow in Australia, I'd be worried. Worried that the world is ending. But to be fair, snow might be a blessing because all the things that want to kill you will move slower. So maybe it's, you know, the way to give you Australians a little bit of a break. Snow slows things down. Nice overtake. We're up in the podium positions. Can we get Bottas? We may not get Bottas. We got 5 inches inside Texas a few weeks ago. They closed the city down completely. To be fair, if you aren't used to handling snow, it can be absolutely, absolutely painful. Like, in the south of Norway, we make fun of them a lot because basically the same scenario sometimes happens there. And they struggle with it. And in Norway, snow is very, very common. So if you guys struggle to close down the cities, we sometimes have to do the same thing. Well, not really close down the city, but close down a couple of roads. I can't really blame you for it or make fun of you for it. Just how things are. Backs up to 6. Opme in 3rd. I should not be speaking about myself in the 3rd person, but it just feels weird to say myself rather than Max in this case. In the Houston area, we have no plows and we don't have salt trucks. Most highways are very elevated. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good thing if it's ice outside. All the things that want to kill you live in the house already. Including that little jellyfish the size of a fingernail. With like nerve poison. You have that thing living in your house? But yeah, Australia is a weird place, honestly. But at the same time, it's probably amazing to live there. If you're just used to everything that wants to kill you. All of them except that one. I love that you immediately know what I was talking about, though. Yeah, I can see that. 5 inches of snow. I assume you got a little bit of maybe flooding issues from that. Water problems, mayhaps. Yeah. I think a lot of places in the world have animals and creatures and, you know, snakes, spiders, insects, you get the idea, that can kill you very, very easily if you just aren't used to them. Like, the funny thing here is in Norway, we don't have a lot of scary fauna and flora that can, you know, cause problems. But every now and again, you read about that. I don't want to say silly. I would rather say uninformed foreigner that just decides to say walk up to a moose or walk up to a what are they called again? Give me a second. I need to Google. I need to consult Google for this one. Walk up to a muskox. That's what they're called. Because those things will defend themselves. And they're big enough that if they defend themselves, they are just going to trample you. That's how they defend themselves. So, while they don't seem dangerous, they can be if you don't know how to behave around them, if you ever run into them. New Orleans got 10 inches, which was an all-time high record. All-time high record. That does sound a little bit problematic too. I might have accidentally put Ferrari on 1-car performance and Alpine on 5-car performance. Where's Jasper when I need him to defend Ferrari's honor? Well, you and Jasper are basically running hand in hand back here, Floof, so I guess that is the karma for nerfing Ferrari. Okay, let's see how it looks here. So basically everyone is doing very similar things at the moment, which I guess is fine. We're just going to switch up to attack and get ready for pitting. We have moved forwards a little bit. The game is starting to also get very much more like the normalized in terms of performance. For this one, Floof, I also put everything to 5, so every team was basically as good as they could be. And for the first couple of races were just, you know, one forever DRS train. That made things interesting. For a time, I want to see a kangaroo in the wild. I think you'll have no problem getting that wish sorted right there. Want to see how important drivers are if you have the worst car? Actually, very important, particularly if you can mentality buff them. They're going to be very, very strong. They are going to be very, very good. Okay, we have the first pits here from Hamilton. Can we keep him busy or hold him up? Go on, Bottas. Go on, me. We're a little bit too quick, really, to hold him up. He's going to have a lot of free air. Okay, I need Opma here to just go full send, get by Norris, and try and keep the gap at least somewhat acceptable. Did you guys double stack an Alpine? You did, didn't you? Loof, the Alpines messed you up there. They double stacked you and Verstappen, judging by just, 3.4 seconds between you guys. You actually got straight up double stacked. Cole didn't do it on a spur of the moment. I think it was very funny. It is, though. And it is also a decent way to test things, so I can't blame you for that one. Please let me buy Bottas. I beg of thee. Bottas is actually really quick right now, and that is problematic. I think we will go ahead and pit on this following lap. Opma has gone past the finish line, or the line, if you will. Not the finish line just yet. We're not actually managing to clear Bottas here, so we're just going to go on a hard tire. We're just a little bit too slow yet in a straight line, and that is problematic. Alright, I'm sacking our whole strategy team. They probably deserve it. They probably do. They always do. Let's see if we have a clean stop here. Our first out of 2. And where exactly we do end up coming out. I see the Ferrari crew is also out in the box. 2.7, that is acceptable. What about our second stop? 2.3. That's a lot more acceptable. We're coming out here in third behind Hamilton. That's fine. I don't like the fact that we came out behind Alonso and Piastri and Ocon. That's a little bit worse for our second car. That is a little bit problematic. I think we can deploy and probably get some overtakes done that way. I would think. They should be a lot slower. They have all the tires and everything. If we can't get it done here, like get 2 of them, we're just gonna go and recharge a little bit. Ocon gets out of the way. Alonso now has basically become a sitting duck, I would think. But even then, I can't beat him. Let's just do a little bit of recharge behind him. He might just get out. No, he's not going to get out of the way. He had fresh tires. I thought it was the other way around. The Piastri had worn tires. Never mind. Alonso is not a sitting duck. He is pretty much okay. How long until mods are updated? Probably a few days, maybe a couple of weeks, worst case scenario. How many changes did I do to the grid? So basically, I installed Jasper, and I installed yourself. But apart from that, the AI did everything else. Basically now in the editor, you can basically just fire everyone in the setup. And we basically just had a silly season. So basically no team had any drivers, no team had any staff. And they did a bit of a shuffle. Because everyone's trying to sign everyone at the start of the season. And this is how things ended up. Which is why we have things like Ivasa here, why we have things like Kirkava, Gasly. Unfortunately, ended up without a seat. Same with Sonoda. They were kind of the 2 big losers. Paris didn't get picked up. Neither did the Sergeant. So it was a bit interesting just from that perspective to try and create as much mayhem as we could. No. I put you in Alpine on purpose. I put you an Alpine and I put Jasper at Ferrari on purpose. But apart from that, every other seat was open. You literally pulled Verstappen out of the hat to be the second driver at Alpine somehow. And I have no idea how you pull that off. Yeah, for now, I think we can just speed things up a little bit here. I don't think there's too much I can do, really. We're lacking mainline speed to get overtakes done. The way we get overtakes done is generally just the other cars destroy their tires, and then we get an overtake sorted. Hello there, new to the channel. F1 Manager latest update placed this on my radar. Hello there, Miguel. How you doing? If there's anything you want to ask, feel free, and I'll try help. Currently, we're just messing around with the new editor. I made kind of a weird season, I think is the best way to sum it up. And we're just messing around with the update to see how it changed things, honestly. Can we actually get I think this is actually our best overtaking opportunity. As weird as that is to say. Honestly, just harvest for now. Back off a little bit. I'm worried that Bottas is just going to fly by us if we do it, though, so maybe run top up, relax, get the overtake when Piastri heels off into the pits sometime in the future. Verstappen was convinced by my expert negotiation skills. Damn. Been an avid modern motorsport manager player for very long due to customization, and now, well, hands down best F1 manager. Yes, this F1 manager is better than the other 2 ones, for sure. It still has a couple of problems, namely the fact that the AI, if you know what you're doing, can very quickly become not very competitive. But with the current changes, you now have a bit of an editor before you start your season, so you can kind of put it together as you see fit in order to get the challenge you want. And the game also has an online editor that gives you also a lot more freedom in making the AI more difficult. So at this point, this is probably better than Motorsport Manager, yes. And honestly, I would give it a go, mess around with it. It can get a little bit easier once you understand how it works. I'm not gonna lie and say that no, this game is intensely complex. It can get a little bit easy once you understand it, but it's still good fun. And I have probably more hours in this game than I should have. So give it a go if you feel like it. And honestly, it's pretty good. Welcome back, Ninka. How you doing? We are just finishing up Monaco, and then I'm going to go sleep and get ready for work and some more streaming tomorrow, where we're hopefully going to be able to finish this season. That's going to be the goal, at least. But I think this update means no F1 Manage 25. I kind of do, yes. The reason why I believe that the update kind of signals the end of F1 Manager, or rather that we don't get F1 Manage 25, is due to timing. It's basically March at this point, and they released a pretty big customization update. And it does also come with some, updates to track evolution. And honestly, this feels like something that they would say try and use as more of a flagship-ish kind of thing for 25. By 25, we've added customization to the game. You can now make your own F1 adventure, that sort of thing. It would definitely have been part of the marketing for 25. And I don't think they would have released this for 24. On the other hand, they did release this update and put 24 out on sale at the same time. So they are still trying to make money off F1 Manager. So I do believe that either they're trying to boost player numbers, if they are going to do 25. They're doing their best to not only boost player numbers, they're doing their best to get some good PR. But it could also just be that, okay, 25 is not coming out. We put in a lot of work on these features. Let's try and make as much money as we can with the work that we've put in by just polishing it and releasing it as patches to 24. But yeah, I don't know. We still haven't heard anything official regarding that. But it is a bit of a weird timing to release this patch, I dare say, after not hearing anything since December, as was said. But yeah, this is a good send-off for the game. It's definitely going to make the people that play it have a better opinion of Frontier. And honestly, I think the problems with F1 Manager isn't due to the devs necessarily. I don't think the devs have very little with the problems with F1 Manager. I think it's more just forced deadlines, too little time to really make the features more in-depth, more fleshed out, and just the crunch of having to release a game yearly and just being on the back foot from the first release due to the things that needed fixing. It's not a good spot to be. I think they made the best out of a bad situation here, and I can honestly respect that for them for that. I really can. You can randomize the calendar, yes, but it will. The way that I understand it works is that it will take the races you currently have available. In my case, I have 9 races available. They'll just randomize those 9 races in terms of the order they appear in. How many races am I doing this season? I've just edited the calendar down to 9 races. Also, to mess around with it, this is the 4th out of 9. And it's probably going to be the last race of the evening. And then I'll be doing some more tomorrow, a little bit earlier in the day. I would rather them dropping F1 Manager later in the year, but it being 2 times better than this one. Honestly, I think F1 Manager would have been a completely different adventure, completely different series, if instead of releasing 22, they gave themselves another half a year and released 23 a couple of weeks before the season began. And then they made basically their first patch be, quality of life, fix bugs and that, but also a database update to make the cars and drivers actually mirror more closely the 23 performance at the start of the season. And then you can pick between, do you want the cars and drivers as they were at the end of 22, or do you want the cars and drivers as they were at the start of 23? And that way you can create a lot. You basically just create 2 presets the players can choose from, give it a lot of longevity, and also you can iron out a lot of the bugs that basically made F1 or Frontier say the game is buggy and we are just going to abandon 22 to work on 23 a couple of months into the game. That was still the biggest fumble, to just publicly go out and say 2 months with a game that doesn't work as promised that we are abandoning this we are going to focus on next year's game. But apart from that, I'd say they've done a very, very good recovery here in terms of giving something back to the community, making people feel more positive about what's been going on. I can't be completely negative, but yeah, they did have a very, very rocky start. Okay, let's go over chat. Sorry, my monologue is done. Let's see here. How does the game handle the season-to-season team tech advantages? Does it randomize it? Some to shuffle it, some. Basically, the way that season-to-season regulation changes work is, Miguel, they let's say you have a 10% regulation change. Basically, you lose 10% of your performance next year. If my car is 60%, I just need to pause it to explain this as well. I think I'll be fine. Basically, if my car is 60% out of 100 in terms of performance, with 100 being max, and I've only reached 60% out of, 100, with 10%, I would lose 6% of my current performance and fall down to 54. If a team has 80 out of 100 performance, that team would lose 10% out of 80. They would lose 8 points and fall down to 72. Also, the higher you get, the harder it is to improve. So over time, every team is going to get closer and closer because the teams that are good lose more than the teams that are worse, and the teams that are worse have an easier time getting better than the teams that are better. So over time, you're going to get closer and closer, and that is how they handle the tech advances. There's no real shuffle or anything like that, but you can also kind of cancel out the loss of performance with research. As a beginner, do I have to do practice sessions? It could be good to do a couple Demon Slayer just to get a feel of how it works, but simming is fine. I really hope they do a little update that you can change rules and regs and calendar and all between seasons. That would be good. I would just like to see more rules for like point scoring, like give every 22 position points, allow us to really put the safety and wind tunnel into overdrive. Things like that would be huge. Battle ERS is just useful. I find it useful. It just allows me to not min-max the ERS. For the first time ever, I have majority enthusiasm Italian drive with no issues at all. That's good. I'm making 2 mil per race target. I'm on 1.5 million karma. If they give people what they want, they can make lots of money. Yeah, but again, I think one of the main problems with F1 and money is just that they had such a really, really bad release for the first game, and that made a lot of people just close their wallet and just decide not to buy. And that definitely did not help sales or reputation. Didn't Frontier announced they would do a minimum of 4 games? Yeah, that was the initial contract, Jamie. But there has been rumors that they decided to drop the 25th or the 4th games, and maybe we'll get updates instead to 24. Does overheating not hurt your pace? Not really. So the way overheating works in this game is actually that the tire performance gets increased when you're overheating, but you also have a high tire wear rate, meaning that you lose high percentage quicker. But generally, we're actually going to be quicker because the tires are hot. Now, as you can see, we can take a look at the current tires, and the maximum overheating is 130 degrees. We're at 127. We are red. It's overheating. It looks very scary. But unless this number surpasses this one, let's say 130 or 131, we're actually 100% safe. Another way you can actually take a look at this is if we take a look at the strategy planner. We can see that this is how our degradation is expected to go. And as long as we stay above this line, we're perfectly safe even if we are overheating the tires. You will be okay. So it might seem very bad, it might seem very scary, but it's generally quicker than managing the heat on the tires. So mess around with the strategy editor and see how it affects your race. Assess the season editor part? No, I just need to learn how to play the game. That's the hard part. Well, I have a lot of guys on my channel if you get stuck, Rafa, but keep in mind that if you do go the min-max route, you might lose some enjoyment out of the game. Might be better to try for yourself first. And if you fail, you can either look up a guide or try again. But yeah, min-maxing. I have a lot of min-maxing guys, so be careful what you click on. Just a quick warning. But these updates, any mod stands out on a must? Not really. The mods are going to need to be updated for most part as well, Miguel, so it's probably going to be a week or two till most mods are updated. Will I play F1 25? I probably will try the game out, particularly the world mode and the career. But I'll have to see if I upload anything. I didn't have time to do that last year. Hi from Launceston, Tasmania. A fellow Australian. Hello there, welcome. I have this game for PS5 and Nintendo Switch. True fan, Steven. We can't do mods. Yeah, that is the unfortunate part. Yeah, the overheating isn't as bad as the problem as the game kind of tries to make you think. Today from Melbourne. A third Australian has hit the pit wall here. We're doing actually really, really good right now. I think we are fine. We're just going to burn these hearts and then take it from there. $2025 DLC or old circus pack or something. The thing is, Yankee, there is a gang of modders who are actually trying to make a like 2025 mod where you upload, or rather where you use the online database editor to upload a save, and they'll just make it be 2025 with the updated grade and everything. They're also trying to make a livery pack that's going to cover the new liveries. So there is actually a 2025 unofficial mod in the works, but of course that is not going to be, you know, do any good for console users. But you could potentially get it for PC. And as far as I understand it, they're planning to release it sometime between now and the start of the season. So it's coming soon, TM. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That is the PS5. Would be better if it was official, of course, but that is usually kind of hard to get. The Australian invasion of Norway is upon us. That sounds scary, but I think you would freeze if you came over here right now. My game just froze on second last lap of a race. Is there anything I can do, or do I just have to shut it down? I think that is a bug, unfortunately. Metafix. I don't think there's anything you can do, unfortunately. In my case, saving it and reloading it fixed it once. But make sure if you save it, and if you can save it, that you save it to a fresh file and you don't overwrite your current one, because that could, you know, destroy your save file. Worst case scenario. Just a quick warning. Okay, I'm gonna have backs myself, third person me. Push ahead now from Alonso, and we're gonna try and create a gap before we pit. We're just gonna get Opme in here. He has some free air to work with. We do need to capture Hamilton and re-overtake him. But for now, we're just gonna, again, try and get away from Alonso and avoid any potential undercuts here. Why I can't find this patch update? If you force an update on your game, it should auto-update. Virtual safety car! Oh no. That is horrible. A full safety car. Okay, we stay winning then, I guess. Bottas Science is going to benefit from this, to be fair. But everyone's going to be together, so I don't think it's going to be huge. Okay, we go medium. Or should we go soft till the end? It is the safety car I've been waiting for. Catch up with you guys in a second. I just need to figure out what is the best option, and it's probably going to be this. Soft tire till the end. I think everyone has kind of used their soft for the most part. Ocon just got on his, same with Leclerc and also Stroll. So, me saving that soft. Huge. There we go.
Now who is that? Now that looks like Lando Norris.
Try and verify integrity to me if it won't upgrade, if it won't download on its own. Hamza, do you have a sim rig? I do not, unfortunately. I generally just enjoy playing on a controller, although I assume it's barbaric to some. Gets the job done for me, so I'm pretty happy with it. I'll just restart because I can't click anything, just move around with the mouse. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Is the Koenigsegg's name still blocked? I honestly don't know. It might very well be. Where to download from? It's part of the main game. You just need to update the game, Samir, and then you'll be getting the patch. should be on Steam itself. You might actually already have the update installed. If you go to create a team, you'll be finding the setup. Norris actually survived and got a penalty. I forgot to see what actually happened. I play on PC, but unfortunately I don't have one I can play games on. That is painful, Ninka, unfortunately. Consoles do the job though, but it does leave you wanting more when it comes to modding. Come on, me, points please. I think that's going to be a hard ask with 79% tires from 17th. Points is 6 or above. We changed the point system too, Floof. Did I reset the teams or just the players? I basically had every team have no drivers or no staff, and then they did a silly season shuffle, basically. Add me as a driver. Well, currently all the seats are filled, but I might do for a different stream, a different challenge, if you will. Okay, what are we looking at here? Hard tire, soft tire, medium. Hulkenberg might actually be cooking. This could get spicy on the restart. Norris has a penalty, so he's kind of out of it already. Bottas is absolutely screwed, 65% hards. Yeah, there's a lot of weird choices here. Honestly. We'll have to see what we can do, though, because Hamilton is going to hold us up a little bit. Singapore is my final race in Aero? That makes sense, David. That's not a bad one. I think for this one, we set up Brazil as the final one. So when are you accidentally going to give Alpine the best car? I don't know. But Danny Rick had a moment here. Did he just spin back on track?
Now let's take a look here at turn 10.
See if we see that on the replay.
Very heavy on the brakes. And hopefully
oh yeah, it's the the classic spin to win in that corner where the lockup is kind of buggy. That one's always fun to watch. When am I actually going to give Alpine the best car? I am tempted to boost car performance of every team up to mine also. But I think we'll discuss that as I sit down tomorrow and mess with it, as Albon calls a virtual safety car here. A lot of incidents towards the end of this race.
Yes, it is. Alex Albon's involved in that.
I just closed my laptop and opened it, and that resolved the issue. That's actually kind of funny. That's also kind of clever, Smeedafix. I mess up too much with safety cars. I either pit when I don't need to, or don't pit when I need to. Can't win. Generally, honestly, in most cases, if you're 80% or below, you might want to consider pitting. Should put car performance at max for all drivers, but control smoothness at 0 for all drivers. That could also be something that would be fun to test. But yeah, we can do a lot of fun stuff. But right now, too many activities, too little time. Too many weird things I can do to break the game. Okay. 15 laps ago, we're going to manage a little bit more. Probably quite a bit more, actually. But that shouldn't be a huge problem. We do still need to clear the cars ahead, particularly Norris and Bottas. But right now, they're not really giving us a chance to do that. Oh, mate, you don't have the mod for the timings. If you are talking about the extended UI, no, I don't have it on right now. If you're wondering if I have it and give it to you, you can find, it's called extended UI, and you can find it in Overtake. But yeah, I am currently not using it. I felt like it just took up too much of the screen. It is very useful, but at the same time, if I'm sitting down streaming like this, it just takes up a little bit too much of the screen, and that's not great. The others are really pushing right now. I think Hamilton might just be going full attack at the moment. I was really hoping I could use any drives I wanted in any team. You can. You can use any driver you want, Floof, in any team. If you do the customization, you can even make 22 self-made drivers and put them in the 22, seats. So that one you can do. But yeah, the point system, there are just the presets. You can't actually change them exactly how you want. But now that we do have the schemes, I could see some modder out there change the point schemes to, some interesting things. I'm definitely thinking we're going to get mods like that. Gonna bring back Vettel? Yeah, you can do that. I'm in P1 right now in Q1 with Lawson only 0.37 behind. Lawson, actually, that's kind of worrisome. Does the game generate random players as the years go by? Yes, the game will keep on repopulating with random talents, random new staff members, things like that, so you can't run out of people. I wanted to add really low-rated actual drives like Berta and Lindblad. I told you it's been updated. I guess that's fair. I read someone... I'm pretty sure someone did put Antonelli in the car immediately from Season 1. Have you tried to put Berta or Lindblad is in the game, but is Berta? I don't remember. If you try to just put Lindblad in the car, are you allowed to do that? Or is he actually so low rated that you can't find him? There is a workaround, which again is just to create a custom driver, which is just those guys basically. But you'll have to do it manually then, which again is painful. But there is a bit of a workaround, which again is very unfortunate. Also the 48 rating, yeah. How is it that I brought that custom logo in the Halo? Because this is a custom... let's see, this is a custom livery. It's part of the deluxe pack. So it's not actually really custom, it's just part of the game. It's not a mod or import or anything like that. Then Blood starting rating is too low to find. Okay. Yeah, that is a problem. I do agree with that. You should be able to pick anyone, even, that low. Finally! Good work, Opman. You finally got by. 7 laps to go. We're still going to play a little bit safer because, honestly, we are not closing down to Hamilton. So I just need to try and get the 3rd place podium here of this DRS train. And we are building advantage lap after lap here. We stay behind. 7 laps to go. I think we can pull this off. As I understood, at some time after some season, all the cars will have generated the same performance. Yes. It's going to take you like 7-8 seasons to get there. But they're going to get very, very close to each other. The regulation change in 2026 is still going to shake the cars up a little bit. They're not going to be identical. But depending on what research they do, they're going to be slight differences. The AI doesn't really mess with the sliders, so over time they just kind of congregate to the same point. But yeah, the big regulation change is 26 is going to bring everyone very, very far down. But as I mentioned, they'll still be slightly different. Antonelli right now isn't really performing. First rate didn't make it out of Q2. Damn. What's the difference between standard and hard for development and races difficulty? So, standard difficulty for races, the AI will not be pushing as much. Generally on hard, the AI likes to run attack, particularly start races before they pit, that sort of thing. And on high deck tracks, that can be very detrimental for the AI if we run, say, light. Even on low deck tracks like Monaco, we can take advantage of that. But generally, the AI is going to be more aggressive, and they're going to be more likely to try and punish you. On standard, the AI doesn't really do much attack, and because of the tire degradation, the AIs can be a lot more difficult with standard difficulty on high degradation tracks. But generally, it just dictates their behavior. Hard race AI, more aggressive. Standard race AI, less aggressive. And in terms of development, standard versus hard, the AI just develops a little bit faster. They develop a little bit better with hard development, difficulty versus standard. That's really all it does. But there isn't much of a difficulty or difference between them. And honestly, you can play easy, even, standard, hard, and change it at any time. Like you can, if I really wanted to here, I could change the... Oh, it's actually standard because we're testing. I can actually change the race difficulty here right now if I really want to. So you can do it mid-race, you can do it mid-season. Difficulties are up for changing whenever you feel like it. Pretty sure we put it to hard at the start of the stream. We've had that bug before, which is very annoying. But now we're going to start hunting. We need to get 3 cars here to get on the podium. And we'll have 3 laps to do it. Let's see here what we can do with high overtake aggression, battery, fuel, and tires. Forgot about the good news, they buff Colapinto. How high did they buff him? Ooh, come on, get Verstappen. Norris, not Verstappen. The other Verstappen. Are we going to get Sainz too? Nope. For me, standard was easy, P1, P2, but hard is P2, P3 because Max Verstappen weighs like literally a rocket ship. That is true, to be fair. From 68 up to 76. That's actually quite the significant boost then that they gave him. That's not nothing. Go balance on fuel so we can actually finish this race. Even if we finish 5th, it's still acceptable. It's not great. But it's better than not finishing at all. Let's be honest. The 7-second gap. That's not bad, Karma. I guess they just decided to boost the new rookies then. Would be a bad look for manager if the new rookies were like 60 rated. I guess I gave them the sergeant treatment, if you will. Okay, let's see here. Last chance, I think, for an overtake right now. And unfortunately for us, the Ferrari has DRS. Opman is still fine. There isn't really much we can do here. We have better tires. We just couldn't get the move made. Fuel delta warning for Opman is not what I like to see. Like the final corner. Because this could actually mean that we don't have enough fuel to get to the line. So we're trying to play it safe here. We did run out of fuel as we crossed the line, if I'm not mistaken here. No, we're good actually. Never mind. Opman wins. Hamilton second. We have parked a little bit up the hill. But yeah, first, 5th, and Norris is going to lose that place to Hulkenberg due to penalty. Did not snatch fastest lap because, well, I forgot about it. Bloof ends up 15th. Jasper, I think it was 9th.
In come the drivers now, including Alpine Zone there.
That was Floof, by the way, on the screen. Good morning, Brian. Yeah, Hulkenberg gets a point here. And the fastest lap point goes to no one. Jasper ends up 10th. Floof ends up 15th. And we're definitely going to do some changes to Save Tomorrow to make it more competitive. 18 points again for Opman, puts him 20 points ahead of Hamilton. We definitely need to give him a bit of a reality check, I think. But yeah, Constructors then, 50 versus 28. Probably a little bit easier than I expected this, to be fair. Great update. If we get a 2025 update, yeah, it would be nice. Give me P16. That's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. The board is very happy with me. And board confidence is medium. Are you joking me? I guess this season can be kind of wacky then. You're disappointed with Melbourne, but you're delighted with everything else, and you have a meet. I'm beating your goals. Why are you so upset with me? Please, mercy. How did I get so much money at the end there? We have 50 million. I got 3, I think, from the... It has to do with how you put together your sponsor packages, Aiden, at the start of the season. You need to put more money into race payouts in the sponsor packages. And that's how you get more payout from that. But yeah, I think we are going to end it here. I'm sorry, Brian, for you just waking up and dropping by. I've been at this now for over 6.5 hours. I was planning to do it for 2. And then I got stuck here for way longer than I anticipated. And time just ran so quickly. Yeah, thank you all very much for watching. I need to go eat, sleep, and get ready for work. And then we'll continue this tomorrow in basically 15-ish hours, I think. 14, 15 hours. Because I only have 4 hours of work tomorrow, so that's going to be amazing. But yeah, we're continuing this very, very soon. Have a good day, night, morning, depending on where you are. And I shall see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you all. Night.